June 1667. June 1st. Up, and there comes to me Mr. Commander, whom I employ about hiring of some ground behind the office, for the building of me a stable and coach house. For I do find it necessary for me, both in respect to honor and the profit of it also, my expense in hackney coaches being now so great, to keep a coach, and therefore will do it. Having given him some instructions about it, I to the office, where we sat all the morning, where we have news that our peace with Spain, as to trade, is wholly concluded, and we are to furnish him with some men for Flanders against the French. How that will agree with the French, I know not, but they say that he also hath liberty to get what men he pleases out of England. But for the Spaniard, I hear that my Lord Castlehaven is raising a regiment of 4,000 men, which he is to command there. And several young gentlemen are going over in commands with him. And they say the Duke of Monmouth is going over only as a traveller, not to engage on either side, but only to see the Campagny, which will be becoming him much more than to live whoring and roguing, as he now do. After dinner to the office, where, after a little nap, I fell to business, and did very much with infinite joy to myself, as it always is to me when I have dispatched much business, and therefore it troubles me to see how hard it is for me to settle to it sometimes when my mind is upon pleasure. So home late to supper and to bed. Second Lord's Day. Up betimes, and down to my chamber without trimming myself, or putting on clean linen, thinking only to keep to my chamber and do business today. But when I come there I find that without being shaved I am not fully awake, nor ready to settle to business, and so was fain to go up again and dress myself, which I did, and so down to my chamber, and fell roundly to business, and did to my satisfaction by dinner go far in the drawing up a state of my accounts of tenure for the new Lord's Commissioners. So to dinner, and then to my business again all the afternoon close, when Creed come to visit me, but I did put him off, and to my business, till anon I did make an end, and wrote it fair with a letter to the Lords to accompany my accounts, which I think will be so much satisfaction, and so soon done, their order for my doing it being dated but May 30, as they will not find from any hand else. Being weary and almost blind with writing and reading so much today, I took boat at the Old Swan, and there up the river all alone as high as Putney almost, and then back again, all the way reading, and finishing Mr. Boyle's Book of Colours, which is so chimical that I can understand but little of it, but understand enough to see that he is a most excellent man. So back and home, and there to supper, and so to bed. Third, up and by coach to St. James's, and with Sir W. Coventry a great while talking about several businesses, but especially about accounts, and how backward our treasurer is in giving them satisfaction, and the truth is I do doubt he cannot do better. But it is strange to say that being conscious of our doing little at this day, nor for some time past in our office for want of money, I do hang my head to him, and cannot be so free with him as I used to be, nor can be free with him. Though of all men, I think, I have the least cause to be so, having taken so much more pains, while I could do anything than the rest of my fellows, parted with him, and so going through the park met Mr. Mills our parson, whom I went back with to bring him to W. Coventry to give him the form of a qualification for the Duke of York to sign to enable him to have 2 livings, which was a service I did, but much against my will, for a lazy, fat priest. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked a turn or two with Sir William Doyley, who did lay a wager with me. The treasurership would be in one hand, notwithstanding this present commission, before Christmas, on which we did lay a pole of ling, a brace of carps, and a pottle of wine, and Sir W. Penn and Mr. Scowen to be at the eating of them. Thence down by water to Diptford, it being Trinity Monday, when the master is chosen, and there, finding them all at church, and thinking they dined, as usual, at Stepney, I turned back, having a good book in my hand, the Life of Cardinal Wolsey, wrote by his own servant, and to Ratcliffe, and so walked to Stepney, and spent my time in the churchyard, looking over the gravestones, expecting when the company would come by. Finding no company stirring, I sent to the house to see, and, it seems, they dine not there but at Diptford. So I back again to Diptford, and there find them just sat down. And so I down with them, and we had a good dinner of plain meat, and good company at our table. Among others, my good Mr. Evelyn, with whom, after dinner, I stepped aside, and talked upon the present posture of our affairs, which is, that the Dutch are known to be abroad with 80 sail of ships of war, and 20 fireships, and the French come into the channel with 20 sail of men of war and 5 fireships, while we have not a ship at sea to do them any hurt with, but are calling in all we can, while our ambassadors are treating at Breda. And the Dutch look upon them as come to beg peace, and use them accordingly, and all this through the negligence of our prince, who hath power, if he would, to master all these with the money and men that he hath had the command of, and may now have, if he would mind his business. But for aught we see, the kingdom is likely to be lost, as well as the reputation of it is, forever, notwithstanding so much reputation got and preserved by a rebel that went before him. This discourse of ours ended with sorrowful reflections upon our condition, and so broke up, and Creed and I got out of the room, and away by water to Whitehall. And there he and I waited in the Treasury chamber an hour or two, where we saw the country receivers and accountants for money come to attend. And one of them, a brisk young fellow, with his hat cocked like a fool behind, as the present fashion among the blades is, committed to the serjeant. By and by, I, upon desire, was called in and delivered in my report of my accounts. Present, Lord Ashley, Clifford, and Duncombe, who being busy did not read it, but committed it to Sir George Downing, and so I was dismissed. But Lord, to see how Duncombe do take upon him is an eyesore, though I think he deserves great honor, but only the suddenness of his rise and his pride. But I do like the way of these lords, that they admit nobody to use many words, nor do they spend many words themselves, but in great state do hear what they see necessary, and say little themselves, but bid withdraw. Thence Creed and I by water up to Foxhall, and over against it stopped, thinking to see some cockfighting. But it was just being done, and therefore back again to the other side, and to Spring Garden, and there eat and drank a little, and then to walk up and down the garden, reflecting upon the bad management of things now, compared with what it was in the late rebellious times, when men, some for fear and some for religion, minded their business, which none now do, by being void of both. Much talk of this and other kinds, very pleasant, and so when it was almost night we home, setting him in at Whitehall, and I to the Old Swan, and thence home, where to supper, and then to read a little, and so to bed. Forth, up, and to the office, and they're busy all the morning putting in order the answering the great letter sent to the office by the new commissioners of the Treasury, who demand an account from the king's coming in to this day, which we shall do in the best manner we can. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner comes Mr. Commander to me and tells me, after all, that I cannot have a lease of the ground for my coach house and stable, till a suit in law be ended, about the end of the old stable now standing, which they and I would have pulled down to make a better way for a coach. I am a little sorry that I cannot presently have it, because I am pretty full in my mind of keeping a coach. But yet, when I think on it again, the Dutch and French both at sea, and we poor and still out of order, I know not yet what turns there may be. And besides, I am in danger of parting with one of my places, which relates to the victualling, that brings me by accident in L 800 a year. That is, L 300 from the king and L 500 from D. Gauden. I ought to be well contented to forbear a while, and therefore I am contented. To the office all the afternoon, where I dispatched much business to my great content, and then home in the evening, and there to sing and pipe with my wife. And that being done, she fell all of a sudden to discourse about her clothes and my humors in not suffering her to wear them as she pleases, and grew to high words between us. But I fell to read a book, Boyle's Hydrostatiques. Hydrostatical Paradoxes Made Out by New Experiments was published by the Hun. Robert Boyle in 1666, Oxford. Aloud in my chamber, and let her talk, till she was tired and vexed that I would not hear her, and so become friends, and to bed together the first night, after 4 or 5, that she hath lain from me by reason of a great cold she had got. 5th. Up, and with Mr. Kenistery, by coach to Whitehall to the commissioners of the Treasury about getting money for Tangier, and did come to, after long waiting, speak with them, and their eye find them all sat. And among the rest, Duncombe lolling, with his heels upon another chair, by that he sat upon, and had an answer good enough, and then away home, and it being a most windy day, and hath been so all night, southwest, and we have great hopes that it may have done the Dutch or French fleets some hurt. Having got some papers in order, I back to St. James's, where we all met at Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and dined and talked of our business, he being a most excellent man, and indeed, with all his business, hath more of his employed upon the good of the service of the navy, than all of us, that makes me ashamed of it. This noon Captain Perriman brings us word how the Happy returns, below in the Hope, ordered to carry the Portugal ambassador to Holland, and the ambassador, I think, on board, refused to go till paid, and by their example 2 or 3 more ships are in a mutiny, which is a sad consideration, while so many of the enemy's ships are at this day triumphing in the sea. Here a very good and neat dinner, after the French manner, and good discourse, and then up after dinner to the Duke of York, and did our usual business, and are put in hopes by Sir W. Coventry that we shall have money, and so away, Sir G. Carteret and I to my Lord Crewe to advise about Sir G. Carteret's carrying his accounts tomorrow to the commissioners appointed to examine them, and all other accounts since the war. Who at last by the king's calling them to him yesterday and chiding them will sit, but Littleton and Garraway much against their wills. The truth of it is a ridiculous thing, for it will come to nothing, nor do the king nor kingdom good in any manner, I think. Here they talked of my Lord Hinchingbroke's match with Lord Burlington's daughter, which is now gone a pretty way forward, and to great content, which I am infinitely glad of. So from hence to Whitehall, and in the street Sir G. Carteret showed me a gentleman coming by in his coach, who hath been sent for up out of Lincolnshire. I think he says he is a justice of peace there, that the council have laid by the heels here, and here lies in a messenger's hands, for saying that a man and his wife are but one person, and so ought to pay but 12d. For both to the poll bill, by which others were led to do the like, and so here he lies prisoner. To Whitehall, and there I attended to speak with Sir W. Coventry about Lannion's business, to get him some money out of the prize office from my Lord Ashley, and so home, and there to the office a little, and thence to my chamber to read and supper and to bed. My father, blessed be God, finds great ease by his new steel truss, which he put on yesterday. So to bed. The Duke of Cambridge past hopes of living still. 6th. Up, and to the office all the morning, where, which he hath not done a great while, Sir G. Carteret come to advise with us for the disposing of L10000, which is the first sum the new Lord's treasurers have provided us. But, unless we have more, this will not enable us to cut off any of the growing charge which they seem to give it us for, and expect we should discharge several ships quite off with it. So home and with my father and wife to Sir W. Penn's to dinner, which they invited us to out of their respect to my father, as a stranger, though I know them as false as the devil himself, and that it is only that they think it fit to oblige me, wherein I am a happy man, that all my fellow officers are desirous of my friendship. Here is merry as in so false a place, and where I must dissemble my hatred, I could be, and after dinner my father and wife to play, and I to my office, and they're busy all the afternoon till late at night, and then my wife and I sang a song or two in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. This afternoon comes Mr. Pierce to me about some business, and tells me that the Duke of Cambridge is yet living, but every minute expected to die, and is given over by all people, which indeed is a sad loss. 7th. Up and after with my flageolet and Mr. Townsend, whom I sent for to come to me to discourse about my Lord Sandwich's business, for whom I am in some pain, lest the accounts of the wardrobe may not be in so good order as may please the new Lord's treasurers, who are quick-sighted, and under obligations of recommending themselves to the king and the world, by their finding and mending of faults, and are, most of them, not the best friends to my lord, and to the office, and there all the morning. At noon home to dinner, my father, wife, and I, and a good dinner, and then to the office again, where busy all the afternoon. Also I have a desire to dispatch all business that hath lain long on my hands, and so to it till the evening, and then home to sing and pipe with my wife, and then to supper and to bed, my head full of thoughts how to keep if I can some part of my wages as surveyor of the victualling, which I see must now come to be taken away among the other places that have been occasioned by this war, and the rather because I have of late an inclination to keep a coach. Ever since my drinking, 2 days ago, some very ghoul drink at Sir W. Coventry's table, I have been full of wind and with some pain, and I was afraid last night that it would amount to much, but blessed be God. I find that the worst is past, so that I do clearly see that all the indisposition I am liable today as to sickness is only the colic. This day I read, shown me by Mr. Gibson, a discourse newly come forth of the King of France, his pretence to Flanders, which is a very fine discourse, and the truth is, hath so much of the civil law in it, that I am not a fit judge of it, but as it appears to me, he hath a good pretence to it by right of his queen. so to bed. 8th, up, and to the office, where all the news this morning is that the Dutch are come with a fleet of 80 sail to Harwich, and that guns were heard playing by Sir W. Ryder's people at Bednall Green, all yesterday even. So to the office we all sat all the morning, and then home to dinner, where our dinner a ham of French bacon, boiled with pigeons, an excellent dish. Here dined with us only W. Hewer and his mother. After dinner to the office again, where busy till night, and then home and to read a little and then to bed. The news is confirmed that the Dutch are off of Harwich, but had done nothing last night. The king hath sent down my Lord of Oxford to raise the countries there, and all the western barges are taken up to make a bridge over the river, about the Hope, for horse to cross the river, if there be occasion. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and so walked to St. James's, where I hear that the Duke of Cambridge, who was given over long since by the doctors, is now likely to recover, for which God be praised. To Sir W. Coventry, and there talked with him a great while, and mighty glad I was of my good fortune to visit him, for it keeps in my acquaintance with him, and the world sees it, and reckons my interest accordingly. In comes my Lord Berkeley, who is going down to Harwich also to look after the militia there. And there is also the Duke of Monmouth, and with him a great many young Hectors, the Lord Chesterfield, my Lord Manville, and others, but to little purpose, I fear, but to debauch the country women thereabouts. My Lord Berkeley wanting some maps, and Sir W. Coventry recommending the 6 maps of England that are bound up for the pocket, I did offer to present my lord with them, which he accepted, and so I will send them him. Thence to Whitehall, and there to the chapel, where I met Creed, and he and I stayed to hear who preached, which was a man who begun dully, and so we away by water and landed in Southwark, and to a church in the street where we take water beyond the bridge, which was so full and the weather hot that we could not stand there. So to my house, where we find my father and wife at dinner, and after dinner Creed and I by water to Whitehall, and there we parted, and I to Sir G. Carteret's, where he busy, I up into the house, and there met with a gentleman, Captain Aldridge, that belongs to my Lord Berkeley, and I did give him the book of maps for my lord. And so I to Westminster Church, and there stayed a good while, and saw Betty Mitchell there. So away thence, and after church time to Mrs. Martin's, and then hazer what I would with her, and then took boat and up, all alone, a most excellent evening, as high as Barn Elms, and there took a turn. And then to my boat again, and home, reading and making an end of the book one lately bought a merry satyr called The Visions, translated from Spanish by L. Estrange, wherein there are many very pretty things. But the translation is, as to the rendering it into English expression, the best that ever I saw, it being impossible almost to conceive that it should be a translation. Being come home I find an order come for the getting some fireships presently to annoy the Dutch, who are in the King's Channel, and expected up higher. So W. Batten and W. Penn being come this evening from their country houses to town, we did issue orders about it, and then home to supper and to bed. 10th, up, and news brought us that the Dutch are come up as high as the Nore, and more pressing orders for fireships. W. Batten, W. Penn, and I to St. James's, where the Duke of York gone this morning betimes, to send away some men down to Chatham. So we 3 to Whitehall, and met Sir W. Coventry, who presses all that is possible for fireships. So we 3 to the office presently, and thither comes Sir Frechville Hollies, who is to command them all in some exploits he is to do with them on the enemy in the river. So we all down to Diptford, and pitched upon ships and set men at work. But Lord, to see how backwardly things move at this pinch, notwithstanding that, by the enemy, being now come up as high as almost the Hope, Sir J. Minns, who has gone down to pay some ships there, hath sent up the money. And so we are possessed of money to do what we will with. Yet partly ourselves, being used to be idle and in despair, and partly people that have been used to be deceived by us as to money, won't believe us. And we know not, though we have it, how almost to promise it. And our want such, and men out of the way, that it is an admirable thing to consider how much the king suffers, and how necessary it is in a state to keep the king's service always in a good posture and credit. Here I eat a bit, and then in the afternoon took boat and down to Greenwich, where I find the stairs full of people, there being a great riding. It was an ancient custom in Berkshire, when a man had beaten his wife, for the neighbors to parade in front of his house, for the purpose of serenading him with kettles and horns and handbells and every species of rough music, by which name the ceremony was designated. Perhaps the writing mentioned by Pepys was a punishment somewhat similar. Malcolm Manners of London quotes from the Protestant Mercury that a porter's lady who resided near Strand Lane beat her husband with so much violence and perseverance that the poor man was compelled to leap out of the window to escape her fury. Exasperated at this virago, the neighbors made a riding, i.e., a pedestrian procession headed by a drum and accompanied by a chemise displayed for a banner. The manual musicians sounded the tune of "You round-headed cuckolds, come dig, come dig." And nearly 70 coal heavers, carmen, and porters, adorned with large horns fastened to their heads, followed. The public seemed highly pleased with the nature of the punishment and gave liberally to the vindicators of injured manhood. There today for a man, the constable of the town, whose wife beat him. Here I was with much ado fain to press 2 watermen to make me a galley, and so to Woolwich to give order for the dispatch of a ship I have taken under my care to see dispatched, and orders being so given, I, under pretence to fetch up the ship, which lay at Gray's, the Golden Hand. The Golden Hand was to have been used for the conveyance of the Swedish ambassador's horses and goods to Holland. In August 1667, Frances, widow of Captain Douglas and daughter of Lord Grey, petitioned the king for a gift of the prize ship Golden Hand, now employed in weighing the ships sunk at Chatham, where her husband lost his life in defense of the ships against the Dutch. Calendar of State Papers, 1667, p. 430. Did do that in my way, and went down to Gravesend, where I find the Duke of Albemarle just come, with a great many idle lords and gentlemen, with their pistols and fooleries, and the bulwark not able to have stood half an hour had they come up. But the Dutch are fallen down from the Hope and Shell Haven as low as Sheerness, and we do plainly at this time hear the guns play. Yet I do not find the Duke of Albemarle intends to go thither, but stays here tonight, and hath, though the Dutch are gone, ordered our frigates to be brought to a line between the 2 blockhouses, which I took then to be a ridiculous thing. So I away into the town and took a captain or 2 of our ships, who did give me an account of the proceedings of the Dutch fleet in the river, to the tavern, and their eat and drank, and I find the townsmen had removed most of their goods out of the town, for fear of the Dutch coming up to them. And from Sir John Griffin, that last night there was not 12 men to be got in the town to defend it. Which the master of the house tells me is not true, but that the men of the town did intend to stay, though they did indeed, and so had he, at the ship, removed their goods. Thence went off to an Ostend man-o'-war, just now come up, who met the Dutch fleet, who took 3 ships that he come convoying hither from him, says they are as low as the Nore or thereabouts. So I homeward, as long as it was light reading Mr. Boyle's book of hydrostatics, which is a most excellent book as ever I read, and I will take much pains to understand him through if I can, the doctrine being very useful. When it grew too dark to read, I lay down and took a nap, it being a most excellent fine evening, and about 1 o'clock got home, and after having wrote to Sir W. Coventry an account of what I had done and seen, which is entered in my letter book, I to bed. 11th, up and more letters still from Sir W. Coventry about more fireships, and so Sir W. Batten and I to the office, where Brunker come to us, who is just now going to Chatham upon a desire of Commissioner Pett S., who is in a very fearful stink for fear of the Dutch, and desires help for God and the King and Kingdom's sake. So Brunker goes down, and Sir J. Minns also, from Gravesend. This morning Pett writes us word that Sheerness is lost last night, after 2 or 3 hours' dispute. The enemy hath possessed himself of that place, which is very sad, and puts us into great fears of Chatham. Sir W. Batten and I down by water to Diptford, and there Sir W. Penn and we did consider of several matters relating to the dispatch of the fireships. And so W. Batten and I home again, and there to dinner, my wife and father having dined, and after dinner, by W. Hewer's lucky advice, went to Mr. Fenn, and did get him to pay me above L 400 of my wages, and W. Hewer received it for me, and brought it home this night. Thence I meeting Mr. Moore went toward the other end of the town by coach, and spying Mercer in the street, I took leave of Moore and Light and followed her, and at Paul's overtook her and walked with her through the dusty street almost to home, and there in Lombard Street met the Turner in coach, who had been at my house to see us, being to go out of town tomorrow to the northward, and so I promised to see her tomorrow, and then home, and there to our business, hiring some fireships, and receiving every hour almost letters from Sir W. Coventry, calling for more fireships, and an order from council to enable us to take any man's ships. And Sir W. Coventry, in his letter to us, says he do not doubt, but at this time, under an invasion, as he owns it to be, the king may, by law, take any man's goods. At this business late, and then home, where a great deal of serious talk with my wife about the sad state we are in, and especially from the beating up of drums, this night for the train bands upon pain of death to appear in arms tomorrow morning with bullet and powder, and money to supply themselves with victuals for a fortnight. Which, considering the soldiers drawn out to Chatham and elsewhere, looks as if they had a design to ruin the city and give it up to be undone. Which I hear makes the sober citizens to think very sadly of things, so to bed after supper, ill in my mind. This afternoon Mrs. Williams sent to me to speak with her, which I did only about news. I had not spoke with her many a day before by reason of Carcass's business. 12th, up very betimes to our business at the office, their hiring of more fireships, and at it close all the morning. At noon home, and Sir W. Penn dined with us. By and by, after dinner, my wife out by coach to see her mother, and I in another, being afraid at this busy time to be seen with a woman in a coach, as if I were idle towards the Turner S., but met Sir W. Coventry's boy, and there in his letter find that the Dutch had made no motion since their taking Sheerness. And the Duke of Albemarle writes that all is safe as to the great ships against any assault, the boom and chain being so fortified, which put my heart into great joy. There had been correspondence with Pett respecting this chain in April and May. On the 10th May Pett wrote to the Navy Commissioners, "The chain is promised to be dispatched tomorrow, and all things are ready for fixing it." On the 11th June the Dutch got 20 or 22 ships over the narrow part of the river at Chatham, where ships had been sunk. After 2.5 hours, fighting one guardship after another was fired and blown up, and the enemy master of the chain. Calendar of State Papers, 1667, pp. 58, 87, 215. When I come to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, I find him abroad, but his clerk, Powell, do tell me that ill news is come to court of the Dutch breaking the chain at Chatham, which struck me to the heart. And to Whitehall to hear the truth of it. And there, going up the back stairs, I did hear some laquis speaking of sad news come to court, saying that hardly anybody in the court but do look as if he cried, and would not go into the house for fear of being seen, but slunk out and got into a coach and to the Turner's to Sir W. Turner's, where I met Roger Pepys, newly come out of the country. He and I talked aside a little, he offering a match for Paul, one Barnes, of whom we shall talk more the next time. His father married a Pepys. In discourse, he told me further that his grandfather, my great-grandfather, had L800 per annum, in Queen Elizabeth's time, in the very town of Cottenham, and that we did certainly come out of Scotland with the Abbot of Crowland. More talk I had, and shall have more with him, but my mind is so sad and head full of this ill news that I cannot now set it down. A short visit here, my wife coming to me, and took leave of thee, and so home, where all our hearts do now ache. For the news is true, that the Dutch have broke the chain and burned our ships, and particularly, the Royal Charles. Van der Velde's drawings of the conflagration of the English fleet, made by him on the spot, are in the British Museum B. Other particulars I know not, but most sad to be sure. And the truth is, I do fear so much that the whole kingdom is undone, that I do this night resolve to study with my father and wife what to do with the little that I have in money by me, for I give all the rest that I have in the king's hands, for tangier, for lost. So God help us. And God knows what disorders we may fall into, and whether any violence on this office, or perhaps some severity on our persons, as being reckoned by the silly people, or perhaps may, by policy of state, be thought fit to be condemned by the King and Duke of York, and so put to trouble, though, God knows. I have in my own person done my full duty, I am sure. So having with much ado finished my business at the office, I home to consider with my father and wife of things, and then to supper and to bed with a heavy heart. The manner of my advising this night with my father was, I took him and my wife up to her chamber, and shut the door and there told them the sad state of the times, how we are like to be all undone. That I do fear some violence will be offered to this office, where all I have in the world is. and resolved upon sending it away sometimes into the country, sometimes my father to lie in town, and have the gold with him at Sarah Giles' S. And with that resolution went to bed full of fear and fright, hardly slept all night. 13th. No sooner up but here the sad news confirmed of the Royal Charles being taken by them, and now in fitting by them, which Pett should have carried up higher by our several orders, and deserves, therefore, to be hanged for not doing it and turning several others, and that another fleet is come up into the Hope. Upon which news the King and Duke of York have been below since 4 o'clock in the morning, to command the sinking of ships at Barking Creek and other places to stop their coming up higher, which put me into such a fear that I presently resolved of my father's and wife's going into the country. And at 2 hours' warning they did go by the coach this day, with about 1,300 in gold in their night bag. Pray God give them good passage, and good care to hide it when they come home. But my heart is full of fear. They gone, I continued in fright and fear what to do with the rest. W. Hewer hath been at the banker S. and hath got L500 out of Backwell's hands of his own money. But they are so called upon that they will be all broke, hundreds coming to them for money. And their answer is, it is payable at 20 days. When the days are out, we will pay you. And those that are not so, they make tell over their money, and make their bags false, on purpose to give cause to retell it, and so spend time. I cannot have my 200 pieces of gold again for silver, all being bought up last night that were to be had, and sold for 24 and 25s a piece. So I must keep the silver by me, which sometimes I think to fling into the house of office, and then again know not how I shall come by it, if we be made to leave the office. Every minute some one or other calls for this or that order, and so I forced to be at the office, most of the day, about the fireships which are to be suddenly fitted out. And it's a most strange thing that we hear nothing from any of my brethren at Chatham, so that we are wholly in the dark, various being the reports of what is done there. Insomuch that I sent Mr. Clapham express thither to see how matters go. I did about noon resolve to send Mr. Gibson away after my wife with another 1,000 pieces, under color of an express to Sir Jeremy Smith, who is, as I hear, with some ships at Newcastle, which I did really send to him, and may, possibly, prove of good use to the king. For it is possible, in the hurry of business, they may not think of it at court, and the charge of an express is not considerable to the king. So though I intend Gibson no further than to Huntingdon, I direct him to send the packet forward. My business the most of the afternoon is listening to every body that comes to the office, what news, which is variously related, some better, some worse, but nothing certain. The King and Duke of York up and down all the day here and there. Some time on Tower Hill, where the city militia was, where the King did make a speech to them, that they should venture themselves no further than he would himself. I also sent, my mind being in pain, Saunders after my wife and father to overtake them at their night's lodgings, to see how matters go with them. In the evening, I sent for my cousin Sarah and her husband, who come, and I did deliver them my chest of writings about Brampton, and my brother Tom's papers, and my journals, which I value much, and did send my 2 silver flagons to Kate Joyce's, that so, being scattered what I have, something might be saved. I have also made a girdle, by which, with some trouble, I do carry about me L300 in gold about my body, that I may not be without something in case I should be surprised. For I think, in any nation but ours, people that appear, for we are not indeed so faulty as we, would have their throats cut. In the evening comes Mr. Pelling, and several others, to the office, and tell me that never were people so dejected as they are in the city all over at this day, and do talk most loudly, even treason, as that we are bought and sold, that we are betrayed by the papists, and others, about the king, cry out that the office of the ordnance hath been so backward as no powder to have been at Chatham nor Upnor Castle till such a time, and the carriages all broken. That leg is a papist. That Upnor, the old good castle built by Queen Elizabeth, should be lately slighted, that the ships at Chatham should not be carried up higher. They look upon us as lost, and remove their families and rich goods in the city, and do think verily that the French, being come down with his army to Dunkirk, it is to invade us, and that we shall be invaded. Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, comes to me about business, and tells me that he hears that the king hath chosen Mr. Pierpont and Vaughan of the West, privy councillors, that my Lord Chancellor was affronted in the hall this day, by people telling him of his Dunkirk house, and that there are regiments ordered to be got together, whereof to be commanders my Lord Fairfax, Ingoldsby, Bethel, Norton, and Birch, and other Presbyterians, and that Dr. Bates will have liberty to preach. Now, whether this be true or not, I know not, but do think that nothing but this will unite us together. Late at night comes Mr. Hudson, the cooper, my neighbor, and tells me that he come from Chatham this evening at 5 o'clock, and saw this afternoon the Royal James, Oak, and London, burnt by the enemy with their fireships, that 2 or 3 men of war come up with them and made no more of Upnor Castle's shooting than of a fly, that those ships lay below Upnor Castle, but therein, I conceive, he is in an error, that the Dutch are fitting out the Royal Charles. That we shot so far as from the yard thither, so that the shot did no good, for the bullets grazed on the water. That Upnor played hard with their guns at first, but slowly afterwards, either from the men being beat off or their powder spent. But we hear that the fleet in the Hope is not come up any higher the last flood, and Sir W. Batten tells me that ships are provided to sink in the river, about Woolwich, that will prevent their coming up higher if they should attempt it. I made my will also this day, and did give all I had equally between my father and wife, and left copies of it in each of Mr. Hayter and W. Hewer's hands, who both witnessed the will. And so to supper and then to bed, and slept pretty well, but yet often waking. 14th. Up and to the office, where Mr. Fryer comes and tells me that there are several Frenchmen and Flemish ships in the river, with passes from the Duke of York for carrying of prisoners, that ought to be parted from the rest of the ships, and their powder taken, lest they do fire themselves when the enemy comes and so spoil us, which is good advice, and I think I will give notice of it, and did so. But it is pretty odd to see how everybody, even at this high time of danger, puts business off of their own hands. He says that he told this to the lieutenant of the Tower, to whom I, for the same reason, was directing him to go, and the lieutenant of the Tower bade him come to us, for he had nothing to do with it. And yesterday comes Captain Crew, of one of the fireships, and told me that the officers of the ordnance would deliver his gunners' materials, but not compound them. Meaning, apparently, that the ordnance would deliver the charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter separately, but not mix them as gunpowder. The want of ammunition when the Dutch burnt the fleet, and the revenge of the deserter sailors, are well described by Marvell. Our seamen, whom no danger's shape could fright, unpaid, refused to mount their ships for spite or to their fellows swim on board the Dutch, who show the tempting metal in their clutch. But that we must do it, whereupon I was forced to write to them about it, and one that like a great many come to me this morning by and by comes Mr. Wilson, and by direction of his, a man of Mr. Gauden S., who come from Chatham last night, and saw the 3 ships burnt, they lying all dry, and boats going from the men of war and fire them. But that he tells me of worst consequence is, that he himself, I think he said, did hear many Englishmen on board the Dutch ships speaking to one another in English, and that they did cry and say, we did heretofore fight for tickets, now we fight for dollars, and did ask how such and such a one did, and would commend themselves to them, which is a sad consideration. And Mr. Lewes, who was present at this fellow's discourse to me, did tell me that he is told that when they took the Royal Charles, they said that they had their tickets signed and showed some, and that now they come to have them paid, and would have them paid before they parted. And several seamen come this morning to me, to tell me that, if I would get their tickets paid, they would go and do all they could against the Dutch, but otherwise they would not venture being killed and lose all they have already fought for, so that I was forced to try what I could do to get them paid. This man tells me that the ships burnt last night did lie above Upnor Castle, over against the dock, and the boats come from the ships of war and burnt them all, which is very sad. And masters of ships that we are now taking up do keep from their ships all their stores, or as much as they can, so that we can dispatch them, having not time to appraise them nor secure their payment. Only some little money we have, which we are fain to pay the men we have with, every night, or they will not work. And indeed the hearts as well as affections of the seamen are turned away, and in the open streets in Wapping and up and down, the wives have cried publicly, this comes of your not paying our husbands, and now your work is undone, or done by hands that understand it not. And Sir W. Batten told me that he was himself affronted with a woman, in language of this kind, on Tower Hill publicly yesterday, and we are fain to bear it, and to keep one at the office door to let no idle people in, for fear of firing of the office and doing us mischief. The city is troubled at their being put upon duty. Summoned 1 hour and discharged 2 hours after, and then again summoned 2 hours after that, to their great charge as well as trouble. And Pelling, the apothecary, tells me the world says all over that less charge than what the kingdom is put to, of one kind or other, by this business, would have set out all our great ships. It is said they did in open streets yesterday, at Westminster, cry, "A Parliament, a Parliament!" And I do believe it will cost blood to answer for these miscarriages. We do not hear that the Dutch are come to Gravesend, which is a wonder. But a wonderful thing it is that to this day we have not one word yet from Brunker, or Peter Pett, or J. Minns of anything at Chatham. The people that come hither to hear how things go make me ashamed to be found unable to answer them. For I am left alone here at the office, and the truth is, I am glad my station is to be here, near my own home and out of danger, yet in a place of doing the king good service. I have this morning good news from Gibson. 3 letters from 3 several stages that he was safe last night as far as Royston, at between 9 and 10 at night. The dismay that is upon us all, in the business of the kingdom and navy at this day, is not to be expressed otherwise than by the condition the citizens were in when the city was on fire, nobody knowing which way to turn themselves, while everything concurred to greaten the fire. As here the easterly gale and spring tides for coming up both rivers and enabling them to break the chain. D. Godden did tell me yesterday that the day before at the council they were ready to fall together by the ears at the council table, arraigning one another of being guilty of the counsel that brought us into this misery, by laying up all the great ships. Mr. Hayter tells me at noon that some rude people have been, as he hears, at my Lord Chancellor's, where they have cut down the trees before his house and broke his windows, and a gibbet either set up before or painted upon his gate, and these 3 words writ. 3 sights to be seen, Dunkirk, Tangier, and a barren queen. Pride, lust, ambition, and the people's hate, the kingdom's broker, ruin of the state, Dunkirk's sad loss, divider of the fleet, Tangier's compounder for a barren sheet, this shrub of gentry, married to the crown, his daughter to the heir, is tumbled down. Poems on State Affairs, Volume I, p. 253b. It gives great matter of talk that it is said there is at this hour, in the Exchequer, as much money as is ready to break down the floor. This arises, I believe, from Sir G. Downing's late talk of the greatness of the sum lying there of people's money, that they would not fetch away, which he showed me, and a great many others. Most people that I speak with are in doubt how we shall do to secure our seamen from running over to the Dutch, which is a sad but very true consideration at this day. At noon I am told that my Lord Duke of Albemarle is made Lord High Constable, the meaning whereof at this time I know not, nor whether it be true or number dined, and Mr. Hayter and W. Hugh are with me, where they do speak very sorrowfully of the posture of the times, and how people do cry out in the streets of their being bought and sold. And both they, and every body that come to me, do tell me that people make nothing of talking treason in the streets openly. As that we are bought and sold and governed by papists, and that we are betrayed by people about the king, and shall be delivered up to the French, and I know not what. At dinner we discoursed of Tom of the Wood, a fellow that lives like a hermit near Woolwich, who, as they say, and Mr. Bodham, they tell me, affirms that he was by at the justice when some did accuse him there for it, did foretell the burning of the city, and now says that a greater desolation is at hand. Thence we read and laughed at Lilly's prophecies this month, in his almanac this year. So to the office after dinner, and thither comes Mr. Pierce, who tells me his condition, how he cannot get his money, about L500, which, he says, is a very great part of what he hath for his family and children, out of Viner's hand, and indeed it is to be feared that this will wholly undo the bankers. He says he knows nothing of the late affronts to my Lord Chancellor's house, as is said, nor hears of the Duke of Albemarle's being made High Constable, but says that they are in great distraction at Whitehall, and that everywhere people do speak high against Sir W. Coventry. But he agrees with me that he is the best minister of state the king hath, and so from my heart I believe. At night come home Sir W. Batten and W. Penn, who only can tell me that they have placed guns at Woolwich and Diptford, and sunk some ships below Woolwich and Blackwall, and are in hopes that they will stop the enemy coming up. But strange our confusion, that among them that are sunk they have gone and sunk without consideration, the Franikin, one of the king's ships, with stores to a very considerable value, that hath been long loaden for supply of the ships, and the new ship at Bristol, and much wanted there. And nobody will own that they directed it, but do lay it on Sir W. Ryder. They speak also of another ship, loaden to the value of L80000, sunk with the goods in her, or at least was mightily contended for by him, and a foreign ship that had the faith of the nation for her security. This Sir R. Ford tells us, and it is too plain a truth, that both here and at Chatham the ships that we have sunk have many, and the first of them, been ships completely fitted for fireships at great charge. But most strange the backwardness and disorder of all people, especially the king's people in pay, to do any work, Sir W. Penn tells me, all crying out for money. And it was so at Chatham, that this night comes an order from Sir W. Coventry to stop the pay of the wages of that yard. The Duke of Albemarle having related, that not above 3 of 1100 in pay there did attend to do any work there. This evening having sent a messenger to Chatham on purpose, we have received a dull letter from my Lord Brunker and Peter Pett, how matters have gone there this week, but not so much, or so particularly, as we knew it by common talk before, and as true. I doubt they will be found to have been but slow men in this business, and they say the Duke of Albemarle did tell my Lord Brunker to his face that his discharging of the great ships there was the cause of all this, and I am told that it is become common talk against my Lord Brunker. But in that he is to be justified, for he did it by verbal order from Sir W. Coventry, and with good intent. And it was to good purpose, whatever the success be, for the men would have but spent the king so much the more in wages, and yet not attended on board to have done the king any service. And as an evidence of that, just now, being the 15th day in the morning that I am writing yesterday's passages, one is with me, Jacob Bryan, purser of the Princess, who confesses to me that he hath about 180 men born at this day in victuals and wages on that ship lying at Chatham, being lately brought in thither, of which 180 there was not above 5 appeared to do the king any service at this late business. And this morning also, some of the Cambridge's men come up from Portsmouth, by order from Sir Frechville Hollies, who boasted to us the other day that he had sent for 50, and would be hanged if 100 did not come up that would do as much as twice the number of other men. I say some of them, instead of being at work at Deptford, where they were intended, do come to the office this morning to demand the payment of their tickets. For otherwise they would, they said, do no more work. And are, as I understand from every body that has to do with them, the most debauched, damning, swearing rogues that ever were in the Navy, just like their profane commander. So to Sir W. Batten, to sit and talk a little, and then home to my flageolet, my heart being at pretty good ease by a letter from my wife, brought by Saunders, that my father and wife got well last night to their in knee and out again this morning, and Gibson's being got safe to Caxton at 12 last night. So to supper, and then to bed. No news today of any motion of the enemy either upwards towards Chatham or this way. 15th, all the morning at the office. No news more than last night. Only Purser Tyler comes and tells me that he being at all the passages in this business at Chatham, he says there have been horrible miscarriages, such as we shall shortly hear of, that the want of boats hath undone us, and it is commonly said, and Sir J. Minns under his hand tells us, that they were employed by the men of the yard to carry away their goods, and I hear that Commissioner Pett will be found the first man that began to remove. He is much spoken against, and Brunker is complained of and reproached for discharging the men of the great ships heretofore. At noon, Mr. Hayter dined with me, and tells me he believes that it will hardly be the want of money alone that will excuse to the Parliament the neglect of not setting out a fleet, it having never been done in our greatest straits. But however unlikely it appeared, yet when it was gone about, the state or king did compass it, and there is something in it. In like manner all the afternoon busy, vexed to see how slowly things go on for want of money. At night comes, unexpectedly so soon, Mr. Gibson, who left my wife well, and all got down well with them, but not with himself, which I was afeard of, and cannot blame him, but must myself be wiser against another time. He had one of his bags broke through his breeches, and some pieces dropped out, not many he thinks, but 2, for he light, and took them up, and went back and could find no more. But I am not able to tell how many, which troubles me, but the joy of having the greatest part safe there makes me bear with it, so as not to afflict myself for it. This afternoon poor Betty Mitchell, whom I love, sent to tell my wife her child was dying, which I am troubled for, poor girl. At night home and to my flageolet. Played with pleasure, but with a heavy heart, only it pleased me to think how it may please God I may live to spend my time in the country with plainness and pleasure, though but with little glory. So to supper and to bed. 16th Lord's Day. Up, and called on by several on business of the office. Then to the office to look out several of my old letters to Sir W. Coventry in order to the preparing for justifying this office in our frequent foretelling the want of money. By and by comes Roger Pepys and his son Talbot, whom he had brought to town to settle at the Temple, but by reason of our present stirs, will carry him back again with him this week. He seems to be but a silly lad. I sent them to church this morning, I staying at home at the office busy. At noon home to dinner, and much good discourse with him, he being mighty sensible of our misery and maladministration. Talking of these straits we are in, he tells me that my Lord Arlington did the last week take up L12000 in gold, which is very likely, for all was taken up that could be. Discoursing afterwards with him of our family, he told me that when I come to his house he will show me a decree in Chancery, wherein there was 26 men all housekeepers in the town of Cottenham, in Queen Elizabeth's time, of our name. He to church again in the afternoon, I stayed at home busy, and did show some dalliance to my maid Nell, speaking to her of her sweetheart which she had, silly girl. After sermon Roger Pepys comes again. I spent the evening with him much troubled with the thoughts of the evils of our time, whereon we discoursed. By and by occasion offered for my writing to Sir W. Coventry a plain bold letter touching lack of money, which, when it was gone, I was afeard might give offence. But upon 2 or 3 readings over again the copy of it, I was satisfied it was a good letter. Only Sir W. Batten signed it with me, which I could wish I had done alone. Roger Pepys gone, I to the garden, and there dallied a while all alone with Mrs. Markham, and then home to my chamber and to read and write, and then to supper and to bed. 17th. Up, and to my office, where busy all the morning, particularly setting my people to work in transcribing pieces of letters publique and private, which I do collect against a black day to defend the office with and myself. At noon dined at home, Mr. Hayter with me alone, who do seem to be confident that this nation will be undone, and with good reason. Wishes himself at Hamborough, as a great many more, he says, he believes do, but nothing but the reconciling of the Presbyterian party will save us, and I am of his mind. At the office all the afternoon, where every moment business of one kind or other about the fire ships and other businesses, most of them vexatious for want of money, the commanders all complaining that, if they miss to pay their men a night, they run away. Seamen demanding money of them by way of advance, and some of Sir Fretchville Hollies's men that he so bragged of, demanding their tickets to be paid, or they would not work. This Hollies, Sir W. Batten and W. Penn say, proves a very, as Sir W. B. terms him, and the other called him a conceited, idle, prating, lying fellow. But it was pleasant this morning to hear Hollies give me the account what, he says, he told the king in Commissioner Pett's presence, whence it was that his ship was fit sooner than others, telling the king how he dealt with the several commissioners and agents of the ports where he comes, offering Lanyon to carry him a ton or 2 of goods to the Straits, giving Middleton an hour or 2's hearing of his stories of Barbados, going to prayer with Taylor, and standing bare and calling, if it please your honor, to Pett. But Sir W. Penn says that he tells this story to everybody, and believes it to be a very lie. At night comes Captain Cock to see me, and he and I an hour in the garden together. He tells me there have been great endeavors of bringing in the Presbyterian interest, but that it will not do. He named to me several of the insipid lords that are to command the armies that are to be raised. He says the king and court are all troubled, and the gates of the court were shut up upon the first coming of the Dutch to us, but they do mind the business no more than ever. That the bankers, he fears, are broke as to ready money, though Viner had L100,000 by him when our trouble begun. That he and the Duke of Albemarle have received into their own hands, of Viner, the former L100,000, and the latter L120,000 in tallies or assignments, to secure what was in his hands of theirs, and many other great men of our masters have done the like, which is no good sign when they begin to fear the main. He and every body cries out of the office of the ordnance for their neglects, both at Gravesend and Upnor, and everywhere else. He gone, I to my business again, and then home to supper and to bed. I have lately played the fool much with our Nell, in playing with her breasts. This night late, comes a porter with a letter from Monsieur Pratt, to borrow L100 for my Lord Hinchingbroke, to enable him to go out with his troop in the country, as he is commanded, but I did find an excuse to decline it. Among other reasons to myself, this is one, to teach him the necessity of being a good husband, and keeping money or credit by him. 18th, up and did this morning dally with Nell, which I was afterward troubled for, to the office and there all the morning. Peg Pen come to see me, and I was glad of it, and did resolve to have tried her this afternoon, but that there was company with L at my home, whither I got her. Dined at home, W. Hewer with me, and then to the office, and to my Lady Pen, S., and did find occasion for Peg to go home with me to my chamber. But there being an idle gentleman with them, he went with us, and I lost my hope. So to the office, and by word was brought me that Commissioner Pett is brought to the Tower, and there laid up close prisoner, which puts me into a fright, lest they may do the same with us as they do with him. This puts me upon hastening what I am doing with my people, and collecting out of my papers our defense. Myself got Fist, Sir W. Batten's clerk, and busy with him writing letters late, and then home to supper and to read myself asleep, after piping, and so to bed. Great news tonight of the blowing up of one of the Dutch greatest ships, while a council of war was on board. The latter part, I doubt, is not so, it not being confirmed since. But the former, that they had a ship blown up, is said to be true. This evening comes Sir G. Carteret to the office, to talk of business at Sir W. Batten, where all to be undone for want of money, there being none to pay the chest at their publique pay the 24th of this month, which will make us a scorn to the world. After he had done there, he and I into the garden and walked, and the greatest of our discourse is, his sense of the requisiteness of his parting with his being Treasurer of the Navy, if he can, on any good terms. He do harp upon getting my Lord Brunker to take it on half profit, but that he is not able to secure him in paying him so much. But the thing I do advise him to do by all means, and he resolves on it, being but the same counsel which I intend to take myself. My Lady Jem goes down to Hinchingbroke to lie down, because of the troubles of the times here. He tells me he is not sure that the King of France will not annoy us this year, but that the court seems reckon upon it as a thing certain, for that is all that I and most people are afeard of this year. He tells me now the great question is, whether a parliament or no parliament, and says the parliament itself cannot be thought able at present to raise money, and therefore it will be to no purpose to call one. I hear this day poor Mitchell's child is dead. 19th, up and to the office, where all the morning busy with Fist again, beginning early to overtake my business and my letters, which for a post or two have by the late and present troubles been interrupted. At noon comes Sir W. Batten and W. Pen, and we to W. Pen's house, and there discoursed of business an hour, and by comes an order from Sir R. Brown, commanding me this afternoon to attend the council board, with all my books and papers touching the Medway. I was ready some mischief to myself, though it appears most reasonable that it is to inform them about Commissioner Pett. I eat a little bit in haste at Sir W. Batten's, without much comfort, being fearful, though I show it not, and to my office and get up some papers, and found out the most material letters and orders in our books, and so took coach and to the council chamber lobby, where I met Mr. Evelyn, who do miserably decry our follies that bring all this misery upon us. While we were discoursing over our public misfortunes, I am called into a large committee of the council. Present the Duke of Albemarle, Anglesey Arlington, Ashley, Carteret, Duncombe, Coventry, Ingram, Clifford, Lauderdale, Morris, Manchester, Craven, Carlisle, Bridgewater. And after Sir W. Coventry, telling them what orders His Royal Highness had made for the safety of the Medway, I told them to their full content what we had done, and showed them our letters. Then was Peter Pett called in, with the lieutenant of the Tower. He is in his old clothes and looked most sillily. His charge was chiefly the not carrying up of the great ships, and the using of the boats in carrying away his goods, to which he answered very sillily, though his faults to me seem only great omissions. Lord Arlington and Coventry very severe against him, the former saying that, if he was not guilty, the world would think them all guilty. Pett was made a scapegoat. This is confirmed by Marvel. After this loss, to relish discontent, someone must be accused by Parliament, all our miscarriages on Pett must fall, his name alone seems fit to answer all, whose counsel first did this mad war beget, who all commands sold through the navy? Pet, who would not follow when the Dutch were beat, who treated out the time at Bergen? Pet, who the Dutch fleet with storms disabled met, and rifling prizes them neglected? Pet, who with false news prevented the Gazette, the fleet divided, writ for Ruhert? Pet, who all our seamen cheated of their debt, and all our prizes who did swallow? Pet, who did advise no navy out to set, and who the forts left unprepared? Pet, who to supply with powder did forget Langard, Sheerness, Gravesend, and Upner? Pet, who all our ships exposed in Chatham net? Who should it be but the fanatic Pet, the sea architect in making ships, was the first cause of all these naval slips. Had he not built, none of these faults had been. If no creation, there had been no sin but his great crime, one boat away he sent, that lost our fleet and did our flight prevent. Instructions to a painter be. The latter urged that there must be some faults, and that the admiral must be found to have done his part. I did say an unhappy word, which I was sorry for, when he complained of want of oars for the boats, and there was, it seems, enough and good enough to carry away all the boats with from the king's occasions. He said he used never a boat till they were all gone but one, and that was to carry away things of great value, and these were his models of ships, which, when the council, some of them, had said they wished that the Dutch had had them instead of the king's ships, he answered, he did believe the Dutch would have made more advantage of the models than of the ships, and that the king had had greater loss thereby. This they all laughed at. After having heard him for an hour or more, they bid him withdraw. I all this while showing him no respect, but rather against him, for which God forgive me. For I mean no hurt to him, but only find that these lords are upon their own purgation, and it is necessary I should be so in behalf of the office. He being gone, they caused Sir Richard Browne to read over his minutes, and then my Lord Arlington moved that they might be put into my hands to put into form, I being more acquainted with such business, and they were so. So I away back with my books and papers, and when I got into the court, it was pretty to see how people gazed upon me, that I thought myself obliged to salute people, and to smile, lest they should think I was a prisoner too. But afterwards I found that most did take me to be there to bear evidence against Pet. But my fear was such, at my going in, of the success of the day, that at my going in I did think fit to give Hayter, whom I took with me, to wait the event, my closet key and directions where to find L500 and more in silver and gold, and my talies to remove, in case of any misfortune to me. Thence to Sir G. Carteret's to take my leave of my Lady Jem, who is going into the country tomorrow, but she being now at prayers with my lady and family, and hearing here by York, the carrier, that my wife is coming to town, I did make haste home to see her, that she might not find me abroad, it being the first minute I have been abroad since yesterday was Sanite. It is pretty to see how strange it is to be abroad to see people, as it used to be after a month or two's absence, and I have brought myself so to it, that I have no great mind to be abroad, which I could not have believed of myself. I got home, and after being there a little, she come, and two of her fellow travelers with her, with whom we drunk. A couple of merchant-like men, I think, but have friends in our country. They being gone, I and my wife to talk, who did give me so bad an account of her and my father's method in burying of our gold, that made me mad. And she herself is not pleased with it, she believing that my sister knows of it. My father and she did it on Sunday, when they were gone to church in open daylight in the midst of the garden, where, for aught they knew, many eyes might see them, which put me into such trouble that I was almost mad about it, and presently cast about how to have it back again to secure it here, the times being a little better now. At least at Whitehall they seem as if they were, but one way or other I am resolved to free them from the place if I can get them. Such was my trouble at this, that I fell out with my wife, that though new come to town, I did not sup with her, nor speak to her tonight, but to bed and sleep. 20th. Up, without any respect to my wife, only answering her a question or two, without any anger though, and so to the office, where all the morning busy, and among other things Mr. Barber come to me, one of the clerks of the ticket office, to get me to sign some tickets, and told me that all the discourse yesterday, about that part of the town where he was that Mr. Pett and I were in the Tower, and I did hear the same before. At noon, home to dinner, and there my wife and I very good friends, the care of my gold being somewhat over, considering it was in their hands that have as much cause to secure it as myself almost, and so if they will be mad, let them. But yet I do intend to send for it away. Here dined Mercer with us, and after dinner she cut my hair, and then I into my closet and there slept a little, as I do now almost every day after dinner. And then, after dallying a little with Nell, which I am ashamed to think of, away to the office. Busy all the afternoon, in the evening did treat with and in the end agree, but by some kind of compulsion, with the owners of 6 merchant ships, to serve the king as men of war. But Lord, to see how against the hair it is with these men, and every body to trust us and the king, and how unreasonable it is to expect they should be willing to lend their ships, and lay out 2 or 300 a man to fit their ships for new voyages, when we have not paid them half of what we owe them for their old services. I did write so to Sir W. Coventry this night. At night my wife and I to walk and talk again about our gold, which I am not quiet in my mind to be safe, and therefore will think of some way to remove it troubling me very much. So home with my wife to supper, and to bed miserable hot, weather all night it was. 21st, up and by water to Whitehall, there to discourse with G. Carteret and Mr. Fenn about office business. I found them all aground, and no money to do anything with. Thence homewards, calling at my tailor, to bespeak some colored clothes, and thence to Hercules Pillars, all alone, and there spent 6d. On myself, and so home and busy all the morning. At noon to dinner, home, where my wife shows me a letter from her father, who is going over sea, and this afternoon would take his leave of her. I sent him by her 3 Jacobuses in gold, having real pity for him and her. So I to my office, and there all the afternoon. This day comes news from Harwich that the Dutch fleet are all in sight, near 100 sail great and small, they think, coming towards them, where they think they shall be able to oppose them, but do cry out of the falling back of the seamen, few standing by them, and those with much faintness. The like they write from Portsmouth, and their letters this post are worth reading. Sir H. Comely come to me this day, and tells me the court is as mad as ever, and that the night the Dutch burned our ships the king did sup with my Lady Castlemaine at the Duchess of Monmouth's, and they were all mad in hunting of a poor moth, all the court afraid of a parliament, but he thinks nothing can save us but the king's giving up all to a parliament. Busy at the office all the afternoon, and did much business to my great content. In the evening sent for home, and there I find my Lady Penn and Mrs. Lowther, and Mrs. Turner and my wife eating some victuals, and there I sat and laughed with them a little, and so to the office again, and in the evening walked with my wife in the garden, and did give Sir W. Penn at his lodgings, being just come from Deptford from attending the dispatch of the fireships there, an account of what passed the other day at council touching Commissioner Pett, and so home to supper and to bed. 22nd, up and to my office, where busy, and there comes Mrs. Daniel. At the office I all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, where Mr. Lewes Phillips, by invitation of my wife, comes, he coming up to town with her in the coach this week, and she expected another gentleman, a fellow traveller, and I perceive the feast was for him, though she do not say it, but by some mistake he come not, so there was a good dinner lost. Here we had the 2 Mercers, and pretty merry. Much talk with Mr. Phillips about country business, among others that there is no way for me to purchase any several lands in Brampton, or making any several that is not so, without much trouble and cost, and, it may be, not do it neither, so that there is no more ground to be laid to our Brampton house. After dinner I left them, and to the office, and thence to Sir W. Penn's, there to talk with Mrs. Lowther, and by we hearing Mercer and my boy singing at my house, making exceeding good musique, to the joy of my heart, that I should be the master of it, I took her to my office and there merry a while, and then I left them, and at the office busy all the afternoon, and sleepy after a great dinner. In the evening come Captain Hart and Haywood to me about the 6 merchant ships now taken up for men of war, and in talk they told me about the taking of the Royal Charles, that nothing but carelessness lost the ship, for they might have saved her the very tide that the Dutch come up, if they would have but used means, and had but boats, and that the want of boats plainly lost all the other ships. That the Dutch did take her with a boat of 9 men, who found not a man on board her, and her laying so near them was a main temptation to them to come on. And presently a man went up and struck her flag and jacky, and a trumpeter sounded upon her. Joan's placket is torn. That they did carry her down at a time, both for tides and wind, when the best pilot in Chatham would not have undertaken it, they heeling her on one side to make her draw little water, and so carried her away safe. They being gone, by and by comes Sir W. Pen home, and he and I together talking. He hath been at court, and in the first place I hear the Duke of Cambridge is dead, a which is a great loss to the nation, having, I think, never an heir male now of the king's or duke s to succeed to the crown. He tells me that they do begin already to damn the Dutch, and call them cowards at Whitehall, and think of them and their business no better than they used to do, which is very sad. The king did tell him himself, which is so. I was told here in the city that the city hath lent him L10000 to be laid out towards securing of the river of Thames, which methinks is a very poor thing that we should be induced to borrow by such mean sums. He tells me that it is most manifest that one great thing making it impossible for us to have set out a fleet this year, if we could have done it for money or stores, was the liberty given the beginning of the year for the setting out of merchantmen, which did take up, as is said, above 10, if not 15,000 seamen. And this, the other day Captain Cock tells me appears in the council books, that is the number of seamen required to man the merchant ships that had passes to go abroad. By and by, my wife being here, they sat down and eat a bit of their nasty victuals, and so parted, and we to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up to my chamber, and there all the morning reading in my Lord Coke's pleas of the crown, very fine noble reading. After church time comes my wife and Sir W. Pen his lady and daughter, and Mrs. Markham and Captain Harrison, who come to dine with them, by invitation and dined with me, they as good as inviting themselves. I confess I hate their company and tricks, and so had no great pleasure in, but a good dinner lost. After dinner they all to church, and I by water alone to Woolwich, and there called on Mr. Bodham, and he and I to see the batteries newly raised, which indeed are good works to command the river below the ships that are sunk but not above them. Here I met with Captain Cock and Matt, Wren, Fenn, and Charles Porter and Temple and his wife. Here I fell in with these, and to Bodham, with them, and there we sat and laughed and drank in his arbor, Wren making much and kissing all the day of Temple's wife. It is a sad sight to see so many good ships there sunk in the river, while we would be thought to be masters of the sea. Cock says the bankers cannot, till peace returns, ever hope to have credit again, so that they can pay no more money, but people must be contented to take public security such as they can give them, and if so, and they do live to receive the money thereupon, the bankers will be happy men. Fenn read me an order of council passed the 17th instant, directing all the treasurers of any part of the king's revenue to make no payments, but such as shall be approved by the present lords commissioners, which will, I think, spoil the credit of all his majesty's service, when people cannot depend upon payment anywhere. But the king's declaration in behalf of the bankers, to make good their assignments for money, is very good, and will, I hope, secure me. Cock says that he hears it has come to it now, that the king will try what he can soon do for a peace, and if he cannot, that then he will cast all upon the Parliament to do as they see fit, and in doing so, perhaps, he may save us all. The King of France, it is believed, is engaged for this year. Louis Roman XIV was at this time in Flanders with his queen, his mistresses, and all his court. Turenne commanded under him, whilst Charles was hunting moths at Lady Castlemaine's, and the English fleet was burning, Louis was carrying on the campaign with vigor. Armentières was taken on the 28th May, Charleroi on the 2nd June, St. Winox on the 6th, Fumes on the 12th, Ath on the 16th, Taume on the 24th, the Escarpe on the 6th July, Courtrai on the 18th Audenarde on the 31st, and Lisle on the 27th Augusty. So that we shall be safe as to him. The great misery the city and kingdom is like to suffer for want of coals in a little time is very visible, and, is feared, will breed a mutiny, for we are not in any prospect to command the sea for our colliers to come, but rather, it is feared, the Dutch may go and burn all our colliers at Newcastle, though others do say that they lie safe enough there. No news at all of late from Bredog what our treaters do. By and by, all by water in 3 boats to Greenwich, there to Cox, where we supped well, and then late, Wren, Fenn, and I home by water, set me in at the Tower, and they to Whitehall, and so I home, and after a little talk with my wife to bed. 24th, up, and to the office, where much business upon me by the coming of people of all sorts about the dispatch of one business or other of the fireships, or other ships to be set out now. This morning greeting come, and I with him at my flageolet. At noon dined at home with my wife alone, and then in the afternoon all the day at my office. troubled a little at a letter from my father, which tells me of an idle companion, one Coleman, who went down with him and my wife in the coach, and come up again with my wife, a pensioner of the King's Guard, and one that my wife, indeed, made the feast for on Saturday last, though he did not come. But if he knows nothing of our money, I will prevent any other inconvenience. In the evening comes Mr. Povey about business, and he and I to walk in the garden an hour or two, and to talk of state matters. He tells me his opinion that it is out of possibility for us to escape being undone, there being nothing in our power to do that is necessary for the saving us. A lazy prince, no counsel, no money, no reputation at home or abroad. He says that to this day the king do follow the women as much as ever he did, that the Duke of York hath not got Mrs. Middleton, as I was told the other day, but says that he wants not her, for he hath others, and hath always had, and that he hath known them brought through the matted gallery at Whitehall into his closet. Nay, he hath come out of his wife's bed, and gone to others laid in bed for him. That Mr. Brunker is not the only pimp, but that the whole family is of the same strain, and will do anything to please him. That, besides the death of the two princes lately, the family is in horrible disorder by being in debt by spending above L60000 per annum when he hath not L40000, that the Duchess is not only the proudest woman in the world, but the most expenseful, and that the Duke of York's marriage with her hath undone the kingdom by making the Chancellor so great above reach, who otherwise would have been but an ordinary man to have been dealt with by other people. And he would have been careful of managing things well, for fear of being called to account. Whereas, now he is secure, and hath let things run to rack, as they now appear. That at a certain time, Mr. Povey did carry him an account of the state of the Duke of York's estate, showing in faithfulness how he spent more than his estate would bear, by above L20000 per annum, and asked my lord's opinion of it. To which he answered that no man that loved the king or kingdom durst own the writing of that paper. At which Povey was startled, and reckoned himself undone for this good service, and found it necessary then to show it to the Duke of York's commissioners, who read, examined, and approved of it, so as to cause it to be put into form, and signed it, and gave it the Duke. Now the end of the Chancellor was, for fear that his daughter's ill housewifery should be condemned. He tells me that the other day, upon this ill news of the Dutch being upon us, Whitehall was shut up, and the council called and sat close. And by the way, he do assure me, from the mouth of some privy councillors, that at this day the privy council in general do know no more what the state of the kingdom as to peace and war is than he or I, nor knows who manages it, nor upon whom it depends. And there my Lord Chancellor did make a speech to them, saying that they knew well that he was no friend to the war from the beginning, and therefore had concerned himself little in, nor could say much to it, and a great deal of that kind, to discharge himself of the fault of the war. Upon which my Lord Anglesey rose up, and told his Majesty that he thought their coming now together was not to inquire who was, or was not, the cause of the war, but to inquire what was, or could be, done in the business of making a peace, and in whose hands that was, and where it was stopped or forwarded, and went on very highly to have all made open to them. And by the way, I remember that Captain Cock did the other day tell me that this Lord Anglesey hath said, within few days, that he would willingly give L10,000 of his estate, that he was well secured of the rest. Such apprehensions he hath of the sequel of things, as giving all over for lost. He tells me, speaking of the horrid effeminacy of the king, that the king hath taken 10 times more care and pains in making friends between my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Stuart, when they have fallen out, than ever he did to save his kingdom. Nay, that upon any falling out between my Lady Castlemaine's nurse and her woman, my lady hath often said she would make the king to make them friends, and they would be friends and be quiet, which the king hath been fain to do. That the king is, at this day, every night in Hyde Park with the Duchess of Monmouth, or with my Lady Castlemaine. That he is concerned of late by my Lord Arlington in the looking after some buildings that he is about in Norfolk, where my lord is laying out a great deal of money. And that he, Mr. Povey, considering the unsafeness of laying out money at such a time as this, and besides, the enviousness of the particular county, as well as all the kingdom, to find him building and employing workmen, while all the ordinary people of the country are carried down to the seasides for securing the land, he thought it becoming him to go to my Lord Arlington, Sir Thomas Clifford by, and give it as his advice to hold his hands a little. But my lord would not, but would have him go on, and so Sir Thomas Clifford advised also, which one would think, if he were a statesman worth a fart, should be a sign of his foreseeing that all shall do well. But I do forbear concluding any such thing from them. He tells me that there is not so great confidence between any two men of power in the nation at this day, that he knows of, as between my Lord Arlington and Sir Thomas Clifford, and that it arises by accident only, there being no relation nor acquaintance between them, but only Sir Thomas Clifford's coming to him and applying himself to him for favors when he come first up to town to be a Parliament man. He tells me that he do not think there is anything in the world for us possibly to be saved by, but the King of France's generousness to stand by us against the Dutch, and getting us a tolerable peace, it may be, upon our giving him Tangier and the islands he hath taken, and other things he shall please to ask. He confirms me in the several grounds I have conceived of fearing that we shall shortly fall into mutinies and outrages among ourselves, and that therefore he, as a treasurer, and therefore much more myself, I say, as being not only a treasurer but an officer of the navy, on whom, for all the world knows, the faults of all our evils are to be laid, do fear to be seized on by some rude hands as having money to answer for, which will make me the more desirous to get off of this treasurership as soon as I can, as I had before in my mind resolved. Having done all this discourse, and concluded the kingdom in a desperate condition, we parted, and I to my wife, with whom was Mercer and Betty Mitchell, poor woman, come with her husband to see us after the death of her little girl. We sat in the garden together a while, it being night, and then Mercer and I a song or two, and then in the Mitchells' home, my wife, Mercer, and I to supper, and then parted and to bed. 25th. Up and with Sir W. Penn in his new chariot, which indeed is plain, but pretty and more fashionable in shape than any coach he hath, and yet do not cost him harness and all above L32 to Whitehall, where stayed a very little, and thence to St. James's to W. Coventry, whom I have not seen since before the coming of the Dutch into the river, nor did indeed know how well to go see him, for shame either to him or me, or both of us, to find ourselves in so much misery. I find that he and his fellow treasurers are in the utmost want of money, and do find fault with Sir G. Carteret, that, having kept the mystery of borrowing money to himself so long, to the ruin of the nation, as W. Coventry said in words to W. Penn and me, he should now lay it aside and come to them for money for every penny he hath, declaring that he can raise no more. Which, I confess, do appear to me the most like ill will of anything that I have observed of W. Coventry, when he himself did tell us, on another occasion at the same time, that the bankers who used to furnish them money are not able to lend a farthing, and he knows well enough that that was all the mystery G. Carteret did use, that is, only his credit with them. He told us the masters and owners of the two ships that I had complained of, for not readily setting forth their ships, which we had taken up to make men of war, had been yesterday with the king and council, and had made their case so well understood, that the king did owe them for what they had earned the last year, that they could not set them out again without some money or stores out of the king's yards. The latter of which W. Coventry said must be done, for that they were not able to raise money for them, though it was but L200 a ship, which do skew us our condition to be so bad that I am in a total despair of ever having the nation do well. After talking a while, and all out of heart with stories of want of seamen, and seamen's running away, and their demanding a month's advance, and our being forced to give seamen threes a day to go hence to work at Chatham, and other things that show nothing but destruction upon us, for it is certain that, as it now is, the seamen of England, in my conscience, would, if they could, go over and serve the King of France or Holland rather than us. Up to the Duke of York to his chamber, where he seems to be pretty easy, and now and then merry, but yet one may perceive in all their minds there is something of trouble and care, and with good reason. Thence to Whitehall, and with Sir W. Penn, by chariot, and there in the court met with my Lord Anglesey, and he to talk with W. Penn, and told him of the masters of ships being with the council yesterday, and that we were not in condition, though the men were willing, to furnish them with L200 of money, already due to them as earned by them the last year, to enable them to set out their ships again this year for the king, which he is amazed at. And when I told him, "My lord, this is a sad instance of the condition we are in," he answered, that it was so indeed, and sighed, and so parted. And he up to the council chamber, where I perceive they sit every morning, and I to Westminster Hall, where it is term time. I met with none I knew, nor did desire it, but only passed through the hall and so back again, and by coach home to dinner, being weary indeed of seeing the world, and thinking it high time for me to provide against the foul weather that is certainly coming upon us. So to the office, and there Pen and I did some business, and then home to dinner, where my wife pleases me mightily with what she can do upon the flageolet, and then I to the office again, and busy all the afternoon. And it is worth noting that the King and Council, in their order of the 23rd instant, for unloading 3 merchant ships taken up for the King's service for men of war, do call the late coming of the Dutch an invasion. I was told yesterday that Mr. Oldenburg, our secretary at Gresham College, is put into the Tower, for writing news to a virtuoso in France with whom he constantly corresponds in philosophical matters, which makes it very unsafe at this time to write or almost do anything. Several captains come to the office yesterday and today, complaining that their men come and go when they will, and will not be commanded, though they are paid every night, or may be. Nay, this afternoon comes Harry Russell from Gravesend, telling us that the money carried down yesterday for the chest at Chatham had like to have been seized upon yesterday, in the barge there, by seamen, who did beat our watermen. And what men should these be but the boat's crew of Sir Frechville Hollies, who used to brag so much of the goodness and order of his men and his command over them. Busy all the afternoon at the office. Towards night I with Mr. Kynaston to Whitehall about a Tangier order, but lost our labor, only met Sir H. Comely there, and he tells me great news. That this day in council the King hath declared that he will call his Parliament in 30 days, which is the best news I have heard a great while, and will, if anything, save the kingdom. How the King come to be advised to this, I know not, but he tells me that it was against the Duke of York's mind flatly, who did rather advise the King to raise money as he pleased, and against the Chancellor, S., who told the King that Queen Elizabeth did do all her business in 88 without calling a Parliament, and so might he do, for anything he saw. But blessed be God. It is done, and pray God it may hold, though some of us must surely go to the pot, for all must be flung up to them or nothing will be done. So back home, and my wife down by water, I sent her, with Mrs. Hewer and her son W. Hewer to see the sunk ships, while I stayed at the office, and in the evening was visited by Mr. Roberts the merchant by us about the getting him a ship cleared from serving the King as a man of war, which I will endeavor to do. So home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up and in dressing myself in my dressing chamber comes up Nell, and I did play with her. So being ready I to Whitehall by water, and there to the Lords Treasurer's chamber and their wait, and here it is every body's discourse that the Parliament is ordered to meet the 25th of July, being, as they say, St. James's Day, which every creature is glad of. But it is pretty to consider how, walking to the Old Swan from my house, I met Sir Thomas Harvey, whom, asking the news of the Parliament's meeting, he told me it was true, and they would certainly make a great rout among us. I answered, I did not care for my part, though I was ruined, so that the Commonwealth might escape ruin by it. He answered, that is a good one, in faith, for you know yourself to be secure in being necessary to the office. But for my part, says he, I must look to be removed. But then, says he, I doubt not but I shall have amends made me, for all the world knows upon what terms I come in. Which is a saying that a wise man would not unnecessarily have said, I think, to any body, meaning his buying his place of my Lord Berkeley. So we parted, and I to Whitehall, as I said before, and there met with Sir Stephen Fox and Mr. Scone, who both confirmed the news of the Parliament's meeting. Here I stayed for an order for my Tangier money, L30000, upon the 11 months' tax, and so away to my Lord Arlington's office, and there spoke to him about Mr. Lanyon's business, and received a good answer. And thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked a little, and there met with Colonel Reams, who tells me of a letter come last night, or the day before, from my Lord St. Albans out of France, wherein he says that the King of France did lately fall out with him, giving him ill names, saying that he had belied him to our King, by saying that he had promised to assist our King and to forward the peace, saying that indeed he had offered to forward the peace at such a time, but it was not accepted of, and so he thinks himself not obliged, and would do what was fit for him, and so made him to go out of his sight in great displeasure. And he hath given this account to the king, which, Colonel Rames tells me, puts them into new melancholy at court, and he believes hath forwarded the resolution of calling the Parliament. Wherewith for all this I am very well contented, and so parted and to the Exchequer, but Mr. Burgess was not in his office. So alone to the Swan, and thither come Mr. Kynaston to me, and he and I into a room, and there drank and discoursed, and I am mightily pleased with him for a most diligent and methodical man in all his business. By and by to Burgess, and did as much as we could with him about our Tangier order, though we met with unexpected delays in it, but such as are not to be avoided by reason of the form of the act and the disorders which the king's necessities do put upon it, and therefore away by coach, and at Whitehall spied Mr. Povey, who tells me, as a great secret, which none knows but himself, that Sir G. Carteret hath parted with his place of Treasurer of the Navy, by consent, to my Lord Anglesey, and is to be Treasurer of Ireland in his stead. But upon what terms it is I know not, but Mr. Povey tells it is so, and that it is in his power to bring me to as great a friendship and confidence in my Lord Anglesey as ever I was with W. Coventry, which I am glad of, and so parted, and I to my tailor, about turning my old silk suit and cloak into a suit and vest, and thence with Mr. Kynaston, whom I had set down in the Strand and took up again at the Temple Gate, home, and there to dinner. Mightily pleased with my wife's playing on the flageolet, and so after dinner to the office. Such is the want already of coals, and the despair of having any supply, by reason of the enemy, being abroad, and no fleet of ours to secure, that they are come, as Mr. Kynaston tells me, at this day to L510s. Per Chaldron. All the afternoon busy at the office. In the evening with my wife and Mercer took coach and to Islington to the old house, and there eat and drank and sang with great pleasure, and then round by Hackney home with great pleasure, and when come home to bed, my stomach not being well pleased with the cream we had tonight. 27th. Wakened this morning about 3 o'clock, by Mr. Griffin with a letter from Sir W. Coventry to W. Penn, which W. Penn sent me to see, that the Dutch are come up to the Nore again, and he knows not whether further or no, and would have, therefore, several things done. Ships sunk, and I know not what which Sir W. Penn, who it seems is very ill this night, or would be thought so, hath directed Griffin to carry to the Trinity House. So he went away with the letter, and I tried, and with much ado did get a little sleep more, and so up about 6 o'clock, full of thought what to do with the little money I have left and my plate, wishing with all my heart that that was all secured. So to the office, where much business all the morning, and the more by my brethren being all out of the way. Sir W. Penn this night taken so ill cannot stir, W. Batten ill at Walthamstow, Sir J. Minns the like at Chatham, and my Lord Brunker there also upon business. Horrible trouble with the backwardness of the merchants to let us have their ships, and seamen's running away, and not to be got or kept without money. It is worth turning to our letters this day to Sir W. Coventry about these matters. At noon to dinner, having a haunch of venison boiled, and all my clerks at dinner with me, and mightily taken with Mr. Gibson's discourse of the faults of this war and its management, compared that in the last war, which I will get him to put into writing. Thence, after dinner, to the office again, and there I saw the proclamations come out this day for the Parliament to meet the 25th of next month, for which God be praised. And another to invite seamen to bring in their complaints, of their being ill-used in the getting their tickets and money, there being a committee of the council appointed to receive their complaints. This noon W. Hewer and T. Hayter both tell me that it is all over the town, and Mr. Pierce tells me also, this afternoon coming to me, that for certain Sir G. Carteret hath parted with his treasurer's place, and that my Lord Anglesey is in it upon agreement and change of places, though the latter part one do not think. This Povey told me yesterday, and I think it is a wise act of G. Carteret. Pierce tells me that he hears for certain fresh at court, that France and we shall agree, and more, that yesterday was damned at the council, the Canary Company, and also that my Lord Mordaunt hath laid down his commission, both good things to please the Parliament, which I hope will do good. Pierce tells me that all the town do cry out of our office, for a pack of fools and knaves, but says that everybody speaks either well, or at least the best of me, which is my great comfort, and think I do deserve it and shall show I have. but yet do think, and he also, that the Parliament will send us all going, and I shall be well contented with it, God knows. But he tells me how Matt. Wren should say that he was told that I should say that W. Coventry was guilty of the miscarriage at Chatham, though I myself, as he confesses, did tell him otherwise, and that it was Holy Pet's fault. This do trouble me, not only as untrue, but as a design in some or other to do me hurt. For, as the thing is false, so it never entered into my mouth or thought, nor ever shall. He says that he hath rectified Wren in his belief of this, and so all is well. He gone, I to business till the evening, and then by chance home, and find the fellow that come up with my wife, Coleman, lass from Brampton, a silly rogue, but one that would seem a gentleman. But I did not stay with him. So to the office, where late, busy, and then to walk a little in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. News this tide, that about 80 sail of the Dutch, great and small, were seen coming up the river this morning, and this tied some of them to the upper end of the Hope. 28th, up, and here Sir W. Batten is come to town. I to see him. He is very ill of his fever, and come to town only for advice. Sir J. Minns, I hear also, is very ill all this night, worse than before. Thence I going out met at the gate Sir H. Comely coming to me, and I to him in the coach, and both of us presently to St. James's, by the way discoursing of some tangier business about money, which the want of I see will certainly bring the place into a bad condition. We find the Duke of York and W. Coventry gone this morning by 2 o'clock to Chatham, to come home tonight, and it is fine to observe how both the King and Duke of York have, in their several late journeys to and again, done them in the night for coolness. Thence with him to the Treasury Chamber, and then to the Exchequer to inform ourselves a little about our warrant for L30000 for Tangier, which vexes us that it is so far off in time of payment. Having walked 2 or 3 turns with him in the hall we parted, and I home by coach, and did business at the office till noon, and then by water to Whitehall to dinner to Sir G. Carteret. But he not at home, but I dined with my lady in good company, and good dinner. My lady and the family in very good humour upon this business of his parting with his place of Treasurer of the Navy, which I perceive they do own, and we did talk of it with satisfaction. They do here tell me that the Duke of Buckingham hath surrendered himself to Secretary Morris, and is going to the Tower. Mr. Fenn at the table says that he hath been taken by the watch 2 or 3 times of late, at unseasonable hours, but so disguised that they could not know him. And when I come home, by and by, Mr. Lowther tells me that the Duke of Buckingham do dine publicly this day at Wadlow, at the Sun Tavern, and is mighty merry, and sent word to the Lieutenant of the Tower that he would come to him as soon as he had dined. Now, how sad a thing it is, when we come to make sport of proclaiming men traitors, and banishing them, and putting them out of their offices and privy council, and of sending to and going to the Tower. God have mercy on us. At table, my lady and Sir Philip Carteret have great and good discourse of the greatness of the present King of France, what great things he hath done, that a man may pass, at any hour in the night, all over that wild city, with a purse in his hand and no danger. That there is not a beggar to be seen in it, nor dirt lying in it. That he hath married 2 of Colbert's daughters to 2 of the greatest princes of France, and given them portions bought the greatest dukedom in France, and given it to Colbert. The Carterets appear to have mystified Pepys, who eagerly believed all that was told him. At this time Paris was notoriously unsafe, infested with robbers and beggars, and abominably unclean. Colbert had 3 daughters, of whom the eldest was just married when Pepys wrote, viz., Jean Marie Therese to the Duc de Chevreuse on the 3rd February 1667. The second daughter, Henriette Louise, was not married to the Duc de Saint-Aignan till January 21, 1671, and the third, Marie Anne, to the Duc de Mortemart, February 14, 1679. Colbert himself was never made a duke. His highest title was Marquis de Seignelay B. And ne'er a prince in France dare whisper against it, whereas here our king cannot do any such thing, but everybody's mouth is open against him for it, and the man that hath the favour also. That to several commanders that had not money to set them out to the present Campagny, he did of his own accord send them 1,000 sterling apiece, to equip themselves. But then they did enlarge upon the slavery of the people that they are taxed more than the real estates they have. Nay, it is an ordinary thing for people to desire to give the king all their land that they have, and themselves become only his tenants, and pay him rent to the full value of it. So they may have but their earnings, but this will not be granted. But he shall give the value of his rent, and part of his labor too. That there is not a petty governor of a province, nay, of a town, but he will take the daughter from the richest man in the town under him, that hath got anything, and give her to his footman for a wife if he pleases. And the king of France will do the like to the best man in his kingdom, take his daughter from him, and give her to his footman, or whom he pleases. It is said that he do make a sport of us now, and says that he knows no reason why his cousin, the King of England, should not be as willing to let him have his kingdom, as that the Dutch should take it from him, which is a most wretched thing that ever we should live to be in this most contemptible condition. After dinner Sir G. Carteret come in, and I to him and my lady, and there he did tell me that the business was done between him and my Lord Anglesey. That himself is to have the other's place of Deputy Treasurer of Ireland, which is a place of honour and great profit, being far better, I know not for what reason, but a reason there is, than the Treasurer's, my Lord of Cork, and to give the other his of Treasurer of the Navy. That the King, at his earnest entreaty, did, with much unwillingness, but with owning of great obligations to him, for his faithfulness and long service to him and his father, and therefore was willing to grant his desire. That the Duke of York hath given him the same kind words, so that it is done with all the good manner that could be, and he I perceive do look upon it, and so do I confess, as a great good fortune to him to meet with one of my Lord Anglesey's quality willing to receive it at this time. Sir W. Coventry he hath not yet made acquainted with it, nor do intend it being done purely to ease himself of the many troubles and plagues, which he thinks the perverseness and unkindness of Sir W. Coventry, and others by his means, have and is likely every day to bring upon him, and the Parliament's envy, and lastly to put himself into a condition of making up his accounts, which he is, he says, afeard he shall never otherwise be. My Lord Chancellor, I perceive, is his friend in it. I remember I did in the morning tell Sir H. Comely of this business, and he answered me he was sorry for it, for whatever Sir G. Carteret was, he is confident my Lord Anglesey is one of the greatest knaves in the world, which is news to me, but I shall make my use of it. Having done this discourse with Sir G. Carteret, and signified my great satisfaction in it, which they seem to look upon as something, I went away and by coach home, and there find my wife making of tea, a drink which Mr. Pelling, the potticary, tells her is good for her cold and defluxions. I to the office, whither come Mr. Carcass to me to sue for my favour to him, and Sir W. Penn's, where I find Mr. Lowther come to town after the journey, and after a small visit to him, I to the office to do much business, and then in the evening to Sir W. Batten's, to see how he did, and he is better than he was. He told me how Mrs. Lowther had her train held up yesterday by her page, at his house in the country, which is so ridiculous a piece of pride as I am ashamed of. He told me also how he hears by somebody that my Lord Brunker's maid hath told that her Lady Mrs. Williams had sold her jewels and clothes to raise money for something or other. And indeed the last night a letter was sent from her to me, to send to my lord with about 5 pieces of gold in it, which methought at the time was but a poor supply. I then to Sir W. Penn, who continues a little ill, or dissembles it, the latter of which I am apt to believe. Here I stayed but little, not meaning much kindness in it, and so to the office and dispatched more business, and then home at night, and to supper with my wife, and who should come in but Mr. Pelling, and supped with us and told us the news of the town, how the officers of the navy are cried out upon, and a great many greater men. But do think that I shall do well enough, and I think, if I have justice, I shall. He tells me of my Lord Duke of Buckingham, his dining today at the Sun, and that he was mighty merry, and, what is strange, tells me that really he is at this day a very popular man, the world reckoning him to suffer upon no other account than that he did propound in Parliament to have all the questions that had to do with the receipt of the taxes and prizes. But they must be very silly that do think he can do anything out of good intention. After a great deal of tittle-tattle with this honest man, he gone we to bed. We hear that the Dutch are gone down again, and thanks be to God. The trouble they give us this second time is not very considerable. 29th. Up, having had many ugly dreams tonight of my father and my sister and mother, coming to us, and meeting my wife and me at the gate of the office going out, they all in laced suits, and come, they told me, to be with me this May day. My mother told me she lacked a pair of gloves, and I remembered a pair of my wife's in my chamber, and resolved she should have them, but then recollected how my mother come to be here when I was in mourning for her, and so thinking it to be a mistake in our thinking her all this while dead, I did contrive that it should be said to any that inquired that it was my mother-in-law, my wife's mother, that was dead, and we in mourning for. This dream troubled me, and I waked. These dreams did trouble me mightily all night. Up and by coach to St. James's, and there find Sir W. Coventry and Sir W. Penn above stairs, and then we to discourse about making up our accounts against the Parliament. And Sir W. Coventry did give us the best advice he could for us to provide for our own justification, believing, as everybody do, that they will fall heavily upon us all. Though he lay all upon want of money, only a little, he says, if the Parliament be in any temper, may be laid upon themselves for not providing money sooner. They being expressly and industriously warned thereof by him, he says, even to the troubling them, that some of them did afterwards tell him that he had frighted them. He says he do prepare to justify himself, and that he hears that my Lord Chancellor, my Lord Arlington, the Vice-Chamberlain and himself are reported all up and down the coffee houses to be the 4 sacrifices that must be made to atone the people. Then we to talk of the loss of all affection and obedience, now in the seamen, so that all power is lost. He told us that he do concur in thinking that want of money do the most of it, but that is not all, but the having of gentlemen captains, who discourage all tarpaulins, and have given out that they would in a little time bring it to that pass that a tarpaulin should not dare to aspire to more than to be a boatswain or a gunner. That this makes the sea captains to lose their own good affections to the service, and to instill it into the seamen also, and that the seamen do see it themselves and resent it. And tells us that it is notorious, even to his bearing of great ill will at court, that he hath been the opposer of gentlemen captains. And Sir W. Penn did put in, and said that he was esteemed to have been the man that did instill it into Sir W. Coventry, which Sir W. Coventry did own also, and says that he hath always told the gentlemen captains his opinion of them, and that himself who had now served to the business of the sea 6 or 7 years should know a little, and as much as them that had never almost been at sea, and that yet he found himself fitter to be a bishop or pope than to be a sea commander. And so indeed he is. I begun to tell him of the experience I had of the great brags made by Sir F. Hollies the other day, and the little proof either of the command or interest he had in his men, which Sir W. Penn seconded by saying Sir Fr. Hollies had told him that there was not a pilot to be got the other day for his fireships, and so was forced to carry them down himself, which Sir W. Coventry says, in my conscience, he knows no more to do, and understand the river no more than he do Tiber or Ganges. Thence I away with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, to the Treasury Chamber, but to no purpose, and so by coach home, and there to my office to business, and then home to dinner, and to pipe with my wife, and so to the office again, having taken a resolution to take a turn to Chatham tomorrow, indeed to do business of the King's, but also to give myself the satisfaction of seeing the place after the Dutch have been here. I have sent to and got Creed to go with me by coach betimes tomorrow morning. After having done my business at the office I home, and there I found Coleman come again to my house, and with my wife in our great chamber, which vexed me, there being a bed therein. I stayed there a while, and then to my study vexed, showing no civility to the man. But he comes on a compliment to receive my wife's commands into the country, whither he is going, and it being Saturday my wife told me there was no other room for her to bring him in, and so much is truth. But I stayed vexed in my closet till by and by my cousin Thomas Pepys, of Hatcham, come to see me, and he up to my closet, and there sat talking an hour or 2 of the sad state of the times, whereof we did talk very freely, and he thinks nothing but a union of religious interests will ever settle us. And I do think that, and the Parliament's taking the whole management of things into their hands, and severe inquisitions into our miscarriages, will help us. After we had bewailed ourselves and the kingdom very freely one to another, wherein I do blame myself for my freedom of speech to anybody, he gone, and Coleman gone also before, I to the office, whither Creed come by my desire, and he and I to my wife, to whom I now propose the going to Chatham, who mightily pleased with it, sent for Mercer to go with her. But she could not go, having friends at home, which vexed my wife and me. And the poor wretch would have had anybody else to have gone, but I would like nobody else, so was contented to stay at home, on condition to go to Ispsum next Sunday, which I will do, and so I to the office to dispatch my business, and then home to supper with Creed, and then Creed and I together to bed, very pleasant in discourse. This day talking with Sir W. Batten, he did give me an account how ill the King and Duke of York was advised to send orders for our frigates and fireships to come from Gravesend, soon as ever news come of the Dutch being returned into the river, wherein no seaman, he believes, was advised with. For, says he, we might have done just as Warwick did, when he, W. Batten, come with the King and the like fleet in the late wars into the river. For Warwick did not run away from them, but sailed before them when they sailed, and come to anchor when they come to anchor, and always kept in a small distance from them, so as to be able to take any opportunity of any of their ships running aground, or change of wind, or anything else, to his advantage. So might we have done with our fireships, and we have lost an opportunity of taking or burning a good ship of theirs, which was run aground about Holehaven, I think he said, with the wind so as their ships could not get her away. But we might have done what we would with her, and, it may be, done them mischief too with the wind. This seems very probable, and I believe was not considered. 30th Lord's Day. Up about 3 o'clock, and Creed and I got ourselves ready, and took coach at our gate, it being very fine weather, and the cool of the morning, and with much pleasure, without any stop, got to Rochester about 10 of the clock. All the way having mighty pleasant talk of the fate that is over all we do, that it seems as if we were designed in everything, by land by sea, to undo ourselves. At the foot of Rochester Bridge, at the landing place, I met my Lord Brunker and my Lord Douglas, and all the officers of the soldiers in the town, waiting there for the Duke of York, whom they heard was coming thither this day. By and by comes my Lord Middleton, the first time I remember to have seen him, well mounted, who had been to meet him, but come back without him. He seems a fine soldier, and so every body says he is. And a man, like my Lord Teviot, and indeed most of the Scotch gentry, as I observe, a few words. After staying here by the waterside and seeing the boats come up from Chatham, with them that rode with bandoliers about their shoulders and muskets in their boats, they being the workmen of the yard, who have promised to redeem their credit, lost by their deserting the service when the Dutch were there, my Lord Brunker went with Lord Middleton to his inn, the Crown, to dinner, which I took unkindly, but he was slightly invited. So I and Creed down by boat to Chatham Yard, our watermen having their bandoliers about them all the way, and to Commissioner Pett's house, where my Lord Brunker told me that I should meet with his dinner 2 dishes of meat, but did not. But however, by the help of Mr. Wiles, had some beer and ale brought me, and a good piece of roast beef from somebody's table, and eat well at 2, and after dinner into the garden to show Creed. And I must confess, it must needs be thought a sorrowful thing for a man that hath taken so much pains to make a place neat to lose it, as Commissioner Pett must now this. Thence to see the batteries made, which, indeed, are very fine, and guns placed so as one would think the river should be very secure. I was glad, as also it was new to me, to see so many fortifications as I have of late seen, and so up to the top of the hill, there to look, and could see towards Sheerness to spy the Dutch fleet, but could make none but one vessel, they being all gone. But here I was told that in all the late attempt, there was but one man that they knew killed on shore, and that was a man that had laid himself upon his belly upon one of the hills, on the other side of the river, to see the action, and a bullet come, took the ground away just under his belly, and ripped up his belly, and so was killed. Thence back to the dock, and in my way saw how they are fain to take the deals of the rope-house to supply other occasions, and how sillily the country troopers look, that stand upon the passes there. And, methinks, as if they were more willing to run away than to fight, and it is said that the country soldiers did first run at Sheerness, but that then my Lord Douglas's men did run also. But it is excused that there was no defense for them towards the sea, that so the very beach did fly in their faces as the bullets come, and annoyed them, they having, after all this preparation of the officers of the ordnance, only done something towards the land, and nothing at all towards the sea. The people here everywhere do speak very badly of Sir Edward Spragg, as not behaving himself as he should have done in that business, going away with the first, and that old Captain Pine, who, I am here told, and no sooner is Master Gunner of England, was the last that stayed there. Thence by barge, it raining hard down to the chain, and in our way did see the sad wracks of the poor Royal Oak, James, and London. The bottom of the Royal James is got afloat, and those of the Loyal London and Royal Oak soon will be so. Many men are at work to put Sheerness in a posture of defense, and a boom is being fitted over the river by Upnor Castle, which with the good fortifications will leave nothing to fear. Calendar of State Papers, 1667, p. And several other of our ships by us sunk, and several of the enemy, whereof 3 men of war that they could not get off, and so burned. We did also see several dead bodies lie by the side of the water. I do not see that Upnor Castle hath received any hurt by them, though they played long against it, and they themselves shot till they had hardly a gun left upon the carriages, so badly provided they were. They have now made 2 batteries on that side, which will be very good, and do good service. So to the chain, and there saw it fast at the end on Upnor side of the river, very fast, and borne up upon the several stages across the river, and where it is broke nobody can tell me. I went on shore on Upnor side to look upon the end of the chain, and caused the link to be measured, and it was 6 inches and 1/4 in circumference. They have burned the crane house that was to haul it taut. It seems very remarkable to me, and of great honor to the Dutch, that those of them that did go on shore to Gillingham, though they went in fear of their lives, and were some of them killed, and notwithstanding their provocation at shelling, yet killed none of our people nor plundered their houses, but did take some things of easy carriage, and left the rest, and not a house burned. And which is to our eternal disgrace, that what my Lord Douglas's men, who come after them, found there, they plundered and took all away. And the watermen that carried us did further tell us, that our own soldiers are far more terrible to those people of the country towns than the Dutch themselves. We were told at the batteries, upon my seeing of the field guns that were there, that, had they come a day sooner, they had been able to have saved all. But they had no orders, and lay lingering upon the way, and did not come forward for want of direction. Commissioner Pett's house was all unfurnished, he having carried away all his goods. I met with no satisfaction whereabouts the chain was broke, but do confess I met with nobody that I could well expect to have satisfaction, it being Sunday, and the officers of the yard most of them abroad, or at the Hill House, at the pay of the chest, which they did make use of today to do part in. Several complaints, I hear, of the Monmouth's coming away too soon from the chain, where she was placed with the 2 guardships to secure it. And Captain Robert Clerk, my friend, is blamed for so doing there, but I hear nothing of him at London about it. But Captain Brooks's running aground with the Sancta Maria, which was one of the 3 ships that were ordered to be sunk to have dammed up the river at the chain, is mightily cried against, and with reason, he being the chief man to approve of the abilities of other men, and the other 2 slips did get safe thither, and he run aground. But yet I do hear that though he be blamable, yet if she had been there, she nor 2 more to them 3 would have been able to have commanded the river all over. I find that here, as it hath been in our river, fire ships, when fitted, have been sunk afterwards, and particularly those here at the Muscle, where they did no good at all. Our great ships that were run aground and sunk are all well raised but the Vanguard, which they go about to raise tomorrow. The Henry, being let loose to drive up the river of herself, did run up as high as the bridge, and broke down some of the rails of the bridge, and so back again with the tide, and up again, and then berthed himself so well as no pilot could ever have done better. And Punnet says he would not, for his life, have undertaken to have done it with all his skill. I find it is true that the Dutch did heel, the Charles to get her down, and yet run aground twice or thrice, and yet got her safe away, and have her, with a great many good guns in her, which none of our pilots would ever have undertaken. It is very considerable the quantity of goods, which the making of these platforms and batteries do take out of the king's stores, so that we shall have little left there, and God knows. No credit to buy any. Besides, the taking away and spending of it is possible, several goods that would have been either rejected or abatement made for them before used. It is a strange thing to see that, while my Lords Douglas and Middleton do ride up and down upon single horses, my Lord Brunker do go up and down with his hackney coach and 6 horses at the king's charge, which will do, for all this time, and the time that he is likely to stay, must amount to a great deal. But I do not see that he hath any command over the seamen, he being affronted by 3 or 4 seamen before my very face, which he took sillily, methought, and is not able to do so much good as a good boatswain in this business. My Lord Brunker, I perceive, do endeavour to speak well of Commissioner Pett, saying that he did exercise great care and pains while he was there, but do not undertake to answer for his not carrying up of the great ships. Back again to Rochester, and their walk to the cathedral as they were beginning of the service, but would not be seen to stay to church there, besides had no mind, but rather to go to our inn, the White Hart, where we drank and were fain, the town being so full of soldiers, to have a bed corded for us to lie in, I being unwilling to lie at the Hill House for one night, being desirous to be near our coach to be gone betimes tomorrow morning. Here in the streets, I did hear the Scotch march beat by the drums before the soldiers, which is very odd. Thence to the castle, and viewed it with Creed, and had good satisfaction from him that showed it us touching the history of it. Then into the fields, a fine walk, and there saw Sir Francis Clerk's house, which is a pretty seat, and then back to our inn and bespoke supper, and so back to the fields and into the cherry garden, where we had them fresh gathered, and here met with a young, plain, silly shopkeeper and his wife, a pretty young woman, the man's name Hawkins, and I did kiss her, and we talked, and the woman of the house is a very talking body jade, and eat cherries together, and then to walk in the fields till it was late. And did kiss her, and I believe had I had a fit time and place I might have done what I would with her. Walked back and left them at their house near our inn, and then to our inn, where, I hear, my Lord Brunker hath sent for me to speak with me before I go. So I took his coach, which stands there with 2 horses, and to him and to his bedside, where he was in bed, and hath a watchman with a halbert at his door. And to him, and did talk a little, and find him a very weak man for this business that he is upon. And do pity the king's service, that is no better handled, and his folly to call away Pett before we could have found a better man to have stayed in his stead. So took leave of him, and with Creed back again, it being now about 10 at night, and to our inn to supper, and then to bed, being both sleepy, but could get no sheets to our bed, only linen to our mouths, and so to sleep, merrily talking of Hawkins and his wife, and troubled that Creed did see so much of my dalliance, though very little. July 1667. July 1st. Up betimes, about 9 o'clock, waked by a damned noise between a sow gelder and a cow and a dog, nobody after we were up being able to tell us what it was. After being ready we took coach, and being very sleepy, drowsed most part of the way to Gravesend, and there, light and down to the new batteries, which are like to be very fine, and there did hear a plain fellow cry out upon the folly of the king's officers above, to spend so much money in works at Woolwich and Deptford, and sinking of good ships loaden with goods, when, if half the charge had been laid out here, it would have secured all that, and this place too, before now. And I think it is not only true in this, but that the best of the actions of us all are so silly, that the meanest people begin to see through them and contemn them. Besides, says he, they spoil the river by it. Then informed ourselves where we might have some cream, and they guided us to one Goody Best's, a little out of the town towards London Road, and thither we went with the coach, and find it a mighty clean, plain house, and had a dish of very good cream to our liking, and so away presently very merry, and fell to reading of the several advices to a painter, which made us good sport, and indeed are very witty. And Creed did also repeat to me some of the substance of letters of old Burleigh in Queen Elizabeth's time, which he hath of late read in the printed Kabbalah, which is a very fine style at this day, and fit to be imitated. With this, and talking and laughing at the folly of our masters in the management of things at this day, we got home by noon, where all well, and then to dinner. And after dinner both of us laid down upon the couch and chairs and to sleep, which I did for an hour or two. And then to the office, where I am sorry to hear that Sir J. Minns is likely to die this night, or tomorrow. I forgot to set down that we met this morning upon the road with Mrs. Williams going down to my Lord Brunker. We bowed without speaking one to another, but I am ashamed at the folly of the man to have her down at this serious busy time, when the town and country is full of people and full of censure, and against him particularly. At Sir W. Batten's my lady tells me that she hears for certain that my lord's maid of his lodging here do give out that Mrs. Williams hath been fain of late to sell her best clothes and jewels to get a little money upon, which is a sad condition. Thence to the office, and did write to my Lord Brunker to give me a little satisfaction about the certainty of the chains being broke, which I begin to doubt, and the more from Sir W. Penn's discourse. It is worth while to read my letter to him entered in my letter book. Home in the evening to supper, and so pretty betimes, about 10 o'clock, to bed, and slept well. This day letters are come that my sister is very ill. Second, up and put on my new silk Camelot suit, made of my cloak, and suit now made into a vest. So to the office, where W. Penn and myself, and Sir T. Harvey met, the first time we have had a meeting since the coming of the Dutch upon this coast. Our only business, for we have little else to do, nobody being willing to trust us for anything, was to speak with the owners of 6 merchantmen, which we have been taking up this fortnight, and are yet in no readiness, they not fitting their ships without money advanced to them, we owing them for what their ships have earned the last year. So everything stands still for money, while we want money to pay for some of the most necessary things that we promised ready money for in the height of our wants, as grapnels and sea. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner my wife and Jane. Mighty fine the girl, to go to see Jane's old mistress, who was to see her, and did see my wife the other day, and it is pleasant to hear with what kindness her old mistress speaks of this girl, and how she would still have her. And how the wench cried when she told her that she must come to her old mistress my wife. They gone, I to my chamber, and there dallied a little with my maid Nell. And so to the office where busy till night, and then comes Mrs. Turner, and walks with me in the garden to talk with me about her husband's business, and to tell me how she hears at the other end of the town how bad our office is spoken of by the King and Prince and Duke of Albemarle, and that there is not a good word said of any of us but of me. And me they all do speak mightily of, which, whether true or no, I am mighty glad to hear, but from all put together that I hear from other people, I am likely to pass as well as anybody. So, she gone, comes my wife and to walk in the garden, Sir J. Minns being still ill and so keeping us from singing, and by Sir W. Penn come and walked with us and gave us a bottle of cider. And so we home to supper and to bed. This day I am told that poor Tooker is dead, a very painful poor man as ever I knew. Third, up, and within most of the morning, my tailor's boy coming to alter something in my new suit I put on yesterday. Then to the office and did business, and then my wife being a little ill of those in bed, I to Sir W. Batten, S. and dined, and there comes in Sir Richard Ford, tells us how he hath been at the Sessions House. And there it is plain that there is a combination of rogues in the town, that do make it their business to set houses on fire, and that one house they did set on fire in Aldersgate Street last Easter. And that this is proved by 2 young men, whom one of them debauched by degrees to steal their father's plate and clothes, and at last to be of their company, and they had their places to take up what goods were flung into the streets out of the windows when the houses were on fire. And this is like to be proved to a great number of rogues, whereof 5 are already found, and some found guilty this day. One of these boys is the son of a Montagu, of my Lord Manchester's family, but whose son he could not tell me. This is a strange thing, methinks, but I am glad that it is proved so true and discovered. So home, and to enter my journal of my late journey to this hour, and then to the office, where to do a little business, and then by water to Whitehall, calling at Mitchell, S. in my way. But the rogue would not invite me in, I having a mind paravoir his wife. And there to the council chamber, to deliver a letter to their lordships about the state of the 6 merchantmen, which we have been so long fitting out. When I come, the king and the whole table full of lords were hearing of a pitiful cause of a complaint of an old man, with a great grey beard, against his son, for not allowing him something to live on, and at last come to the ordering the son to allow his father 10 a year. This cause lasted them near 2 hours, which, methinks, at this time to be the work of the Council Board of England, is a scandalous thing, and methought Sir W. Coventry to me did own as much. Here I find all the news is the enemy, landing 3,000 men near Harwich. Richard Brown, writing to Williamson from Audiobook on July 2nd, says, "The Dutch fleet of 80 sail has anchored in the bay. They were expected to land, but they tacked about and stood first northward and then southward, close by Orford Lighthouse, and have now passed the Ness towards Harwich. They have fired no guns, but made false fires." Calendar of State Papers, 1667, p. 258. "And attacking Landguard Fort, and being beat off thence with our great guns, killing some of their men, and they leaving their ladders behind them. But we had no horse in the way on Suffolk side, otherwise we might have galled their foot. The Duke of York is gone down thither this day, while the general sat sleeping this afternoon at the council table." The news so much talked of this exchange, of a peace, I find by Sir Richard Brown arises from a letter the Swedes. Agent hath received from Breda and showed at court today that they are come very near it, but I do not find anybody here relying upon it. This cause being over, the Trinity House men, whom I did not expect to meet, were called in, and there Sir W. Penn made a formal speech in answer to a question of the King's, whether the lying of the sunk ships in the river would spoil the river. But Lord, how gingerly he answered it, and with a deal of due, that he did not know whether it would be safe as to the enemy to have them taken up, but that doubtless it would be better for the river to have them taken up. Methought the council found them answer like fools, and it ended in bidding them think more of it, and bring their answer in writing. Thence I to Westminster Hall, and there hear how they talk against the present management of things, and against Sir W. Coventry for his bringing in of new commanders, and casting out the old seamen, which I did endeavor to rectify Mrs. Mitchell and them in, letting them know that he hath opposed it all his life the most of any man in England. After a deal of this tittle-tattle, I to Mrs. Martin's, and there she was gone in before, but when I come, contrary to my expectation, I find her all in trouble, and what was it for but that I have got her with child? And is in exceeding grief, and swears that the child is mine, which I do not believe, but yet do comfort her that either it cannot be so, or if it be that I will take care to send for her husband, though I do hardly see how I can be sure of that, the ship being at sea and as far as Scotland, but however I must do it, and shall find some way or other of doing it, though it do trouble me not a little. Thence, not pleased, away to Whitehall to Mr. Williamson, and by my Lord Arlington about Mr. Lannion's business, and it is pretty to see how Mr. Williamson did altogether excuse himself that my business was not done when I come to my lord and told him my business. "Why," says my lord, "it hath been done, and the king signed it several days ago." And so it was and was in Mr. Williamson's hands, which made us both laugh, and I in innocent mirth, I remember, said, "It is pretty to see in what a condition we are that all our matters nowadays are undone, we know not how, and done we know not when." He laughed at it, but I have since reflected on it, and find it a severe speech as it might be taken by a chief minister of state, as indeed Mr. Williamson is, for he is indeed the secretary. But we fell to other pleasant talk, and a fine gentleman he is, and so gave him L5 for his fee, and away home, and to Sir W. Batten, to talk a little, and then to the office to do a little business, and so home to supper and read myself asleep, and then to bed. Fourth, up and in vain expecting Sir R. Ford's calling on me, I took coach and to the Sessions House, where I have a mind to hear Basil Fielding S.K. Stride, and so got up to the bench, my Lord Chief Justice Keeling being judge. Here I stood bare, not challenging, though I might well enough to be covered. But here were several fine trials. Among others, several brought in for making it their trade to set houses on fire merely to get plunder, and all proved by the 2 little boys spoken of yesterday by Sir R. Ford, who did give so good account of particulars that I never heard children in my life. And I confess, though I was unsatisfied with the force given to such little boys, to take away men's lives, yet, when I was told that my Lord Chief Justice did declare that there was no law against taking the oath of children above 12 years old, and then heard from Sir R. Ford the good account which the boys had given of their understanding the nature and consequence of an oath, and now my own observation of the sobriety and readiness of their answers. Further than of any man of any rank that come to give witness this day, though some men of years and learning, I was a little amazed, and fully satisfied that they ought to have as much credit as the rest. They proved against several, their consulting several times at a bawdy house in Moorfields, called the Russia House, among many other rogueries, of setting houses on fire, that they might gather the goods that were flung into the streets. And it is worth considering how unsafe it is to have children play up and down this lewd town. For these two boys, one is my Lady Montagu's. I know not what Lady Montagu's son, and the other of good condition, were playing in Moorfields, and one rogue, Gabriel Holmes, did come to them and teach them to drink, and then to bring him plate and clothes from their father's houses, and carry him into their houses, and leaving open the doors for him, and at last were made of their conspiracy, and were at the very burning of this house in Aldersgate Street, on Easter Sunday at night last. And did gather up goods, as they had resolved before, and this Gabriel Holmes did advise to have had two houses set on fire, one after another, that, while they were quenching of one, they might be burning another. And it is pretty that G. Holmes did tell his fellows, and these boys swore it, that he did set fire to a box of linen in the sheriff, Sir Joseph Sheldon's house, while he was attending the fire in Aldersgate Street, and the sheriff himself said that there was a fire in his house, in a box of linen, at the same time, but cannot conceive how this fellow should do it. The boys did swear against one of them, that he had made it his part to pull the plug out of the engine while it was a-playing, and it really was so. And goods they did carry away, and the manner of the setting the house on fire was, that Holmes did get to a cockpit, where it seems there was a public cockpit, and set fire to the straw in it, and hath a fireball at the end of the straw, which did take fire, and so it prevailed and burned the house, and among other things they carried away, he took 6 of the cocks that were at the cockpit. And afterwards the boys told us how they had one dressed, by the same token it was so hard they could not eat it. But that which was most remarkable was the impudence of this Holmes, who hath been arraigned often, and still got away. And on this business was taken and broke loose just at Newgate Gate, and was last night luckily taken about Bow, who got loose, and run into the river, and hid himself in the rushes, and they pursued him with a dog, and the dog got him and held him till he was taken. But the impudence of this fellow was such, that he denied he ever saw the boys before, or ever knew the Russia House, or that the people knew him. And by the mistress of the Russia House was called in, being indicted, at the same time, about another thing. And she denied that the fellow was of her acquaintance, when it was pretty to see how the little boys did presently fall upon her, and ask her how she durst say so, when she was always with them when they met at her house, and particularly when she come in her smock before a dozen of them, at which the court laughed, and put the woman away. Well, this fellow Holmes was found guilty of the act of burning the house, and other things that he stood indicted for. And then there were other good cases, as of a woman that come to serve a gentlewoman, and in 3 days run away betimes in the morning, with a great deal of plate and rings and other good things. It was time very well spent to be here. Here I saw how favorable the judge was to a young gentleman that struck one of the officers, for not making him room, told him he had endangered the loss of his hand, but that he hoped he had not struck him, and would suppose that he had not struck him. About that the court rose, and I to dinner with my Lord Mayor and sheriffs, where a good dinner and good discourse, the judge being there. There was also tried this morning Fielding, which I thought had been Basil, but it proved the other, and Basil was killed. That killed his brother, who was found guilty of murder, and nobody pitied him. The judge seems to be a worthy man and able, and do intend for these rogues that burned this house to be hung in some conspicuous place in the town, for an example. After dinner to the court again, where I heard some more causes, but with so much trouble because of the hot weather that I had no pleasure in it. Anon the court rose, and I walked to Fleet Street for my belt at the beltmaker S, and so home and to the office, wrote some letters, and then home to supper and to bed. 5th, up and to the office, where Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, T. Harvey and I met upon Mr. Gaudon's accounts, and was at it all the morning. This morning Sir G. Carteret did come to us and walked in the garden. It was to talk with me about something of my Lord Sandwich, S., but here he told us that the Great Seal is passed to my Lord Annesley for Treasurer of the Navy, so that now he do no more belong to us. And I confess, for his sake, I am glad of it, and do believe the other will have little content in it. At noon I home to dinner with my wife, and after dinner to sing, and then to the office a little and Sir W. Batten, S., where I am vexed to hear that Nan Wright, now Mrs. Markham, Sir W. Penn's maid and whore, is come to sit in our pew at church, and did so while my Lady Batten was there. I confess I am very much vexed at it and ashamed. By and by out with W. Penn to Whitehall, where I stayed not, but to the New Exchange to buy gloves and other little errands, and so home and to my office busy till night, and then walked in the garden with my wife, and then to supper and to sing, and so to bed. No news but that the Dutch are gone clear from Harwich northward, and have given out they are going to Yarmouth. 6th, up and to the office, where some of us sat busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, whither Creed come to dine with us and brings the first word I hear of the news of a peace, the king having letters come to him this noon signifying that it is concluded on, and that Mr. Coventry is upon his way coming over for the king's satisfaction. The news was so good and sudden that I went with great joy to W. Batten and then to W. Penn to tell it them, and so home to dinner, mighty merry, and light at my heart only on this ground, that a continuing of the war must undo us. And so though peace may do the like, if we do not make good use of it to reform ourselves and get up money, yet there is an opportunity for us to save ourselves. At least, for my own particular, we shall continue well till I can get my money into my hands, and then I will shift for myself. After dinner away, leaving Creed there by coach to Westminster, where to the Swan and drank, and then to the hall, and there talked a little with great joy of the peace, and then to Mrs. Martin's, where I met with the good news que el ni est con child, the fear of which she did give me the other day, had troubled me much. My joy in this made me send for wine, and thither come her sister and Mrs. Cragg, and I stayed a good while there. But here happened the best instance of a woman's falseness in the world, that her sister Doll, who went for a bottle of wine, did come home all blubbering and swearing against one Captain Vandener, a Dutchman of the Rhenish wine house, that pulled her into a stable by the Dog Tavern, and there did tumble her and toss her, calling him all the rogues and toads in the world, when she knows that El hath suffered me to do anything with her 100 times. Thence with joyful heart to Whitehall to ask Mr. Williamson the news, who told me that Mr. Coventry is coming over with a project of a peace, which, if the states agree to, and our king, when their ministers on both sides have showed it them, we shall agree, and that is all. But the king, I hear, do give it out plain that the peace is concluded. Thence by coach home, and there wrote a few letters, and then to consult with my wife about going to Epsom tomorrow, sometimes designing to go and then again not. And at last it grew late, and I bethought myself of business to employ me at home tomorrow, and so I did not go. This afternoon I met with Mr. Rolt, who tells me that he is going cornet under Colonel Ingoldsby, being his old acquaintance. And Ingoldsby hath a troop now from under the king, and I think it is a handsome way for him, but it was an ominous thing, methought, just as he was bidding me his last adieu, his nose fell a-bleeding, which ran in my mind a pretty while after. This afternoon Sir Alexander Frazier, who was of counsel for Sir J. Minns, and had given him over for a dead man, said to me at Whitehall, "What," says he, "Sir J. Minns is dead?" I told him, no, but that there is hopes of his life. Methought he looked very sillily after it, and went his way. Late home to supper, a little troubled at my not going to Epsom tomorrow, as I had resolved, especially having the Duke of York and W. Coventry out of town, but it was my own fault and at last my judgment to stay, and so to supper and to bed. This day, with great satisfaction, I hear that my Lady Jemima is brought to bed, at Hinchingbroke, of a boy. 7th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, there to settle some papers, and thither comes Mr. Moore to me and talked till church time of the news of the times about the peace and the bad consequences of it, if it be not improved to good purpose of fitting ourselves for another war. He tells me he heard that the discontented Parliament men are fearful that the next sitting the king will put for a general excise, by which to raise him money, and then to fling off the Parliament, and raise a land army and keep them all down like slaves. And it is gotten among them, that Bab. May, the privy purse, hath been heard to say that L 300 a year is enough for any country gentleman. Which makes them mad, and they do talk of 6 or L8000000 gone into the privy purse this war, when in King James's time it arose but to L5000, and in King Charles's but L10000 in a year. He tells me that a goldsmith in town told him that, being with some plate with my Lady Castlemaine lately, she directed her woman, the great beauty. Wilson, says she, make a note for this, and for that to the privy purse for money. He tells me a little more of the baseness of the courses taken at court in the case of Mr. Moyer, who is at liberty, and is to give L500 for his liberty. But now the great ones are divided, who shall have the money, the Duke of Albemarle on one hand, and another lord on the other, and that it is fain to be decided by having the person's name put into the king's warrant for his liberty, at whose intercession the king shall own that he is set at liberty. Which is a most lamentable thing, that we do professedly own that we do these things, not for right and justice sake, but only to gratify this or that person about the king. God forgive us all. Busy till noon, and then home to dinner, and Mr. Moore come and dined with us, and much more discourse at an after-dinner of the same kind, and then he gone, I to my office busy till the evening, and then with my wife and Jane over to Halfway House, a very good walk, and there drank, and in the cool of the evening back again, and sang with pleasure upon the water, and were mightily pleased in hearing a boatful of Spaniards sing, and so home to supper and to bed. Jane of late mighty fine, by reason of a laced whisk her mistress hath given her, which makes her a very graceful servant. But, above all, my wife and I were the most surprised in the beauty of a plain girl, which we met in the little lane going from Redriff Stairs into the fields, one of the prettiest faces that we think we ever saw in our lives. 8th, up, and to my chamber, and by comes greeting, and to my flageolet with him with a pretty deal of pleasure, and then to the office, where W. Batten, W. Penn and I met about putting men to work for the weighing of the ships in the river sunk. Then home again, and there heard Mr. Caesar play some very good things on the lute together with myself on the viol and greeting on the violin. Then with my wife abroad by coach, she to her tailor's, I to Westminster to Burge's about my Tangier business, and thence to Whitehall, where I spoke with Sir John Nicholas, who tells me that Mr. Coventry is come from Breda, as was expected, but contrary to expectation, brings with him 2 or 3 articles which do not please the king, as to retrench the act of navigation, and then to ascertain what are contraband goods. And then that those exiled persons, who are or shall take refuge in their country, may be secure from any further prosecution. Whether these will be enough to break the peace upon, or no, he cannot tell. But I perceive the certainty of peace is blown over. So called on my wife and met Creed by the way, and they two and I to Charing Cross, there to see the great boy and girl that are lately come out of Ireland, the latter 8, the former but 4 years old, of most prodigious bigness for their age. I tried to weigh them in my arms and find them twice as heavy as people almost twice their age, and yet I am apt to believe they are very young, their father a little sorry fellow, and their mother an old Irish woman. They have had 4 children of this bigness, and 4 of ordinary growth, whereof 2 of each are dead. If, as my Lord Ormond certifies, it be true that they are no older, it is very monstrous. So home and to dinner with my wife and to pipe, and then I to the office, where busy all the afternoon till the evening, and then with my wife by coach abroad to Bow and Stratford, it being so dusty whether that there was little pleasure in it, and so home and to walk in the garden, and thither comes Pelling to us to talk, and so in and to supper, and then to bed. All the world being as I here very much damped that their hopes of peace is become uncertain again. 9th, up pretty betimes and to the office, where busy till office time, and then we sat, but nothing to do but receive clamours about money. This day my Lord Anglesey, our new treasurer, come the first time to the board, and there sat with us till noon. And I do perceive he is a very notable man, and understanding, and will do things regular, and understand them himself, not trust fen, as Sir G. Carteret did, and will solicit soundly for money, which I do fear was Sir G. Carteret's fault, that he did not do that enough, considering the age we live in, that nothing will do but by solicitation, though never so good for the king or kingdom, and a bad business well solicited shall, for peace sake, speed when a good one shall not. But I do confess that I do think it a very bold act of him to take upon himself the place of Treasurer of the Navy at this time, but when I consider that a regular accountant never ought to fear anything nor have reason, I then do cease to wonder. At noon home to dinner and to play on the flageolet with my wife, and then to the office, were very busy close at my office till late at night. At night walked and sang with my wife in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. This evening news comes for certain that the Dutch are with their fleet before Dover, and that it is expected they will attempt something there. The business of the peace is quite dashed again, so as now it is doubtful whether the king will condescend to what the Dutch demand, it being so near the Parliament, it being a thing that will, it may be, recommend him to them when they shall find that the not having of a peace lies on his side by denying some of their demands. This morning Captain Clerk, Robin Clerk, was at the table, now commands the Monmouth, and did when the enemy passed the chain at Chatham the other day, who said publicly at the table that he did admire at the order when it was brought him for sinking of the Monmouth to the endangering of the ship, and spoiling of all her provisions, when her number of men were upon her that he could have carried her up the river whither he pleased, and have been a guard to the rest, and could have sunk her at any time. He did carry some 100 barrels of powder out of the ship to save it after the orders come for the sinking her. He knew no reason at all, he declares, that could lead them to order the sinking her, nor the rest of the great ships that were sunk, but above all admires they would burn them on shore and sink them there, when it had been better to have sunk them long way in the middle of the river, for then they would not have burned them so low as now they did. 10th, up, and to the office betimes, and they're all the morning very busy causing papers to be entered and sorted to put the office in order against the Parliament. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, close all the afternoon upon the same occasion with great pleasure till late, and then with my wife and Mercer in the garden and sung, and then home and sung, and to supper with great content, and so to bed. The Duke of York is come back last night from Harwich. The news he brings I know not, nor hear anything today from Dover, whether the enemy have made any attempt there as was expected. This day our girl Mary, whom Payne helped us to be under his daughter, when she come to be our cookmaid, did go away declaring that she must be where she might earn something one day, and spend it and play away the next. But a good civil wench, and one neither wife nor I did ever give angry word to, but she has this silly vanity that she must play. 11th, up betimes and to my office, and they're busy till the office, which was only Sir T. Harvey and myself, met, and did little business and then broke up. He tells me that the council last night did sit close to determine of the king's answer about the peace, and that though he do not certainly know, yet by all discourse yesterday he do believe it is peace, and that the king had said it should be peace, and had bidden Alderman Backwell to declare upon the change. It is high time for us to have peace that the king and council may get up their credits and have time to do it. For that indeed is the bottom of all our misery, that nobody have any so good opinion of the king and his council, and their advice as to lend money or venture their persons, or estates, or pains upon people, that they know cannot thrive with all that we can do, but either by their corruption or negligence must be undone. This indeed is the very bottom of every man's thought, and the certain ground that we must be ruined unless the king change his course, or the Parliament come and alter it. At noon, dined alone with my wife. All the afternoon close at the office, very hard at gathering papers and putting things in order against the Parliament, and at night home with my wife to supper, and then to bed, in hopes to have all things in my office in good condition in a little time for any body to examine, which I am sure none else will. 12th, up betimes and to my chamber, there doing business, and by comes greeting and begun a new month with him, and now to learn to set anything from the notes upon the flageolet, but, Lord, to see how like a fool he goes about to give me direction would make a man mad. I then out and by coach to Whitehall and to the Treasury Chamber, where did a little business, and thence to the Exchequer to Burges, about 10 year business, and so back again, stepping into the hall a little, and then homeward by coach, and met at Whitehall with Sir H. Comely, and so into his coach, and he with me to the excise office, there to do a little business also, in the way he telling me that undoubtedly the peace is concluded. For he did stand yesterday, where he did hear part of the discourse at the council table, and there did hear the king argue for it. Among other things, that the spirits of the seamen were down, and the forces of our enemies are grown too great and many for us, and he would not have his subjects overpressed. For he knew an Englishman would do as much as any man upon hopeful terms, but where he sees he is overpressed, he despairs soon as any other. And, besides that, they have already such a load of dejection upon them, that they will not be in temper a good while again. He heard my Lord Chancellor say to the king, Sir, says he, the whole world do complain publicly of treachery, that things have been managed falsely by some of his great ministers. Sir, says he, I am for your majesty's falling into a speedy inquiry into the truth of it, and where you meet with it, punish it. But at the same time, consider what you have to do, and make use of your time for having a peace, for more money will not be given without much trouble, nor is it, I fear, to be had of the people, nor will a little do it to put us into condition of doing our business. But Sir H. Comely tells me he chancellors did say the other day at his table, treachery. Says he, I could wish we could prove there was anything of that in it, for that would imply some wit and thoughtfulness, but we are ruined merely by folly and neglect. And so Sir H. Comely tells me they did all argue for peace, and so he do believe that the king hath agreed to the 3 points Mr. Coventry brought over, which I have mentioned before, and is gone with them back. He tells me further that the Duke of Buckingham was before the council the other day, and there did carry it very submissively and pleasingly to the king. But to my Lord Arlington, who do prosecute the business, he was most bitter and sharp, and very slighting. As to the letter about his employing a man to cast the king's nativity, says he to the king, Sir, says he, this is none of my hand, and I refer it to your majesty whether you do not know this hand. The king answered that it was indeed none of his, and that he knew whose it was, but could not recall it presently. Why, says he, it is my sister of Richmond's, some frolic or other of hers of some certain person, and there is nothing of the king's name in it, but it is only said to be his by supposition, as is said. The king, it seemed not very much displeased with what the duke had said. But however, he is still in the Tower, and no discourse of his being out in haste, though my Lady Castlemaine hath so far solicited for him that the king and she are quite fallen out. He comes not to her, nor hath for some 3 or 4 days, and parted with very foul words, the king calling her a whore, and a jade that meddled with things she had nothing to do with at all, and she calling him fool. And told him if he was not a fool, he would not suffer his businesses to be carried on by fellows that did not understand them, and cause his best subjects, and those best able to serve him, to be imprisoned, meaning the Duke of Buckingham. And it seems she was not only for his liberty, but to be restored to all his places, which it is thought he will never be. While we were at the excise office talking with Mr. Ball, it was computed that the Parliament had given the king for this war only, besides all prizes, and besides the L200,000, which he was to spend of his own revenue, to guard the sea above L500,000 and odd L100,000, which is a most prodigious sum. Sir H. Comely, as a true English gentleman, do decry the king's expenses of his privy purse, which in King James's time did not rise to above L5,000 a year, and in King Charles's to L100,000, do now cost us above L100,000, besides the great charge of the monarchy, as the Duke of York L100,000 of it, and other limbs of the royal family, and the guards, which for his part, says he, I would have all disbanded. For the king is not the better by them, and would be as safe without them, for we have had no rebellions to make him fear anything. But contrarily, he is now raising of a land army, which this parliament and kingdom will never bear. Besides, the commanders they put over them are such as will never be able to raise or command them. But the design is, and the Duke of York, he says, is hot for it, to have a land army, and so to make the government like that of France. But our princes have not brains, or at least care and forecast enough to do that. It is strange how he and every body do nowadays reflect upon Oliver, and commend him, what brave things he did, and made all the neighbor princes fear him. While here a prince, come in with all the love and prayers and good liking of his people, who have given greater signs of loyalty and willingness to serve him with their estates than ever was done by any people, hath lost all so soon, that it is a miracle what way a man could devise to lose so much in so little time. Thence he set me down at my Lord Crewe's and away, and I up to my lord, where Sir Thomas Crewe was, and by comes Mr. Caesar, who teaches my lady's page upon the lute, and here Mr. Caesar did play some very fine things indeed, to my great liking. Here was my Lord Hinchingbroke also, newly come from Hinchingbroke, where all well, but methinks I knowing in what case he stands for money by his demands to me, and the report Mr. Moore gives of the management of the family, makes me, God forgive me, to contemn him, though I do really honor and pity them, though they deserve it not, that have so good an estate and will live beyond it. To dinner and very good discourse with my lord. And after dinner Sir Thomas Crew and I alone, and he tells me how I am mightily in esteem with the Parliament, there being harangues made in the House to the Speaker, of Mr. Pepys's readiness and civility to show them everything, which I am at this time very glad of. He tells me the news of the King and my Lady Castlemaine, which I have wrote already this day, and the design of the Parliament to look into things very well before they give any more money, and I pray God they may. Thence after dinner to St. James, but Miss Sir W. Coventry, and so home, and there find my wife in a dogged humour for my not dining at home, and I did give her a pull by the nose and some ill words, which she provoked me to by something she spoke, that we fell extraordinarily out, insomuch that I going to the office to avoid further anger, she followed me in a devilish manner thither, and with much ado I got her into the garden out of hearing, to prevent shame, and so home. And by degrees I found it necessary to commie her, and did, and then to the office, where pretty late, and then to walk with her in the garden, and so to supper, and pretty good friends, and so to bed with my mind very quiet. 13th. Up pretty betimes, it being mighty hot weather, I lying this night, which I have not done, I believe, since a boy, I am sure not since I had the stone before, with only a rug and a sheet upon me. To my chamber, and my wife up to do something, and by chance we fell out again, but I to the office, and there we did at the board much business, though the most was the dividing of L 5,000 which the Lords Commissioners have with great difficulty found upon our letter to them this week, that would have required L 5,000 among a great many occasions. After rising, my Lord Anglesey, this being the second time of his being with us, did take me aside and asked me where I lived, because he would be glad to have some discourse with me. This I liked well enough, and told him I would wait upon him, which I will do, and so all broke up, and I home to dinner, where Mr. Pierce dined with us, who tells us what troubles me, that my Lord Buckhurst hath got Nell away from the king's house, lies with her, and gives her L 100 a year, so as she hath sent her parts to the house, and will act no more. Lord Buckhurst and Nell Gwynn, with the help of Sir Charles Sedley, kept Mary House at Epsom next door to the King's Head in C. Cunningham's Story of Nell Gwynn, ed. 1892, p. 57. And yesterday Sir Thomas Crew told me that Lacy lies a-dying of the pox, and yet hath his whore by him, whom he will have to look on, he says, though he can do no more, nor would receive any ghostly advice from a bishop, an old acquaintance of his, that went to see him. He says there is a strangeness between the king and my Lady Castlemaine, as I was told yesterday. After dinner my wife and I to the New Exchange, to pretty maid Mrs. Smith's shop, where I left my wife, and I to Sir W. Coventry. And there had the opportunity of talk with him, who I perceive do not like our business of the change of the treasurer's hand, and he tells me that he has entered the lists with this new treasurer before the king in taking away the business of the victualling money from his hand, and the regiment, and declaring that he hath no right to the 3d. Per by his patent, for that it was always heretofore given by particular privy seal, and that the king and council just upon his coming in had declared L 2,000 a year sufficient. This makes him angry, but Sir W. Coventry I perceive cares not, but do every day hold up his head higher and higher. And this day I have received an order from the commissioners of the Treasury to pay no more pensions for tenure, which I am glad of, and he tells me they do make bold with all things of that kind. Thence I to Whitehall, and in the street I spied Mrs. Borrows, and took a means to meet and salute her and talk a little, and then parted, and I home by coach, taking up my wife at the Exchange, and there I am mightily pleased with this Mrs. Smith, being a very pleasant woman. So home, and resolved upon going to Epsom tomorrow only for air, and got Mrs. Turner to go with us, and so home and to supper, after having been at the office, and to bed. It is an odd and sad thing to say, that though this be a piece worse than we had before, yet everybody's fear almost is, that the Dutch will not stand by their promise, now the king hath consented to all they would have. And yet no wise man that I meet with, when he comes to think of it, but wishes, with all his heart, a war, but that the king is not a man to be trusted with the management of it. It was pleasantly said by a man in the city, a stranger, to one that told him that the peace was concluded. Well, says he, and have you a peace? Yes, says the other. Why then, says he, hold your peace. Partly reproaching us with the disgracefulness of it, that it is not fit to be mentioned, and next, that we are not able to make the Dutch keep it when they have a mind to break it. Sir Thomas Crew yesterday, speaking of the King of France, how great a man he is, why, says he, all the world thought that when the last Pope died, there would have been such bandying between the crowns of France and Spain, whereas, when he was asked what he would have his ministers at Rome do, why, says he, let them choose who they will. If the Pope will do what is fit, the Pope and I will be friends. If he will not, I will take a course with him. Therefore, I will not trouble myself. And thereupon the election was dispatched in a little time, I think in a day, and all ended. Of Clement Roman 9, Giulio Rispagliosi, elected June 20th, 1667, N.S. He was succeeded by Clement X in 1670. 14th, Lord's Day. Up, and my wife a little before 4, and to make us ready. And by Mrs. Turner come to us by agreement, and she and I stayed talking below while my wife dressed herself, which vexed me that she was so long about it, keeping us till past 5 o'clock before she was ready. She ready, and taking some bottles of wine and beer and some cold fowl with us into the coach, we took coach and 4 horses, which I had provided last night, and so away. A very fine day, and so towards Epsom, talking all the way pleasantly and particularly of the pride and ignorance of Mrs. Lowther in having of her train carried up. The country very fine, only the way very dusty. We got to Epsom by 8 o'clock to the well, where much company, and there we light and I drank the water. They did not, but do go about and walk a little among the women, but I did drink 4 pints, and had some very good stools by it. Here I met with divers of our town, among others with several of the tradesmen of our office, but did talk but little with them, it growing hot in the sun. And so we took coach again, and to the town, to the King's Head, where our coachman carried us, and there had an ill room for us to go into, but the best in the house that was not taken up. Here we called for drink and bespoke dinner, and hear that my Lord Buckhurst and Nelly are lodged at the next house, and Sir Charles Sidley with them, and keep a merry house. Poor girl, I pity her, but more the loss of her at the King's house. Here I saw Gilsthorpe, Sir W. Batten's clerk that hath been long sick. He looks like a dying man, with a consumption got, as is believed, by the pox, but God knows that the man is in a sad condition, though he finds himself much better since his coming thither, he says. W. Hewer rode with us, and I left him and the women, and myself walked to church, where few people, contrary to what I expected, and none I knew, but all the Howblons, brothers, and them after sermon I did salute, and walk with towards my knee, which was in their way to their lodgings. They come last night to see their elder brother, who stays here at the waters, and away tomorrow. James did tell me that I was the only happy man of the navy, of whom, he says, during all this freedom the people have taken of speaking treason, he hath not heard one bad word of me, which is a great joy to me. For I hear the same of others, but do know that I have deserved as well as most. We parted to meet anon, and I to my women into a better room, which the people of the house borrowed for us, and there to dinner, a good dinner, and were merry, and Pendleton come to us, who happened to be in the house, and there talked and were merry. After dinner, he gone, we all lay down after dinner, the day being wonderful hot, to sleep, and each of us took a good nap, and then rose. And Tom Wilson come to see me, and sat and talked an hour. And I perceive he hath been much acquainted with Dr. Fuller Tom and Dr. Pearson, and several of the great Cavalier parsons during the late troubles. And I was glad to hear him talk of them, which he did very ingeniously, and very much of Dr. Fuller's art of memory, which he did tell me several instances of. By and by he parted, and we took coach and to take the air, there being a fine breeze abroad. And I went and carried them to the well, and there filled some bottles of water to carry home with me. And there talked with the 2 women that farm the well, at L12 per annum, of the lord of the manor, Mr. Evelyn, who with his lady, and also my Lord George Berkeley's lady, and their fine daughter that the King of France liked so well, and did dance so rich in jewels before the king at the ball I was at our court, last winter, and also their son, a knight of the Bath, were at church this morning. Here W. Hewer's horse broke loose, and we had the sport to see him taken again. Then I carried them to see my cousin Pepys's house, and light and walked round about it, and they like it, as indeed it deserves, very well, and is a pretty place. And then I walked them to the wood hard by, and there got them in the thickets till they had lost themselves, and I could not find the way into any of the walks in the wood, which indeed are very pleasant, if I could have found them. At last got out of the wood again, and I, by leaping down the little bank coming out of the wood, did sprain my right foot, which brought me great present pain. But presently, with walking, it went away for the present. And so the women and W. Hewer and I walked upon the downs, where a flock of sheep was. And the most pleasant and innocent sight that ever I saw in my life, we find a shepherd and his little boy reading, far from any houses or sight of people, the Bible to him. So I made the boy read to me, which he did, with the forced tone that children do usually read. That was mighty pretty. And then I did give him something, and went to the father and talked with him. And I find he had been a servant in my cousin Pepys's house, and told me what was become of their old servants. He did content himself mightily in my liking his boy's reading, and did bless God for him, the most like one of the old patriarchs that ever I saw in my life, and it brought those thoughts of the old age of the world in my mind for 2 or 3 days after. We took notice of his woolen knit stockings of 2 colors mixed, and of his shoes shod with iron shoes, both at the toe and heels, and with great nails in the soles of his feet, which was mighty pretty. And, taking notice of them, "Why," says the poor man, "the downs, you see, are full of stones, and we are fain to shew ourselves thus. And these," says he, "will make the stones fly till they sing before me." I did give the poor man something, for which he was mighty thankful, and I tried to cast stones with his horn crook. He values his dog mightily, that would turn a sheep any way which he would have him, when he goes to fold them. Told me there was about 18 score sheep in his flock, and that he hath 4 shillings a week the year round for keeping of them. So we posted thence with mighty pleasure in the discourse we had with this poor man, and Mrs. Turner, in the common fields here, did gather one of the prettiest nosegays that ever I saw in my life. So to our coach, and through Mr. Minns's wood, and looked upon Mr. Evelyn's house, and so over the common, and through Epsom town to our inn, in the way stopping a poor woman with her milk pail, and in one of my gilt tumblers did drink our bellyfuls of milk, better than any cream. And so to our inn, and there had a dish of cream, but it was sour, and so had no pleasure in it. And so paid our reckoning, and took coach, it being about 7 at night, and passed and saw the people walking with their wives and children to take the air, and we set out for home, the sun by and by going down, and we in the cool of the evening all the way with much pleasure home, talking and pleasing ourselves with the pleasure of this day's work. Mrs. Turner mightily pleased with my resolution, which, I tell her, is never to keep a country house, but to keep a coach. And with my wife on the Saturday to go sometimes for a day to this place, and then quit to another place. And there is more variety and as little charge, and no trouble, as there is in a country house. Anon it grew dark, and as it grew dark we had the pleasure to see several glowworms, which was mighty pretty, but my foot begins more and more to pain me, which Mrs. Turner, by keeping her warm hand upon it, did much ease. But so that when we come home, which was just at 11 at night, I was not able to walk from the lane's end to my house without being helped, which did trouble me, and therefore to bed presently, but thanks be to God, found that I had not been missed, nor any business happened in my absence. So to bed, and there had a cerecloth laid to my foot and leg alone, but in great pain all night long. 15th. So as I was not able to go today to wait on the Duke of York with my fellows, but was forced in bed to write the particulars for their discourse there, and kept my bed all day. And anon comes Mrs. Turner, and new dressed my foot, and did it so, that I was at much ease presently, and so continued all day. So as I slept much and well in the daytime, and in the evening rose and eat something, where our poor Jane very sad for the death of her poor brother, who hath left a wife and 2 small children. I did give her 20s, in money and what wine she needed for the burying him. This evening come to see me Pelling, and we did sing together, and he sings well indeed, and after supper I was willing to go to bed to ease my foot again, which I did, and slept well all night. 16th. In the morning I was able to put on a wide shoe on the foot, and to the office without much pain, and there sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where creed to discourse of our Tangier business, which stands very bad in the business of money, and therefore we expect to have a committee called soon, and to acquaint them among other things with the order come to me for the not paying of any more pensions. We dined together, and after dinner I to the office, and there very late, very busy, doing much business indeed, and so with great comfort home to supper, and so to bed to ease my foot, which toward night began to ache. 17th. Up and to my chamber to set down my journal of Sunday last with much pleasure, and my foot being pretty well, but yet I am forced to limp. Then by coach set my wife down at the New Exchange, and I to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber, but to little purpose. So to Mr. Burge's to as little. There to the hall and talked with Mrs. Mitchell, who begins to tire me about doing something for her elder son, which I am willing to do, but know not what. Thence to Whitehall again, and thence away, and took up my wife at Unthank S, and left her at the Change, and so I to Bennet S to take up a bill for the last silk I had for my vest and coat, which I owe them for, and so to the excise office. And there did a little business, and so to Temple Bar and stayed at my bookseller S till my wife calls me, and so home, where I am saluted with the news of Hoggs bringing a rich canary prize to Hull. Thomas Pointer to Samuel Pepys, Hull, July 15th. Capt Hogg has brought in a great prize laden with canary wine, also capt. Reeves of the Panther and the Fanfan, whose commander is slain, have come in with their prizes. Calendar of State Papers, 1667, p. 298. And Sir W. Batten do offer me L1000 down for my particular share, besides Sir Richard Ford's part, which do tempt me, but yet I would not take it, but will stand and fall with the company. He and two more, the Panther and Fanfan, did enter into consortship, and so they have all brought in each a prize, though ours worth as much as both theirs, and more. However, it will be well worth having, God be thanked for it. This news makes us all very glad. I at Sir W. Batten's did hear the particulars of it, and there for joy he did give the company that were there a bottle or two of his own last year's wine, growing at Walthamstow, than which the whole company said they never drank better foreign wine in their lives. Home and to dinner, and by comes Mr. Pierce, who is interested in the Panther, for some advice, and then comes Creed, and he and I spent the whole afternoon till 8 at night walking and talking of sundry things public and private in the garden, but most of all of the unhappy state of this nation at this time by the negligence of the king and his council. The Duke of Buckingham is, it seems, set at liberty, without any further charge against him or other clearing of him, but let to go out, which is one of the strangest instances of the fool's play with which all public things are done in this age, that is to be apprehended. And it is said that when he was charged with making himself popular, as indeed he is, for many of the discontented Parliament, Sir Robert Howard and Sir Thomas Meres, and others, did attend at the council chamber when he was examined, he should answer, that whoever was committed to prison by my Lord Chancellor or my Lord Arlington could not want being popular. But it is worth considering the ill state a minister of state is in, under such a prince as ours is. For, undoubtedly, neither of those two great men would have been so fierce against the Duke of Buckingham at the council table the other day, had they been assured of the king's good liking and supporting them therein. Whereas, perhaps at the desire of my Lady Castlemaine, who, I suppose, hath at last overcome the king, the Duke of Buckingham is well received again, and now these men delivered up to the interest he can make for his revenge. He told me over the story of Mrs. Stuart, much after the manner which I was told it long since, and have entered it in this book, told me by Mr. Evelyn. Only he says it is verily believed that the king did never intend to marry her to any but himself, and that the Duke of York and Lord Chancellor were jealous of it, and that Mrs. Stuart might be got with child by the king or somebody else, and the king own a marriage before his contract, for it is but a contract, as he tells me, to this day, with the queen, and so wipe their noses of the crown. And that, therefore, the Duke of York and Chancellor did do all they could to forward the match with my Lord Duke of Richmond, that she might be married out of the way. But above all, it is a worthy part that this good lady hath acted. Thus we talked till night and then parted, and so I to my office and did business, and so home to supper, and there find my sister Mitchell, the wife of Balthazar St. Mitchell, Mrs. Pepys's brother. B. Lee, opposite to Sheernessar, come from Lee to see us, but do tattle so much of the late business of the Dutch coming thither that I was weary of it. Yet it is worth remembering what she says, that she hath heard both seamen and soldiers swear they would rather serve the Dutch than the king, for they should be better used. Reference has already been made to Andrew Marvell's Instructions to a Painter, in which the unpaid English sailors are described as swimming to the Dutch ships, where they received the money which was withheld from them on their own ships. She saw the Royal Charles brought into the river by them, and how they shot off their great guns for joy when they got her out of Chatham River. I would not forget that this very day, when we had nothing to do almost but 5 merchantmen to man in the river, which have now been about it some weeks, I was asked at Westminster. What the matter was that there was such ado kept in pressing of men, as it seems there is thereabouts at this day. So after supper we all to bed, my foot very well again, I thank God. 18th. Up into the office, where busy all the morning, and most of our time taken up with Carcass upon some complaints brought in against him, and many other petitions about tickets lost, which spends most of our time. Home to dinner, and then to the office again, where very well employed at the office till evening, and then being weary, took out my wife and will Baitlier by coach to Islington, but no pleasure in our going, the way being so dusty that one durst not breathe. Drank at the old house, and so home, and then to the office a little, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and comes the flageolet master, and brings me 2 new great ivory pipes which cost me 32s. And so to play, and he being done, and Balty's wife taking her leave of me, she going back to Lee today. I to Westminster, and there did receive L15000 orders out of the Exchequer, in part of a bigger sum upon the 11 months' tax for Tangier, part of which I presently delivered to Sir H. Comely, who was there, and thence with Mr. Gauden to Auditor Woods and Beales to examine some precedents in his business of the victualling on his behalf, and so home. And in my way by coach down Mark Lane, mightily pleased and smitten to see, as I thought, in passing, the pretty woman, the line-maker's wife that lived in Fenchurch Street, and I had great mind to have gone back to have seen, but yet would correct my nature, and would not. So to dinner with my wife, and then to sing, and so to the office, where busy all the afternoon late, and to Sir W. Batten's and to Sir R. Ford's, we all to consider about our great prize at Hull, being troubled at our being likely to be troubled with Prince Rupert, by reason of Hog's consorting himself with 2 privateers of the Prince S., and so we study how to ease or secure ourselves. So to walk in the garden with my wife, and then to supper and to bed. One tells me that, by letter from Holland, the people there are made to believe that our condition in England is such as they may have whatever they will ask, and that so they are mighty high, and despise us, or a peace with us, and there is too much reason for them to do so. The Dutch fleet are in great squadrons everywhere still about Harwich, and were lately at Portsmouth, and the last letters say at Plymouth, and now gone to Dartmouth to destroy our straits. Fleet lately got in thither, but God knows whether they can do it any hurt, or no, but it was pretty news come the other day so fast, of the Dutch fleets being in so many places, that Sir W. Batten at table cried, "By God," says he, "I think the devil shits Dutchmen." 20th. Up into the office, where all the morning, and then towards the Change, at noon, in my way observing my mistake yesterday in Mark Lane, that the woman I saw was not the pretty woman I meant, the line-maker's wife, but a new married woman, very pretty, a strong water seller. And in going by to my content, I find that the very pretty daughter at the Ship Tavern at the end of Billiter Lane is there still and in the bar, and, I believe, is married to him that is new come, and hath new trimmed the house. Home to dinner, and then to the office, we having dispatched away Mr. Oviatt to Hull about our prizes there. And I have wrote a letter of thanks by him to Lord Bellas's, who had writ to me to offer all his service for my interest there, but I dare not trust him. In the evening late walking in the garden with my wife, and then to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and all the morning, and then to dinner with my wife alone, and then all the afternoon in like manner, in my chamber, making up my Tangier accounts and drawing a letter, which I have done at last to my full content, to present to the Lords Commissioners for Tangier tomorrow. And about 7 at night, when finished my letter and weary, I and my wife and Mercer up by water to Barn Elms, where we walked by moonshine and called at Lambeth, and drank and had cold meat in the boat, and did eat, and sang, and down home, by almost 12 at night, very fine and pleasant, only could not sing ordinary songs with the freedom that otherwise I would. Here Mercer tells me that the pretty maid of the Ship Tavern I spoke of yesterday is married there, which I am glad of. So having spent this night, with much serious pleasure to consider that I am in a condition to fling away an angel. The angel coin was so called from the figure of the Archangel Michael in conflict with the dragon on the obverse. On the reverse was a representation of a ship with a large cross as a mast. The last angel coined was in Charles' ice reign, and the value varied from 6s, 8d to 10s. In such a refreshment to myself and family, we home and to bed, leaving Mercer, by the way, at her own door. 22nd, up and with Sir W. Batten and J. Minns to St. James's, where the first time I have been there since the enemy, S being with us, where little business but lack of money, which now is so professed by Sir W. Coventry as nothing is more, and the king's whole business owned to be at a stand for want of it. So up to my Lord Chancellor's, where was a committee of tenure in my Lord's room, where he is to hear causes, where all the judges' pictures hang up, very fine. Here I read my letter to them, which was well received, and they did fall seriously to discourse the want of money and other particulars, and to some pretty good purpose. But to see how Sir W. Coventry did oppose both my Lord Chancellor and the Duke of York himself, about the order of the Commissioners of the Treasury to me for not paying of pensions, and with so much reason and eloquence so natural, was admirable. And another thing, about his pressing for the reduction of the charge of tenure, which they would have put off to another time. But, says he, the king suffers so much by the putting off of the consideration of reductions of charge, that he is undone. And therefore I do pray you, sir, to his royal highness, that when anything offers of the kind, you will not let it escape you. Here was a great bundle of letters brought hither, sent up from sea, from a vessel of ours that hath taken them after they had been flung over by a Dutchman, wherein, among others, the Duke of York did read the superscription of one to De Witt, thus to the most wise, foreseeing, and discreet, these and see. Which, I thought with myself, I could have been glad might have been duly directed to any one of them at the table, though the greatest men in this kingdom. The Duke of York, the Lord Chancellor, my Lord Duke of Albemarle, Arlington, Ashley, Peterborough, and Coventry, the best of them all for parts. I perceive they do all profess their expectation of a peace, and that suddenly and do advise of things accordingly, and do all speak of it, and expressly, I remember the Duke of Albemarle, saying that they hoped for it. Letters were read at the table from Tangier that Gilland is wholly lost, and that he do offer Arzil to us to deliver it to us. But Sir W. Coventry did declare his opinion that we should have nothing to do with it, and said that if Tangier were offered us now, as the king's condition is, he would advise against the taking it, saying that the king's charge is too great, and must be brought down, it being, like the fire of this city, never to be mastered till you have brought it under you, and that these places abroad are but so much charge to the king, and we do rather hitherto strive to greaten them than lessen them. And then the king is forced to part with them, as, says he did with Dunkirk, by my Lord Teviot, making it so chargeable to the king as he did that, and would have done Tangier if he had lived. I perceive he is the only man that do seek the king's profit, and is bold to deliver what he thinks on every occasion. Having broke up here, I away with Mr. Godden in his coach to the Change, and there a little, and then home and dined, and then to the office, and by with my wife to Whitehall, she to unthanks. And there met Creed and did a little business at the Treasury Chamber, and then to walk in Westminster Hall an hour or two, with much pleasure reflecting upon our discourse today at the Tangier meeting, and crying up the worth of Sir W. Coventry. Creed tells me of the fray between the Duke of Buckingham at the Duke's Playhouse the last Saturday, and it is the first day I have heard that they have acted at either the King's or Duke's houses this month or 6 weeks, and Henry Killigrew, whom the Duke of Buckingham did soundly beat and take away his sword, and make a fool of, till the fellow prayed him to spare his life. And I am glad of it. For it seems in this business, the Duke of Buckingham did carry himself very innocently and well, and I wish he had paid this fellow's coat well. I heard something of this at the Change today, and it is pretty to hear how people do speak kindly of the Duke of Buckingham as one that will inquire into faults, and therefore they do mightily favor him. And it puts me in mind that, this afternoon, Billing, the Quaker, meeting me in the hall, come to me, and after a little discourse did say, "Well," says he, "now you will be all called to an account," meaning the Parliament is drawing near. This done, I took coach and took up my wife, and so home, and after a little at the office I home to my chamber a while, and then to supper and to bed. 23rd, up betimes and to the office, doing something towards our great account to the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, and anon the office sat, and all the morning doing business. At noon home to dinner, and then close to my business all the afternoon. In the evening Sir R. Ford is come back from the Prince, and tells Sir W. Batten and me how basely Sir W. Penn received our letter we sent him about the prizes at Hull, and slyly answered him about the prince, leaving all his concerns to him. But the prince did it afterward by letter brought by Sir R. Ford to us, which Sir W. Penn knows not of, but a very rogue he is. By and by comes sudden news to me by letter from the clerk of the check at Gravesend, that there were 30 sail of Dutch men of war coming up into the Hope this last tide, which I told Sir W. Penn of, but he would not believe it, but laughed, and said it was a fleet of Billanders. By Lander, a small merchant vessel with 2 masts, particularly distinguished from other vessels with 2 masts by the form of her mainsail, which is bent to the whole length of her yard, hanging fore and aft, and inclined to the horizon at an angle of about 45 deg. Few vessels are now rigged in this manner, and the name is rather indiscriminately used. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book. And that the guns that were heard was the salutation of the Swedes' ambassador that comes over with them. But within half an hour comes another letter from Captain Proud, that 8 of them were come into the Hope, and 30 more following them, at 10 this morning. By and by comes an order from Whitehall to send down one of our number to Chatham, fearing that, as they did before, they may make a show first up hither, but then go to Chatham. So my Lord Brunker do go, and we here are ordered to give notice to the merchant men of war, gone below the barricado at Woolwich, to come up again. So with much trouble to supper, home, and to bed. 24th. Betimes this morning comes a letter from the clerk of the check at Gravesend to me, to tell me that the Dutch fleet did come all into the Hope yesterday noon, and held a fight with our ships from thence till 7 at night, that they had burned 12 fireships, and we took one of theirs, and burned 5 of our fireships. But then rising and going to Sir W. Batten, he tells me that we have burned one of their men of war, and another of theirs is blown up. But how true this is, I know not. But these fellows are mighty bold, and have had the fortune of the wind easterly this time to bring them up, and prevent our troubling them with our fireships. And, indeed, have had the winds at their command from the beginning, and now do take the beginning of the spring, as if they had some great design to do. I to my office, and they're hard at work all the morning, to my great content, abstracting the contract book into my abstract book, which I have by reason of the war omitted for above 2 years, but now am endeavoring to have all my books ready and perfect against the Parliament comes, that upon examination I may be in condition to value myself upon my perfect doing of my own duty. At noon home to dinner, where my wife mighty musty, dull, heavy, spiritless, but I took no notice of it, but after dinner to the office. And there with Mr. Harper did another good piece of work about my late collection of the accounts of the Navy presented to the Parliament at their last session, which was left unfinished, and now I have done it, which sets my mind at my ease, and so, having tired myself, I took a pair of oars about 5 o'clock, which I made a galley at Redriff. And so, with very much pleasure down to Gravesend, all the way with extraordinary content reading of Boyle's Hydrostatics, which the more I read and understand, the more I admire as a most excellent piece of philosophy. As we come nearer Gravesend, we hear the Dutch fleet and ours firing their guns most distinctly and loud. But before we got to Gravesend they ceased, and it grew darkish, and so I landed only, and the flood being come, and went up to the ship and discoursed with the landlord of the house, who undeceives me in what I heard this morning about the Dutch having lost 2 men of war, for it is not so, but several of their fireships. He do say that this afternoon they did force our ships to retreat, but that now they are gone down as far as Shieldhaven. But what the event hath been of this evening's guns they know not, but suppose not much, for they have all this while shot at good distance one from another. They seem confident of the security of this town and the river above it, if the enemy should come up so high, their fortifications being so good, and guns many. But he do say that people do complain of Sir Edward Spragg, that he hath not done extraordinary, and more of Sir W. Jennings, that he come up with his tamkins. Tamkin, or tampion, the wooden stopper of a cannon placed in the muzzle to exclude water or dust. In his guns. Having discoursed this a little with him, and eat a bit of cold venison and drank, I away, took boat and homeward again, with great pleasure, the moon shining, and it being a fine pleasant cool evening, and got home by 12:30 at night, and so to bed. 25th. Up and to the office where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and there sang with much pleasure with my wife, and so to the office again, and busy all the afternoon. At night Sir W. Batten, W., Penn, and myself and Sir R. Ford did meet in the garden to discourse about our prizes at Hull. It appears that Hogg is the eeriest rogue, the most observable embezzler, that ever was known. This vexes us, and made us very free and plain with Sir W. Penn, who hath been his great patron, and as very a rogue as he. But he do now seem to own that his opinion is changed of him, and that he will join with us in our strictest inquiries, and did sign to the letters we had drawn, which he had refused before, and so seemingly parted good friends. And then I demanded of Sir R. Ford and the rest what passed today at the meeting of the Parliament, who told me that, contrary to all expectation by the king that there would be but a thin meeting, there met above 300 this first day, and all the discontented party. And indeed, the whole house seems to be no other almost. The speaker told them, as soon as they were sat, that he was ordered by the king to let them know he was hindered by some important business to come to them and speak to them, as he intended, and therefore ordered him to move that they would adjourn themselves till Monday next, it being very plain to all the house that he expects to hear by that time of the sealing of the peace, which by letters, it seems, from my Lord Holy's, was to be sealed the last Sunday. But before they would come to the question whether they would adjourn, Sir Thomas Tomkins steps up and tells them that all the country is grieved at this new raised standing army, and that they thought themselves safe enough in their train bands, and that therefore he desired the king might be moved to disband them. Then rises Garraway and seconds him, only with this explanation, which he said he believed the other meant, that, as soon as peace should be concluded, they might be disbanded. Then rose Sir W. Coventry, and told them that he did approve of what the last gentleman said, but also that at the same time he did no more than what he durst be bold to say he knew to be the king's mind, that as soon as peace was concluded he would do it of himself. Then rose Sir Thomas Littleton, and did give several reasons for the uncertainty of their meeting again, but to adjourn, in case news comes of the peace being ended before Monday next, and the possibility of the king's having some about him that may endeavor to alter his own, and the good part of his counsel's advice, for the keeping up of the land army. And therefore it was fit that they did present it to the king as their desire, that, as soon as peace was concluded, the land army might be laid down, and that this their request might be carried to the king by them of their house that were privy councillors, which was put to the vote, and carried, nemine contradicent. So after this vote passed, they adjourned. But it is plain what the effects of this Parliament will be, if they be suffered to sit, that they will fall foul upon the faults of the government. And I pray God they may be permitted to do it, for nothing else, I fear, will save the king and kingdom than the doing it betimes. They gone, I to walk with my wife in the garden, and then home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up and betimes to the office, where Mr. Hayter and I together all the morning about the perfecting of my abstract book of contracts and other things to my great content. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again all the afternoon doing of other good things there, and being tired, I then abroad with my wife and left her at the New Exchange, while I by water thence to Westminster to the Hall, but shops were shut up, and so to Whitehall by water, and thence took up my wife at Unthank, S., and so home, mightily tired with the dust in riding in a coach, it being mighty troublesome. So home and to my office, and there busy very late, and then to walk a little with my wife, and then to supper and to bed. No news at all this day what we have done to the enemy, but that the enemy is fallen down, and we after them, but to little purpose. 27th. Up into the office, where I hear that Sir John Coventry is come over from Breda, a nephew, I think, of Sir W. Coventry S., but what message he brings I know not. This morning news is come that Sir Jos. Jordan is come from Harwich, with 16 fireships and 4 other little ships of war, and did attempt to do some execution upon the enemy, but did it without discretion, as most do say, so as that they have been able to do no good, but have lost 4 of their fire ships. They attempted, it seems, when the wind was too strong that our grapplings could not hold. Others say we come to leeward of them, but all condemn it as a foolish management. They are come to Sir Edward Spragg about Lee, and the Dutch are below at the Nore. At the office all the morning, and at noon to the Change, where I met Fenn, and he tells me that Sir John Coventry do bring the confirmation of the peace. But I do not find the Change at all glad of it, but rather the worse, they looking upon it as a peace made only to preserve the king for a time in his lusts and ease, and to sacrifice trade and his kingdoms only to his own pleasures. so that the hearts of merchants are quite down. He tells me that the king and my lady Castlemaine are quite broke off, and she is gone away, and is with child, and swears the king shall own it. And she will have it christened in the chapel at Whitehall so, and owned for the king, as other kings have done, or she will bring it into Whitehall Gallery and dash the brains of it out before the king's face. Charles owned only 4 children by Lady Castlemaine Anne, Countess of Sussex, and the Dukes of Southampton, Grafton, and Northumberland. The last of these was born in 1665. The paternity of all her other children was certainly doubtful. CPP 5052. He tells me that the king and court were never in the world so bad as they are now for gaming, swearing, whoring, and drinking, and the most abominable vices that ever were in the world, so that all must come to naught. He told me that Sir G. Carteret was at this end of the town, so I went to visit him in Broad Street, and there he and I together, and he is mightily pleased with my Lady Gem's having a son, and a mighty glad man he is. He tells me, as to news, that the peace is now confirmed, and all that over. He says it was a very unhappy motion in the House the other day about the land army. For, whether the king hath a mind of his own to do the thing desired or no, his doing it will be looked upon as a thing done only in fear of the Parliament. He says that the Duke of York is suspected to be the great man that is for raising of this army, and bringing things to be commanded by an army. But he believes that he is wronged, and says that he do know that he is wronged therein. He do say that the court is in a way to ruin all for their pleasures, and says that he himself hath once taken the liberty to tell the king the necessity of having, at least, a show of religion in the government and sobriety, and that it was that did set up and keep up Oliver, though he was the greatest rogue in the world, and that it is so fixed in the nature of the common Englishman that it will not out of him. He tells me that while all should be laboring to settle the kingdom, they are at court all in factions, some for and others against my Lord Chancellor, and another for and against another man, and the king adheres to no man, but this day delivers himself up to this, and the next to that, to the ruin of himself and business, that he is at the command of any woman like a slave, though he be the best man to the queen in the world, with so much respect, and never lies a night from her, but yet cannot command himself in the presence of a woman he likes. Having had this discourse, I parted and home to dinner, and thence to the office all the afternoon to my great content very busy. It raining this day all day to our great joy, it having not rained, I think, this month before, so as the ground was everywhere so burned and dry as could be, and no travelling in the road or streets in London, for dust. At night late home to supper and to bed. 28th, Lord's Day. Up into my chamber, where all the morning close, to draw up a letter to Sir W. Coventry upon the tidings of peace, taking occasion, before I am forced to it, to resign up to His Royal Highness my place of the victualling, and to recommend myself to him by promise of doing my utmost to improve this peace in the best manner we may, to save the kingdom from ruin. By noon I had done this to my good content, and then with my wife all alone to dinner, and so to my chamber all the afternoon to write my letter fair and sent it away, and then to talk with my wife, and read, and so by daylight, the only time I think I have done it this year, to supper, and then to my chamber to read and so to bed, my mind very much eased after what I have done today. 29th. Up, and with Sir W. Batten to St. James's, to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, where, among other things, he come to me, and told me that he had received my yesterday's letters, and that we concurred very well in our notions, and that, as to my place which I had offered to resign of the victualling, he had drawn up a letter at the same time for the Duke of York's signing for the like places in general raised during this war, and that he had done me right to the Duke of York, to let him know that I had, of my own accord, offered to resign mine. The letter do bid us to do all things, particularizing several for the laying up of the ships and easing the king of charge, so that the war is now professedly over. By and by up to the Duke of York's chamber. And there all the talk was about Jordan's coming with so much indiscretion, with his 4 little frigates and 16 fireships from Harwich, to annoy the enemy. His failures were of several sorts, I know not which the truest, that he come with so strong a gale of wind that his grapplings would not hold, that he did come by their lee. Whereas if he had come athwart their hawse, they would have held, that they did not stop a tide, and come up with a windward tide, and then they would not have come so fast. Now there happened to be Captain Jennifer By, who commanded the Lily in this business, and thus says that, finding the Dutch not so many as they expected, they did not know but that there were more of them above, and so were not so earnest to the setting upon these, that they did do what they could to make the fireships fall in among the enemy. And, for their lives, neither Sir J. Jordan nor others could, by shooting several times at them, make them go in. And it seems they were commanded by some idle fellows, such as they could of a sudden gather up at Harwich. Which is a sad consideration that, at such a time as this, where the saving the reputation of the whole nation lay at stake, and after so long a war, the king had not credit to gather a few able men to command these vessels. He says that if they had come up slower, the enemy would, with their boats and their great sloops, which they have to row with a great many men, they would and did come and cut up several of our fireships, and would certainly have taken most of them, for they do come with a great provision of these boats on purpose, and to save their men, which is bravely done of them, though they did, on this very occasion, show great fear, as they say, by some men leaping overboard out of a great ship. As these were all of them of 60 and 70 guns apiece, which one of our fireships laid on board, though the fire did not take. But yet it is brave to see what care they do take to encourage their men to provide great stores of boats to save them, while we have not credit to find one boat for a ship. And further, he told us that this new way used by Dean, and this Sir W. Coventry observed several times of preparing of fireships, do not do the work. For the fire, not being strong and quick enough to flame up, so as to take the rigging and sails, lies smothering a great while, half an hour before it flames, in which time they can get her off safely. Though, which is uncertain, and did fail in one or two this bout, it do serve to burn our own ships. But what a shame it is to consider how 2 of our ships, companies did desert their ships for fear of being taken by their boats, our little frigates being forced to leave them, being chased by their greater. And one more company did set their ship on fire and leave her, which afterwards a Feversham fisherman come up to and put out the fire and carried safe into Feversham, where she now is, which was observed by the Duke of York, and all the company with him, that it was only want of courage, and a general dismay and abjectness of spirit upon all our men. And others did observe our ill management, and God Almighty's curse upon all that we have in hand, for never such an opportunity was of destroying so many good ships of theirs as we now had. But to see how negligent we were in this business, that our fleet of Jordans should not have any notice where Spragg was, nor Spragg of Jordans, so as to be able to meet and join in the business, and help one another. But Jordan, when he saw Spragg's fleet above, did think them to be another part of the enemy's fleet. While on the other side, notwithstanding our people at court made such a secret of Jordan's design that nobody must know it, and even this office itself must not know it. Nor for my part one did not, though Sir W. Batten says by others, discourse to him he had heard something of it. Yet de Ruyter, or he that commanded this fleet, had notice of it, and told it to a fisherman of ours that he took and released on Thursday last, which was the day before our fleet came to him. But then that seems most to our disgrace, and which the Duke of York did take special and vehement notice of, is that when the Dutch saw so many fireships provided for them, themselves lying, I think about the Nore, they did with all their great ships with a northeast wind, as I take it they said, but whatever it was a wind that we should not have done it with, turned down to the middle ground, which the Duke of York observed, never was nor would have been undertaken by ourselves. And whereas some of the company answered, it was their great fear, not their choice that made them do it, the Duke of York answered that it was, it may be, their fear and wisdom that made them do it. But yet their fear did not make them mistake, as we should have done, when we have had no fear upon us, and have run our ships on ground. And this brought it into my mind that they managed their retreat down this difficult passage, with all their fear, better than we could do ourselves in the main sea, when the Duke of Albemarle run away from the Dutch, when the prince was lost, and the Royal Charles and the other great ships come on ground upon the Galloper. Thus, in all things, in wisdom, courage, force, knowledge of our own streams, and success, the Dutch have the best of us, and do end the war with victory on their side. The Duke of York being ready, we into his closet, but being in haste to go to the Parliament House, he could not stay. So we parted, and to Westminster Hall, where the hall full of people to see the issue of the day, the king being come to speak to the House today. One thing extraordinary was, this day a man, a Quaker, came naked through the hall, only very civilly tied about the privities to avoid scandal, and with a chafing dish of fire and brimstone burning upon his head, did pass through the hall, crying, Repent, repent. I up to the painted chamber, thinking to have got in to have heard the king's speech, but upon second thoughts did not think it would be worth the crowd, and so went down again into the hall, and there walked with several, among others my Lord Rutherford, who is come out of Scotland, and I hope I may get some advantage by it in reference to the business of the interest of the great sum of money I paid him long since without interest. But I did not now move him in it. But presently comes down the House of Commons, the king having made then a very short and no pleasing speech to them at all, not at all giving them thanks for their readiness to come up to town at this busy time, but told them that he did think he should have had occasion for them, but had none, and therefore did dismiss them to look after their own occasions till October. And that he did wonder any should offer to bring in a suspicion that he intended to rule by an army, or otherwise than by the laws of the land, which he promised them he would do. And so bade them go home and settle the minds of the country in that particular, and only added that he had made a peace which he did believe they would find reasonable and a good peace, but did give them none of the particulars thereof. Thus they are dismissed again to their general great distaste, I believe the greatest that ever Parliament was, to see themselves so fooled, and the nation in certain condition of ruin, while the king, they see, is only governed by his lust, and women and rogues about him. The speaker, they found, was kept from coming in the morning to the House on purpose, till after the king was come to the House of Lords, for fear they should be doing anything in the House of Commons to the further dissatisfaction of the king and his courtiers. They do all give up the kingdom for loss that I speak to, and do hear what the king says, how he and the Duke of York do what they can to get up an army, that they may need no more parliaments. And how my Lady Castlemaine hath, before the late breach between her and the king, said to the king that he must rule by an army, or all would be lost, and that Bab. May hath given the like advice to the king, to crush the English gentlemen, saying that 300 a year was enough for any man but them that lived at court. I am told that many petitions were provided for the Parliament, complaining of the wrongs they have received from the court and courtiers, in city and country, if the Parliament had but sat. And I do perceive they all do resolve to have a good account of the money spent before ever they give a farthing more. And the whole kingdom is everywhere sensible of their being abused, insomuch that they force their Parliament men to come up to sit. And my cousin Roger told me that, but that was in mirth, he believed, if he had not come up, he should have had his house burned. The kingdom never in so troubled a condition in this world as now, nobody pleased with the peace, and yet nobody daring to wish for the continuance of the war, it being plain that nothing do nor can thrive under us. Here I saw old good Mr. Vaughan, and several of the great men of the Commons, and some of them old men that are come 200 miles and more to attend this session of Parliament, and have been at great charge and disappointments in their other private business, and now all to no purpose, neither to serve their country, content themselves, nor receive any thanks from the king. It is verily expected by many of them that the king will continue the prorogation in October, so as, if it be possible, never to have Parliament more. My Lord Bristol took his place in the House of Lords this day, but not in his robes. And when the king come in, he withdrew, but my Lord of Buckingham was there as brisk as ever, and sat in his robes. Which is a monstrous thing, that a man proclaimed against, and put in the Tower, and all, and released without any trial, and yet not restored to his places. But above all, I saw my Lord Mordaunt as merry as the best, that it seems hath done such further indignities to Mr. Taylor. Since the last sitting of Parliament as would hang, if there were nothing else, would the king do what were fit for him, but nothing of that is now likely to be. After having spent an hour or two in the hall, my cousin Roger and I and Creed to the Old Exchange, where I find all the merchants sad at this peace and breaking up of the Parliament, as men despairing of any good to the nation, which is a grievous consideration. And so home, and their cousin Roger and Creed to dinner with me, and very merry. But among other things they told me of the strange, bold sermon of Dr. Cretan yesterday, before the king. How he preached against the sins of the court, and particularly against adultery, over and over instancing how for that single sin in David, the whole nation was undone. and of our negligence in having our castles without ammunition and powder when the Dutch come upon us, and how we have no courage nowadays, but let our ships be taken out of our harbor. Here Creed did tell us the story of the duel last night, in Covent Garden, between Sir H. Bellasses and Tom Porter. It is worth remembering the silliness of the quarrel, and is a kind of emblem of the general complexion of this whole kingdom at present. They too, it seems, dined yesterday at Sir Robert Carr's, where it seems people do drink high, all that come. It happened that these two, the greatest friends in the world, were talking together, and Sir H. Bellasses talked a little louder than ordinary to Tom Porter, giving of him some advice. Some of the company standing by said, "What, are they quarreling, that they talk so high?" Sir H. Bellasses, hearing it, said, "No," says he, "I would have you know that I never quarrel, but I strike, and take that as a rule of mine." "How," says Tom Porter, "strike? I would I could see the man in England that durst give me a blow." With that Sir H. Bellasses did give him a box of the ear, and so they were going to fight there, but were hindered. And by Tom Porter went out, and meeting Dryden the poet, told him of the business, and that he was resolved to fight Sir H. Bellasses presently. For he knew, if he did not, they should be made friends tomorrow, and then the blow would rest upon him, which he would prevent, and desired Dryden to let him have his boy to bring him notice which way Sir H. Bellasses goes. By and by he is informed that Sir H. Bellasses's coach was coming, so Tom Porter went down out of the coffee house where he stayed for the tidings and stopped the coach and bade Sir H. Bellasses come out. "Why," says H. Bellasses, "you will not hurt me coming out, will you?" "No," says Tom Porter. So out he went and both drew, and H. Bellasses having drawn and flung away his scabbard, Tom Porter asked him whether he was ready. The other answering him he was, they fell to fight, some of their acquaintance by. They wounded one another, and H. Bellasses so much that it is feared he will die. And finding himself severely wounded, he called to Tom Porter and kissed him and bade him shift for himself. "For," says he, "Tom, thou hast hurt me. But I will make shift to stand upon my legs till thou mayest withdraw, and the world not take notice of you, for I would not have thee troubled for what thou hast done." And so whether he did fly or no I cannot tell, but Tom Porter showed H. Bellasses that he was wounded too, and they are both ill, but H. Bellasses to fear of life. And this is a fine example, and H. Bellasses a Parliament man too, and both of them most extraordinary friends. Among other discourse, my cousin Roger told us a thing certain, that the Archbishop of Canterbury, that now is, do keep a wench, and that he is as very a wencher as can be. And tells us it is a thing publicly known that Sir Charles Sidley had got away one of the Archbishop's wenches from him, and the Archbishop sent to him to let him know that she was his kinswoman, and did wonder that he would offer any dishonor to one related to him. To which Sir Charles Sidley is said to answer, "A pox take his grace. Pray tell his grace that I believe he finds himself too old, and is afraid that I should outdo him among his girls and spoil his trade." But he makes no more of doubt to say that the Archbishop is a wencher, and known to be so, which is one of the most astonishing things that I have heard of, unless it be, what for certain he says is true, that my Lady Castlemaine hath made a bishop lately, namely her uncle, Dr. Glenham, who, I think they say, is Bishop of Carlisle, a drunken, swearing rascal, and a scandal to the church. And do now pretend to be Bishop of Lincoln, in competition with Dr. Rainbow, who is reckoned as worthy a man as most in the church for piety and learning, which are things so scandalous to consider, that no man can doubt but we must be undone that hears of them. After dinner comes W. Howe and a son of Mr. Paggett's to see me, with whom I drank, but could not stay, and so by coach with cousin Roger, who before his going did acquaint me in private with an offer made of his marrying of Mrs. Elizabeth Wiles, whom I know, a kinswoman of Mr. Honeywood's, an ugly old maid, but a good housewife, and is said to have L. 2,500 to her portion. But if I can find that she hath but L. 2,000, which he prays me to examine, he says he will have her, she being one he hath long known intimately, and a good housewife and discreet woman. Though I am against it in my heart, she being not handsome at all. And it hath been the very bad fortune of the Pepises that ever I knew, never to marry an handsome woman, excepting Ned Pepys and Creed, set the former down at the Temple resolving to go to Cambridge tomorrow, and Creed and I to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber there to attend. But in vain, only here, looking out of the window into the garden. I saw the king, whom I have not had any desire to see since the Dutch come upon the coast first to Sheerness, For shame that I should see him, or he me, methinks, after such a dishonor, come upon the garden, with him 2 or 3 idle lords, and instantly after him, in another walk, my Lady Castlemaine, led by Bab. May, at which I was surprised, having but newly heard the stories of the king and her being parted for ever. So I took Mr. Povey, who was there, aside, and he told me all, how imperious this woman is, and hectors the king to whatever she will. It seems she is with child, and the king says he did not get it. With that she made a slighting puh with her mouth, and went out of the house, and never come in again till the king went to Sir Daniel Harvey s to pray her. And so she is come today, when one would think his mind should be full of some other cares, having but this morning broken up such a parliament, with so much discontent, and so many wants upon him, and but yesterday heard such a sermon against adultery. But it seems she hath told the king, that whoever did get it, he should own it. And the bottom of the quarrel is this: she is fallen in love with young German, who hath of late lain with her oftener than the king, and is now going to marry my Lady Falmouth. The king, he is mad at her entertaining German, and she is mad at German's going to marry from her. So they are all mad, and thus the kingdom is governed. And they say it is laboring to make breaches between the Duke of Richmond and his lady, that the king may get her to him. But he tells me for certain that nothing is more sure than that the king, and Duke of York, and the Chancellor, are desirous and laboring all they can to get an army, whatever the king says to the Parliament, and he believes that they are at last resolved to stand and fall all 3 together, so that he says match of the Duke of York with the Chancellor's daughter hath undone the nation. He tells me also that the king hath not greater enemies in the world than those of his own family, for there is not an officer in the house almost but curses him for letting them starve, and there is not a farthing of money to be raised for the buying them bread. Having done talking with him, I to Westminster Hall, and there talked and wandered up and down till the evening to no purpose, there and to the Swan, and so till the evening, and so home, and there to walk in the garden with my wife, telling her of my losing L300 a year by my place that I am to part with, which do a little trouble me, but we must live with somewhat more thrift, and so home to supper and to play on the flageolet, which do very prettily, and so to bed. Many guns were heard this afternoon, it seems, at Whitehall and in the Temple Garden very plain, but what it should be nobody knows, unless the Dutch be driving our ships up the river. Tomorrow we shall know. 30th, up into the office, where we sat busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where Daniel and his wife with us, come to see whether I could get him any employment. But I am so far from it, that I have the trouble upon my mind how to dispose of Mr. Gibson, and 1 or 2 more I am concerned for in the victualling business, which are to be now discharged. After dinner by coach to Whitehall, calling on 2 or 3 tradesmen and paying their bills, and so to Whitehall, to the Treasury Chamber, where I did speak with the lords, and did my business about getting them to assent to 10% interest on the 11 months' tax, but find them mightily put to it for money. Here I do hear that there are 3 lords more to be added to them, my Lord Bridgewater, my Lord Anglesey, and my Lord Chamberlain. Having done my business, I to Creed's chamber, and thence out with Creed to Whitehall with him. In our way, meeting with Mr. Cooling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, on horseback, who stopped to speak with us, and he proved very drunk and did talk and would have talked all night with us, I not being able to break loose from him, he holding me so by the hand. But, Lord, to see his present humor, how he swears at every word, and talks of the king and my Lady Castlemaine in the plainest words in the world. And from him I gather that the story I learned yesterday is true, that the king hath declared that he did not get the child of which she is conceived at this time, he having not, as he says, lain with her this half year. But she told him, God damn me, but you shall own it. It seems he is jealous of German, and she loves him so, that the thoughts of his marrying of my Lady Falmouth puts her into fits of the mother. And he, it seems, hath lain with her from time to time, continually, for a good while. And once, as this Cooling says, the king had like to have taken him a bed with her, but that he was fain to creep under the bed into her closet. But it is a pretty thing he told us how the king, once speaking of the Duke of York's being mastered by his wife, said to some of the company by, that he would go no more abroad with this Tom Otter, meaning the Duke of York and his wife. Tom Killigrew, being by, answered, Sir, says he, pray which is the best for a man, to be a Tom Otter to his wife or to his mistress? Meaning the king's being so to my Lady Castlemaine. Thus he went on, And speaking then of my Lord Sandwich, whom he professed to love exceedingly, says Creed, I know not what, but he is a man, methinks, that I could love for himself without other regards. He talked very lewdly, and then took notice of my kindness to him on shipboard 7 years ago, when the king was coming over, and how much he was obliged to me. But says, pray look upon this acknowledgment of a kindness in me to be a miracle. For, says he, it is against the law at court for a man that borrows money of me, even to buy his place with, to own it the next Sunday. And then told us his horse was a bribe, and his boots a bribe. And told us he was made up of bribes, as an Oxford scholar is set out with other men's goods when he goes out of town, and that he makes every sort of tradesman to bribe him, and invited me home to his house to taste of his bribe wine. I never heard so much vanity from a man in my life, so, being now weary of him, we parted, and I took coach and carried Creed to the temple. There set him down, and to my office, where busy late till my eyes begun to ache, and then home to supper. A pullet, with good sauce, to my liking, and then to play on the flageolet with my wife, which she now does very prettily, and so to bed. 31st. Up, and after some time with greeting upon my flageolet I to my office, and there all the morning busy. Among other things, Sir W. Batten, W. Penn and myself did examine a fellow of our private man-of-war, who we have found come up from Hull, with near L 500 worth of pieces of 8, though he will confess but 100 pieces. But it appears that there have been fine doings there. At noon dined at home, and then to the office, where busy again till the evening, when Major Halsey and Kynaston to adjust matters about Mrs. Rumbald's bill of exchange. And here Major Halsey, speaking much of my doing business, and understanding business, told me how my Lord General do say that I am worth them all. But I have heard that Halsey hath said the same behind my back to others. Then abroad with my wife by coach to Marrowbone, where my Lord Mayor and aldermen, it seem, dined today, and were just now going away, methought, in a disconsolate condition, compared with their splendor they formerly had, when the city was standing. Here my wife and I drank at the gate, not lighting, and then home with much pleasure, and so to my chamber, and my wife and I to pipe, and so to supper and to bed. August 1667. August 1st. Up and all the morning at the office. At noon, my wife and I dined at Sir W. Penn's, only with Mrs. Turner and her husband, on a damned venison pasty that stunk like a devil. However, I did not know it till dinner was done. We had nothing but only this, and a leg of mutton and a pullet or two. Mrs. Markham was here, with her great belly. I was very merry, and after dinner, upon a motion of the women, I was got to go to the play with them. The first I have seen since before the Dutch coming upon our coast, and so to the king's house, to see the custom of the country. The house mighty empty more than ever I saw it and an ill play. After the play, we into the house and spoke with Nip, who went abroad with us by coach to the neat houses in the way to Chelsea. And there, in a box in a tree, we sat and sang and talked and eat, my wife out of humor, as she always is when this woman is by. So, after it was dark, we home. Set Nep down at home, who told us the story how Nell is gone from the king's house, and is kept by my Lord Buckhurst. Then we home, the gates of the city shut, it being so late, and at Newgate we find them in trouble, some thieves having this night broke open prison. So we through and home, and our coachman was fain to drive hard from 2 or 3 fellows which he said were rogues that he met at the end of Blowbladder Street next Cheapside. So set Mrs. Turner home, and then we home, and I to the office a little, and so home and to bed, my wife in an ill humour still. Second, up, but before I rose, my wife fell into angry discourse of my kindness yesterday to Mrs. Nip, and leading her, and sitting in the coach hand in hand, and my arm about her middle, and in some bad words reproach me with it. I was troubled, but having much business in my head and desirous of peace rose, and did not provoke her. So she up and come to me and added more, and spoke basely of my father, who I perceive did do something in the country, at her last being there, that did not like her. But I would not inquire into anything, but let her talk, and when ready away to the office I went, where all the morning I was, only Mr. Gauden come to me, and he and I home to my chamber, and there reckoned, and there I received my profits for tenure of him, and L250 on my victualling score. He is a most noble-minded man as ever I met with, and seems to own himself much obliged to me, which I will labor to make him. For he is a good man also. We talked on many good things relating to the king's service, and in fine, I had much matter of joy by this morning's work, receiving above L400 of him on one account or other, and a promise that, though I lay down my victualling place, yet, as long as he continues victualler, I shall be the better by him. To the office again, and there evened all our business with Mr. Kynaston about Colonel Norwood's bill of exchange from tenure, and I am glad of it, for though he be a good man, yet his importunity tries me. So home to dinner, where Mr. Hayter with me and W. Hewer, because of their being in the way after dinner, and so to the office after dinner, where and with my Lord Brunaker at his lodgings all the afternoon and evening, making up our great account for the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, but not so as pleased me yet. So at 12 at night home to supper and to bed, my wife being gone in an ill humour to bed before me. This noon my wife comes to me alone, and tells me she had those upon her and bid me remember it. I asked her why, and she said she had a reason. I do think by something too, she said today, that she took notice that I had not lain with her this half year, that she thinks that I have some doubt that she might be with child by somebody else, which God knows never entered into my head, or whether my father observed anything at Brampton with Coleman I know not. But I do not do well to let these beginnings of discontents take so much root between us. Third, up and to the office, where busy all the morning. Then at noon to dinner, and to the office again, there to enable myself, by finishing our great account, to give it to the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury. Which I did, and there was called into them, to tell them only the total of our debt of the Navy on the 25th of May last, which is above L950000. Here I find them mighty hot in their answer to the Council Board about our Treasurer's threepences of the victualling, and also against the present farm of the customs, which they do most highly inveigh against. So home again by coach, and they're hard to work till very late, and my eyes began to fail me, which now upon very little overworking them they do, which grieves me much. Late home, to supper, and to bed. Fourth, Lord's Day. Busy at my office from morning till night, in writing with my own hand fair our large general account of the expense and debt of the Navy, which lasted me till night to do, that I was almost blind, and Mr. Gibson with me all day long, and dined with me, and excellent discourse I had with him, he understanding all the business of the Navy most admirably. To walk a little with my wife at night in the garden, it being very hot weather again, and so to supper and to bed. Fifth, up, and with Sir W. Batten in the morning to St. James's, where we did our ordinary business with the Duke of York, where I perceive they have taken the highest resolution in the world to become good husbands, and to retrench all charge. And to that end, we are commanded to give him an account of the establishment in the 7th year of the late king's reign, and how offices and salaries have been increased since. And I hope it will end in the taking away some of our commissioners, though it may be to the lessening of some of our salaries also. After done with the Duke of York, and coming out through his dressing-room, I there spied Signor Francisco tuning his guitar, and Monsieur de Pie with him, who did make him play to me, which he did most admirably, so well as I was mightily troubled that all that pains should have been taken upon so bad an instrument. Walked over the park with Mr. Gauden, and with him by coach home, and to the Exchange, where I hear the ill news of our loss lately of 4 rich ships, 2 from Guinea, 1 from Gallipoli, all with rich oils, and the other from Barbados, worth, as is guessed, L80000. But here is strong talk, as if Harman had taken some of the Dutch East India ships, but I dare not yet believe it, and brought them into Lisbon. Sept 6, 1667, John Clark to James Hicks. A vessel arrived from Harwich brings news that the English lost 600 to 700 men in the attempt on St. Christopher. That Sir John Harman was not then there, but going with 11 ships, and left a ketch at Barbados to bring more soldiers after him. That the ketch met a French sloop with a packet from St. Christopher to their fleet at Martinico, and took her, whereupon Sir John Harman sailed there and fell upon their fleet of sail, 25 of which he sank, and burnt the others, save 2 which escaped. Also that he left 3 of his fleet there, and went with the rest to Nevis, to make another attempt on St. Christopher. Calendar of State Payers, 1667, p. 447. Home and dined with my wife at Sir W. Penn's, where a very good pasty of venison, better than we expected, the last stinking basely, and after dinner he and my wife and I to the Duke of York's house, and there saw love tricks or the School of Compliments. A silly play, only Miss dancing in a shepherd's clothes did please us mightily. Thence without much pleasure home and to my office, so home, to supper, and to bed. My wife mighty angry with Nell, who is turned a very gossip and gads abroad as soon as our backs are turned, and will put her away tomorrow, which I am not sorry for. 6th, up and to the office where all the morning very full of business, a full board. Here, talking of news, my Lord Anglesey did tell us that the Dutch do make a further bogle with us about 2 or 3 things, which they will be satisfied in, he says, by us easily. But only in one, it seems, they do demand that we shall not interrupt their East Indiamen coming home, and of which they are in some fear. And we are full of hopes that we have light upon some of them, and carried them into Lisbon, by Harman, which God send. But they which do show the low esteem they have of us, have the confidence to demand that we shall have a cessation on our parts, and yet they at liberty to take what they will, which is such an affront, as another cannot be devised greater. At noon home to dinner, where I find Mrs. Wood, formerly Bab. Sheldon, and our mercer, who is dressed today in a paysanne dress that looks mighty pretty. We dined and sang and laughed mighty merry, and then I to the office, only met at the door with Mrs. Martin and Mrs. Burrows, who I took in and drank with, but was afraid my wife should see them, they being, especially the first, a prattling gossip, and so after drinking with them parted, and I to the office, busy as long as my poor eyes would endure, which troubles me mightily, and then into the garden with my wife, and to Sir W. Batt, S. with W. Penn and J. Minns. And there eat a melon and talked, and so home to supper and to bed. My wife, as she said last night, hath put away Nell today, for her gossiping abroad and telling of stories. Sir W. Batten did tell me tonight that the council have ordered a hearing before them of Carcass's business, which do vex me mightily, that we should be troubled so much by an idle rogue, a servant of our own, and all my thoughts tonight have been how to manage the matter before the council. 7th, up and at the office very busy, and did much business all the morning. My wife abroad with her maid Jane and Tom all the afternoon, being gone forth to eat some pasties at the Bottle of Hay, in St. John's Street, as you go to Islington, of which she is mighty fond, and I dined at home alone, and at the office close all the afternoon doing much business to my great content. This afternoon Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, comes to me about business, and tells me that though the King and my Lady Castlemaine are friends again, she is not at Whitehall, but at Sir D. Harvey's, whither the King goes to her. And he says she made him ask her forgiveness upon his knees, and promised to offend her no more so. That, indeed, she did threaten to bring all his bastards to his closet door, and hath nearly hectored him out of his wits. I at my office till night, and then home to my pipe, my wife not coming home, which vexed me. I then into the garden, and there walked alone in the garden till 10 at night, when she come home, having been upon the water and could not get home sooner. So to supper and to bed. 8th, up and all the morning at the office, where busy, and at noon home to dinner, where Creed dined with us, who tells me that Sir Henry Bellasses is dead of the duel he fought about 10 days ago with Tom Porter, and it is pretty to see how the world talk of them as a couple of fools that killed one another out of love. After dinner to the office a while, and then with my wife to the Temple, where I light and sent her to her tailor's. I to my bookseller S., where, by and by, I met Mr. Evelyn and talked of several things, but particularly of the times, and he tells me that wise men do prepare to remove abroad what they have, for that we must be ruined, our case being past relief, the kingdom so much in debt, and the king minding nothing but his lust, going 2 days a week to see my Lady Castlemaine at Sir D. Harvey's. He gone, I met with Mr. Moore, who tells me that my Lord Hinchingbroke is now with his mistress, but not that he is married, as W. Howe come and told us the other day. So by coach to Whitehall, and there stayed a little, thinking to see Sir G. Carteret, but missed him, and so by coach took up my wife, and so home, and as far as Bow, where we stayed and drank, and there, passing by Mr. Lowther and his lady, they stopped and we talked a little with them, they being in their gilt coach, and so parted. And presently come to us Mr. Andrews, whom I had not seen a good while, who, as other merchants do all give over any hopes of things doing well, and so he spends his time here most, playing at bowls. After dining together at the coach-side, we with great pleasure home, and so to the office, where I dispatched my business, and home to supper and to bed. 9th. Up, and betimes with Sir H. Comely upon some accounts of Tangier, and then he and I to Westminster, to Mr. Burge's, and then walked in the hall, and he and I talked, and he do really declare that he expects that of necessity this kingdom will fall back again to a commonwealth, and other wise men are of the same mind. This family doing all that silly men can do, to make themselves unable to support their kingdom, minding their lust and their pleasure, and making their government so chargeable, that people do well remember better things were done, and better managed, and with much less charge under a commonwealth than they have been by this king, and do seem to resolve to wind up his businesses and get money in his hand against the turn do come. After some talk I by coach and there dined, and with us Mr. Baitlier by chance coming in to speak with me, and when I come home, and find Mr. Goodgroom, my wife's singing master, their eye did soundly rattle him for neglecting her so much as he hath done, she not having learned 3 songs these 3 months and more. After dinner my wife abroad with Mrs. Turner, and I to the office, where busy all the afternoon, and in the evening by coach to St. James's, and there met Sir W. Coventry, and he and I walked in the park an hour. And then to his chamber, where he read to me the heads of the late great dispute between him and the rest of the commissioners of the Treasury, and our new treasurer of the Navy, where they have overthrown him the last Wednesday, in the great dispute touching his having the payment of the victualler, which is now settled by council that he is not to have it, and, indeed, they have been most just, as well as most severe and bold, in the doing this against a man of his quality. But I perceive he do really make no difference between any man. He tells me this day it is supposed the peace is ratified at Breda, and all that matter over. We did talk of many retrenchments of charge of the navy which he will put in practice, and everywhere else, though, he tells me, he despairs of being able to do what ought to be done for the saving of the kingdom, which I tell him, as indeed all the world is almost in hopes of, upon the proceeding of these gentlemen for the regulating of the treasury, it being so late, and our poverty grown so great, that they want where to set their feet, to begin to do anything. He tells me how weary he hath for this year and a half been of the war, and how in the Duke of York's bedchamber, at Christ Church at Oxford, when the court was there, he did labor to persuade the Duke to fling off the care of the navy, and get it committed to other hands, which, if he had done, would have been much to his honor, being just come home with so much honor from sea as he did. I took notice of the sharp letter he wrote, which he sent us to read yesterday to Sir Edward Spragg, where he is very plain about his leaving his charge of the ships at Gravesend, when the enemy come last up, and several other things, a copy whereof I have kept. But it is done like a most worthy man, and he says it is good, now and then, to tell these gentlemen their duties, for they need it. And it seems, as he tells me, all our knights are fallen out one with another, he and Jennings and Hollies, and his words were, they are disputing which is the coward among them, and yet men that take the greatest liberty of censuring others. Here, with him, very late, till I could hardly get a coach or link willing to go through the ruins, but I do but will not do it again, being indeed very dangerous. So home and to supper, and bed, my head most full of an answer I have drawn this noon to the committee of the council, to whom Carcass's business is referred to be examined again. 10th, up, and to the office, and there finish the letter about Carcass, and send it away, I think well writ, though it troubles me we should be put to trouble by this rogue so much. At the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where I sang and piped with my wife with great pleasure, and did hire a coach to carry us to Barnet tomorrow. After dinner I to the office, and there wrote as long as my eyes would give me leave, and then abroad and to the New Exchange to the booksellers there, where I hear of several new books coming out, Mr. Spratt's History of the Royal Society, and Mrs. Phillips's Poems. Sir John Denham's poems are going to be all printed together, and, among others, some new things, and among them he showed me a copy of verses of his upon Sir John Minnes's going heretofore to Boulogne to eat a pig. The collected edition of Denham's poems is dated 1668. The verses referred to are inscribed to Sir John Menny's being invited from Calais to Boulogne to eat a pig, and two of the lines run: Little Admiral John to Boulogne is gone. Cowley, he tells me, is dead, who, it seems, was a mighty civil, serious man, which I did not know before. Several good plays are likely to be abroad soon, as Mustapha and Henry the Fifth. Here having stayed and divertised myself a good while, I home again and to finish my letters by the post, and so home, and betimes to bed with my wife because of rising betimes tomorrow. 11th, Lord's Day. Up by 4 o'clock and ready with Mrs. Turner to take coach before 5, which we did, and set on our journey, and got to the Wells at Barnet by 7 o'clock, and there found many people drinking. But the morning is a very cold morning, so as we were very cold all the way in the coach. Here we met Joseph Batelier, and I talked with him, and here was W. Hewer also, and his uncle Steventon. So, after drinking 3 glasses and the women nothing, we back by coach to Barnet, where to the Red Lion, where we light and went up into the great room and there drank, and eat some of the best cheesecakes that ever I eat in my life, and so took coach again, and W. Hewer on horseback with us, and so to Hatfield to the inn next my Lord Salisbury's house, and there rested ourselves and drank and bespoke dinner. And so to church, it being just church time, and there we find my Lord and my Lady Sands and several fine ladies of the family, and a great many handsome faces and genteel persons more in the church, and did hear a most excellent good sermon, which pleased me mightily and very devout. It being upon the signs of saving grace, where it is in a man, and one sign which held him all this day, was that where that grace was, there is also the grace of prayer, which he did handle very finely. In this church lies the former Lord of Salisbury, Cecil, buried in a noble tomb. So the church being done, we to our inn, and there dined very well and mighty merry. And as soon as we had dined, we walked out into the park through the fine walk of trees, and to the vineyard. And there showed them that, which is in good order, and indeed a place of great delight, which, together with our fine walk through the park, was of as much pleasure as could be desired in the world for country pleasure and good air. Being come back, and weary with the walk, for as I made it, it was pretty long, being come back to our inn, there the women had pleasure in putting on some straw hats, which are much worn in this country, and did become them mightily, but especially my wife. So, after resting a while, we took coach again and back to Barnet, where W. Hewer took us into his lodging, which is very handsome, and there did treat us very highly with cheesecakes, cream, tarts, and other good things, and then walked into the garden, which was pretty, and there filled my pockets full of filberts, and so with much pleasure. Among other things, I met in this house with a printed book of the life of O. Cromwell, to his honor as a soldier and politician, though as a rebel, the first of that kind that ever I saw, and it is well done. Took coach again, and got home with great content, just at day shutting in, and so as soon as home eat a little and then to bed, with exceeding great content at our day's work. 12th, my wife waked betimes to call up her maids to washing, and so to bed again, whom I then hugged, it being cold now in the mornings. Up by, and with Mr. Godden by coach to St. James's, where we find the Duke gone a-hunting with the King, but found Sir W. Coventry within, with whom we discoursed, and he did largely discourse with us about our speedy falling upon considering of retrenchments in the expense of the navy, which I will put forward as much as I can. So having done their eye to Westminster Hall to Burge's, and then walked to the New Exchange, and there to my bookseller S., and did buy Scott's Discourse of Witches. And do hear Mr. Cowley mightily lamented his death, by Dr. Ward, the Bishop of Winchester, and Dr. Bates, who were standing there as the best poet of our nation, and as good a man. Thence I to the Princeler, S., over against the Exchange towards Covent Garden, and there bought a few more prints of cities, and so home with them, and my wife and maids being gone over the water to the Whitster S. A bleacher of linen. The Whitsters of Datchet Mead are referred to by Mrs. Ford, Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 3 SC 3. With their clothes, this being the first time of her trying this way of washing her linen, I dined at Sir W. Batten S., and after dinner, all alone to the King's Playhouse, and there did happen to sit just before Mrs. Pierce and Mrs. Knepp, who pulled me by the hair, and so I addressed myself to them and talked to them all the intervals of the play, and did give them fruit. The play is Brennoralt, which I do find but little in, for my part. Here was many fine ladies among others, the German Baron, with his lady, who is envoy from the Emperor, and their fine daughter which hath travelled all Europe over with them, it seems, and is accordingly accomplished, and indeed is a wonderful pretty woman. Here Sir Philip Froude, who sat next to me, did tell me how Sir H. Belasses is dead, and that the quarrel between him and Tom Porter, who is fled, did arise in the ridiculous fashion that I was first told it, which is a strange thing between two so good friends. The play being done, I took the women, and Mrs. Corbett, who was with them, by coach it raining, to Mrs. Manuel's, the Jew's wife, formerly a player, who we heard sing with one of the Italians that was there. And indeed she sings mightily well. And just after the Italian manner, but yet do not please me like one of Mrs. Knepp's songs, to a good English tune, the manner of their air not pleasing me so well as the fashion of our own, nor so natural. Here I sat a little and then left them, and then by coach home, and my wife not come home, so the office a little and then home, and my wife come. And so, saying nothing where I had been, we to supper and pipe, and so to bed. 13th. Up and to the office, where we sat busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner all alone, my wife being again at the Whitster S. After dinner with Sir W. Penn to St. James's, where the rest come and attended the Duke of York, with our usual business, who, upon occasion, told us that he did expect this night or tomorrow to hear from Brader of the consummation of the peace. Then Sir W. Penn and I to the King's house, and there saw the committee, which I went to with some prejudice, not liking it before, but I do now find it a very good play, and a great deal of good invention in it. But Lacey's part is so well performed that it would set off anything. The play being done, we with great pleasure home, and there I to the office to finish my letters, and then home to my chamber to sing and pipe till my wife comes home from her washing, which was 9 at night, and a dark and rainy night, that I was troubled at her staying out so long. But she come well home, and so to supper and to bed. 14th. Up and to the office, where we held a meeting extraordinary upon some particular business, and there sat all the morning. At noon, my wife being gone to the Whitster S. again to her clothes, I to dinner to Sir W. Batten S., where much of our discourse concerning Carcass, who it seems do find success before the council, and do everywhere threaten us with what he will prove against us, which do vex us to see that we must be subjected to such a rogue of our own servants as this is. By and by to talk of our prize at Hull, and Sir W. Batten offering, again and again, seriously how he would sell his part for L1000, and I considering the knavery of Hogg and his company, and the trouble we may have with the Prince Rupert about the consort ship, and how we are linked with Sir R. Ford, whose son-in-law too is got thither, and there we entrust him with all our concern, who I doubt not is of the same trade with his father-in-law for a knave, and then the danger of the sea. If it shall be brought about, or bad debts contracted in the sale, but chiefly to be eased of my fears about all or any of this, I did offer my part to him for L700. With a little beating the bargain, we come to a perfect agreement for L66613s. For D, which is 2/3 of L1000, which is my proportion of the prize. I went to my office full of doubts and joy concerning what I had done, but however did put into writing the heads of our agreement, and returned to Sir W. Batten, and we both signed them, and Sir R. Ford, being come thither since, witnessed them. So having put it past further dispute, I away, satisfied, and took coach and to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Country Captain, which is a very ordinary play. Methinks I had no pleasure therein at all, and so home again, and to my business hard, till my wife come home from her clothes, and so with her to supper and to bed. No news yet come of the ratification of the peace, which we have expected now every hour since yesterday. 15th. Up and to the office betimes, where busy and sat all the morning, vexed with more news of Carcass's proceedings at the council, insomuch as we 4J. Mins W. Batten, Sir W. Penn and myself did make an appointment to dine with Sir W. Coventry today to discourse it with him, which we did by going thither as soon as the office was up, and there dined, and very merry, and many good stories. And after dinner to our discourse about Carcass. And how much we are troubled that we should be brought, as they say we shall, to defend our report before the council board with him, and to have a clerk imposed on us. He tells us in short that there is no intention in the Lords for the latter, but wholly the contrary. That they do not desire neither to do anything in disrespect to the board, and he will endeavor to prevent, as he hath done, our coming to plead at the table with our clerk, and do believe the whole will amount to nothing at the council, only what he shall declare in behalf of the king against the office, if he offers anything, will and ought to be received, to which we all show a readiness, though I confess even that, though I think I am as clear as the clearest of them. Yet I am troubled to think what trouble a rogue may without cause give a man, though it be only by bespattering a man, and therefore could wish that over, though I fear nothing to be proved. Thence with much satisfaction, and Sir W. Penn and I to the Duke's house, where a new play. The king and court there, the house full, and an act begun. And so went to the King's, and there saw the Merry Wives of Windsor, which did not please me at all in no part of it, and so after the play done we to the Duke's house, where my wife was by appointment in Sir W. Penn's coach, and she home, and we home, and I to my office, where busy till letters done, and then home to supper and to bed. 16th. Up and at the office all the morning, and so at noon to dinner, and after dinner my wife and I to the Duke's playhouse, where we saw the new play acted yesterday, The Feigned Innocence or Sir Martin Marall, a play made by my Lord Duke of Newcastle, but as every body says, corrected by Dryden. It is the most entire piece of mirth, a complete farce from one end to the other that certainly was ever writ. I never laughed so in all my life. I laughed till my head all the evening and night with the laughing, and at very good wit therein, not fooling. The house full, and in all things of mighty content to me. Thence to the New Exchange with my wife, where, at my bookseller's, I saw The History of the Royal Society, which, I believe, is a fine book, and have bespoke one inquires. So home, and I to the office a little, and so to my chamber, and read the history of 88C 10th of this month, in speed, in order to my seeing the play thereof acted tomorrow at the king's house. So to supper in some pain by the sudden change of the weather cold and my drinking of cold drink, which I fear begin to leave off, though I shall try it as long as I can without much pain. But I find myself to be full of wind, and my anus to be knit together as it is always with cold. Every body wonders that we have no news from Breda of the ratification of the peace, and do suspect that there is some stop in it. So to bed. 17th. Up and all the morning at the office where we sat, and my head was full of the business of Carcass, who hath a hearing this morning before the council, and hath summoned at least 30 persons, and which is wondrous, a great many of them, I hear, do declare more against him than for him, and yet he summonses people without distinction. Sure he is distracted. At noon home to dinner, and presently my wife and I and Sir W. Penn to the King's Playhouse, where the house extraordinary full, and there was the King and Duke of York to see the new play, Queen Elizabeth's Troubles and the History of 88. I confess I have sucked in so much of the sad story of Queen Elizabeth, from my cradle, that I was ready to weep for her sometimes. But the play is the most ridiculous that sure ever come upon the stage, and indeed is merely a show, only shows the true garb of the Queen in those days, just as we see Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth painted. But the play is merely a puppet play, acted by living puppets. Neither the design nor language better, and one stands by and tells us the meaning of things. Only I was pleased to see Nip dance among the milkmaids, and to hear her sing a song to Queen Elizabeth, and to see her come out in her nightgown with no locks on, but her bare face and hair only tied up in a knot behind, which is the comeliest dress that ever I saw her in to her advantage. Thence home and went as far as Mile End with Sir W. Penn, whose coach took him up there for his country house, and after having drunk there, at the Rose and Crown, a good house for Alderman Bide's ale, John Bide, brewer, Sheriff of London in 1647 B. We parted, and we home, and there I finished my letters, and then home to supper and to bed. 18th Lord's Day. Up, and being ready walked up and down to Cree Church to see it how it is, But I find no alteration there, as they say there was, for my Lord Mayor and aldermen to come to sermon, as they do every Sunday, as they did formerly to Paul's. Walk back home and to our own church, where a dull sermon and our church empty of the best sort of people, they being at their country houses, and so home, and there dined with me Mr. Turner and his daughter Betty. Betty Turner, who is frequently mentioned after this date, appears to have been a daughter of Sergeant John Turner and his wife Jane, and younger sister of Theophila Turner, c. January 4th, 669. Her mother should, but they were invited to Sir J. Minns, where she dined, and the others here with me. Betty is grown a fine lady as to carriage and discourse. I and my wife are mightily pleased with her. We had a good haunch of venison, powdered and boiled, and a good dinner and merry. After dinner comes Mr. Pelling the Potticary, whom I had sent for to dine with me, but he was engaged. After sitting an hour to talk we broke up, all leaving Pelling to talk with my wife, and I walked towards Whitehall, but being wearied, turned into St. Dunstan's Church, where I heard an able sermon of the minister of the place, and stood by a pretty, modest maid, whom I did labor to take by the hand and the body, but she would not, but got further and further from me. And at last, I could perceive her to take pins out of her pocket to prick me if I should touch her again, which seeing I did forbear, and was glad I did spy her design. And then I fell to gaze upon another pretty maid in a pew close to me, and she on me, and I did go about to take her by the hand, which she suffered a little, and then withdrew. So the sermon ended, and the church broke up, and my amours ended also, and so took coach and home, and there took up my wife, and to Islington with her our old road. But before we got to Islington, between that and Kingsland, there happened an odd adventure. One of our coach horses fell sick of the staggers, so as he was ready to fall down. The coachman was fain to light and hold him up, and cut his tongue to make him bleed, and his tail. The horse continued shaking every part of him, as if he had been in an ague, a good while, and his blood settled in his tongue. And the coachman thought and believed he would presently drop down dead. Then he blew some tobacco in his nose, upon which the horse sneezed, and by grows well and draws us the rest of our way, as well as ever he did, which was one of the strangest things of a horse I ever observed, but he says it is usual. It is the staggers. Stayed and eat and drank at Islington, at the old house, and so home, and to my chamber to read, and then to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and at the office all the morning very busy. Towards noon I to Westminster about some tallies at the Exchequer, and then straight home again and dined, and then to sing with my wife with great content, and then I to the office again, were busy, and then out and took coach and to the Duke of York's house, all alone, and there saw Sir Martin Marall again, though I saw him but 2 days since, and do find it the most comical play that ever I saw in my life. Soon as the play done I home, and there busy till night, and then comes Mr. Moore to me only to discourse with me about some general things touching the badness of the times, how ill they look, and he do agree with most people that I meet with, that we shall fall into a commonwealth in a few years, whether we will or no. For the charge of a monarchy is such as the kingdom cannot be brought to bear willingly, nor are things managed so well nowadays under it, as heretofore. He says everybody do think that there is something extraordinary that keeps us so long from the news of the peace being ratified, which the King and the Duke of York have expected these 6 days. He gone, my wife and I and Mrs. Turner walked in the garden a good while till 9 at night, and then parted, and I home to supper and to read a little, which I cannot refrain, though I have all the reason in the world to favor my eyes, which every day grow worse and worse by overusing them, and then to bed. 20th. Up, and to my chamber to set down my journal for the last 3 days, and then to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then with my wife abroad, set her down at the Exchange, and I to St. James's, where find Sir W. Coventry alone, and fell to discourse of retrenchments. And thereon he tells how he hath already propounded to the Lords Committee of the Councils how he would have the Treasurer of the Navy a less man, that might not sit at the board, but be subject to the board. He would have 2 controllers to do his work, and 2 surveyors, whereof one of each to take it by turns to reside at Portsmouth and Chatham by a kind of rotation. He would have but only 1 clerk of the acts. He do tell me he hath propounded how the charge of the navy in peace shall come within L200000, by keeping out 24 ships in summer, and 10 in the winter. And several other particulars we went over of retrenchment, and I find I must provide some things to offer that I may be found studious to lessen the king's charge. By and by comes my Lord Brunker, and then we up to the Duke of York, and there had a hearing of our usual business. But no money to be heard of, no, not L100 upon the most pressing service that can be imagined of bringing in the king's timber from Whittlewood, while we have the utmost want of it, and no credit to provide it elsewhere. And as soon as we had done with the Duke of York, Sir W. Coventry did single Sir W. Penn and me, and desired us to lend the king some money out of the prizes we have taken by hog. He did not much press it, and we made but a merry answer thereto. But I perceive he did ask it seriously, and did tell us that there never was so much need of it in the world as now, we being brought to the lowest straits that can be in the world. This troubled me much. By and by Sir W. Batten told me that he heard how Carcass do now give out that he will hang me, among the rest of his threats of him and Penn, which is the first word I ever heard of the kind from him concerning me. It do trouble me a little, though I know nothing he can possibly find to fasten on me. Thence with my Lord Brunker to the Duke's playhouse, telling my wife so at the change where I left her. And there saw Sir Martin Marall again, which I have now seen 3 times, and it hath been acted but 4 times, and still find it a very ingenious play and full of variety. So home, and to the office, where my eyes would not suffer me to do anything by candlelight, and so called my wife and walked in the garden. She mighty pressing for a new pair of cuffs, which I am against the laying out of money upon yet, which makes her angry. So home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up, and my wife and I fell out about the pair of cuffs, which she hath a mind to have to go to see the ladies dancing tomorrow at Betty Turner's school, and do vex me so that I am resolved to deny them her. However, by and by a way was found that she had them, and I well satisfied, being unwilling to let our difference grow higher upon so small an occasion and frowardness of mine. Then to the office, my Lord Brunker and I all the morning answering petitions, which now by a new council's order we are commanded to set a day and a week apart for, and we resolve to do it by turn, my lord and I 1 week and 2 others another. At noon home to dinner, and then my wife and I mighty pleasant abroad, she to the New Exchange and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, who do sit very close, and are bringing the king's charges as low as they can. But Sir W. Coventry did here again tell me that he is very serious in what he said to Sir W. Penn and me yesterday about our lending of money to the king, and says that people do talk that we had the king's ships at his cost to take prizes, and that we ought to lend the king money more than other people. I did tell him I will consider it, and so parted, and do find I cannot avoid it. So to Westminster Hall, and there stayed a while, and thence to Mrs. Martin's, and there did take a little pleasure both with her and her sister. Here sat and talked, and it is a strange thing to see the impudence of the woman, that desires by all means to have her Mary come home, only that she might beat liberty to have me paratoker her, which is a thing I do not so much desire. Thence by coach, took up my wife, and home and out to Mile End, and there drank, and so home, and after some little reading in my chamber, to supper and to bed. This day I sent my cousin Roger a tierce of claret, which I give him. This morning come 2 of Captain Cook's boys, whose voices are broke, and are gone from the chapel, but have extraordinary skill. And they and my boy, with his broken voice, did sing 3 parts. Their names were Blewl and Loggings, but notwithstanding their skill, yet to hear them sing with their broken voices, which they could not command to keep in tune, would make a man mad, so bad it was. 22nd. Up and to the office, whence Lord Brunker, J. Minns, W. Penn, and I went to examine some men that are put in there, for rescuing of men that were pressed into the service. And we do plainly see that the desperate condition that we put men into for want of their pay makes them mad, they being as good men as ever were in the world, and would as readily serve the king again, were they but paid. 2 men leapt overboard, among others, into the Thames, out of the vessel into which they were pressed, and were shot by the soldiers placed there to keep them, 2 days since. So much people do avoid the king's service. And then these men are pressed without money, and so we cannot punish them for anything, so that we are forced only to make a show of severity by keeping them in prison, but are unable to punish them. Returning to the office, did ask whether we might visit Commissioner Pett, to which I confess I have no great mind, and it was answered that he was close prisoner, and we could not. But the lieutenant of the Tower would send for him to his lodgings if we would. so we put it off to another time, returned to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to Captain Cox to dinner, where Lord Brunker and his lady met. Wren and Bulteel and Sir Alan Apsley, the last of whom did make good sport, he being already fallen under the retrenchments of the new committee, as he is Master Falconer. The post of Master Falconer was afterwards granted to Charles's son by Nell Gwyn, and it is still held by the Duke of St. Albans as an hereditary office bee, which makes him mad, and swears that we are doing that the Parliament would have done, that is, that we are now endeavoring to destroy one another. But it was well observed by some at the table that they do not think this retrenching of the King's charge will be so acceptable to the Parliament, they having given the King a revenue of so many L100,000 a year more than his predecessors had, that he might live in pomp, like a king. After dinner with my Lord Brunker and his mistress to the King's playhouse, and there saw the Indian Emperor, where I find Nell come again, which I am glad of, but was most infinitely displeased with her being put to act the Emperor's daughter, which is a great and serious part, which she do most basely. The rest of the play, though pretty good, was not well acted by most of them, methought, so that I took no great content in it. But that troubled me most was that Nip sent by Moll to desire to speak to me after the play. And she beckoned to me at the end of the play, and I promised to come. But it was so late, and I forced to step to Mrs. Williams's lodgings with my Lord Brunker and her, where I did not stay, however, for fear of her showing me her closet, and thereby forcing me to give her something. And it was so late that for fear of my wife's coming home before me, I was forced to go straight home, which troubled me. Home and to the office a little, and then home and to my chamber to read, and anon late comes home my wife, with Mr. Turner and Mrs. Turner, with whom she supped, having been with Mrs. Turner today at her daughter's school, to see her daughters dancing and the rest, which she says is fine. They gone, I to supper and to bed. My wife very fine today, in her new suit of laced cuffs and perquisites. This evening Pelling comes to me, and tells me that this night the Dutch letters are come, and that the peace was proclaimed there the 19th inst. And that all is finished, which, for my life, I know not whether to be glad or sorry for, a peace being so necessary, and yet the peace is so bad in its terms. 23rd. Up and greeting comes, who brings me a tune for 2 flageolets which we played, and is a tune played at the King's Playhouse, which goes so well that I will have more of them, and it will be a mighty pleasure for me to have my wife able to play a part with me, which she will easily, I find, do. Then abroad to Whitehall in a hackney coach with Sir W. Penn, and in our way, in the narrow street near Paul's, going the back way by Tower Street, and the coach being forced to put back, he was turning himself into a cellar. So much of London was yet in ruins, which made people cry out to us, and so we were forced to leap out, he out of one, and I out of the other boot. The boot was originally a projection on each side of the coach, where the passengers sat with their backs to the carriage. Such a boot is seen in the carriage containing the attendants of Queen Elizabeth, in Hofnagel's well-known picture of Nonsuch Palace, dated 1582. Taylor, the water poet, the inveterate opponent of the introduction of coaches, thus satirizes the one in which he was forced to take his place as a passenger. It wears 2 boots and no spurs, sometimes having 2 pairs of legs in one boot, and oftentimes against nature, most preposterously, it makes fair ladies wear the boot. Moreover, it makes people imitate sea crabs, in being drawn sideways, as they are when they sit in the boot of the coach. In course of time, these projections were abolished, and the coach then consisted of 3 parts, viz., the body, the boot, on the top of which the coachman sat, and the baskets at the back. Query whether a glass coach would have permitted us to have made the escape? See note on introduction of glass coaches, September 23rd, 1667, neither of us getting any hurt. Nor could the coach have got much hurt had we been in it. But however, there was cause enough for us to do what we could to save ourselves. So being all dusty, we put into the Castle Tavern, by the Savoy, and there brushed ourselves, and then to Whitehall with our fellows to attend the council. By order upon some proposition of my Lord Anglesey, we were called in. The King there, and it was about considering how the fleet might be discharged at their coming in shortly, the peace being now ratified, and it takes place on Monday next, which Sir W. Coventry said would make some clashing between some of us 20-1, for want of more warning. But the wind has kept the boats from coming over. whether by money or tickets, and cries out against tickets, but the matter was referred for us to provide an answer to, which we must do in a few days. So we parted, and I to Westminster to the Exchequer, to see what sums of money other people lend upon the Act, and find of all sizes from L1000 to L100 nay, to L50 nay, to L20 nay, to L5. For I find that one Dr. Reed, Doctor of Law, gives no more, and others of them L20, which is a poor thing, methinks, that we should stoop so low as to borrow such sums. Upon the whole, I do think to lend, since I must lend L300, though, God knows, it is much against my will to lend any, unless things were in better condition, and likely to continue so. Thence home and there to dinner, and after dinner by coach out again, setting my wife down at unthanks, and I to the Treasury Chamber, where I waited, talking with Sir G. Downing, till the Lords met. He tells me how he will make all the Exchequer officers, of one side and t'other, to lend the King money upon the Act, and that the least clerk shall lend money, and he believes the least will L100. But this I do not believe. He made me almost ashamed that we of the Navy had not in all this time lent any, so that I find it necessary I should, and so will speedily do it before any of my fellows begin, and lead me to a bigger sum. By and by the Lords come, and I perceive Sir W. Coventry is the man, and nothing done till he comes. Among other things, I hear him observe, looking over a paper, that Sir John Shaw is a miracle of a man, for he thinks he executes more places than any man in England. For there he finds him a surveyor of some of the king's woods, and so reckoned up many other places, the most inconsistent in the world. Their business with me was to consider how to assign such of our commanders as will take assignments upon the Act for their wages, and the consideration thereof was referred to me to give them an answer the next sitting, which is a horrid poor thing, but they scruple at nothing of honor in the case. So away hence and called my wife and to the king's house, and saw the maiden queen, which pleases us mightily, and then away and took up Mrs. Turner at her door, and so to Mile End, and there drank, and so back to her house, it being a fine evening, and there supped. The first time I ever was there since they lived there, and she hath all things so neat and well done, that I am mightily pleased with her and all she do. So here very merry, and then home and to bed, my eyes being very bad. I find most people pleased with their being at ease, and safe of a peace, that they may know no more charge or hazard of an ill-managed war. But nobody speaking of the peace with any content or pleasure, but are silent in it, as of a thing they are ashamed of, no, not at court, much less in the city. 24th, St. Bartholomew's Day. This morning was proclaimed the peace between us and the states of the United Provinces, and also of the King of France and Denmark. And in the afternoon the proclamations were printed and come out, and at night the bells rung, but no bonfires that I hear of anywhere, partly from the dearness of firing, but principally from the little content most people have in the peace. All the morning at the office. At noon dined, and creed with me, at home. After dinner we to play, and there saw the Cardinal at the King's house, wherewith I am mightily pleased, but above all with Beck Marshall. But it is pretty to observe how I look up and down for, and did spy Nip, but durst not own it to my wife that I see her, for fear of angering her, who do not like my kindness to her, and so I was forced not to take notice of her, and so homeward, leaving creed at the Temple, and my belly now full with plays, that I do intend to bind myself to see no more till Michaelmas. So with my wife to Mile End, and there drank of Bide's ale, and so home. Most of our discourse is about our keeping a coach the next year, which pleases my wife mightily, and if I continue as able as now, it will save us money. This day comes a letter from the Duke of York to the board to invite us, which is as much as to fright us, into the lending the king money, which is a poor thing, and most dishonorable, and shows in what a case we are at the end of the war to our neighbors. And the king do now declare publicly to give 10% to all lenders, which makes some think that the Dutch themselves will send over money, and lend it upon our public faith, the Act of Parliament. So home and to my office, wrote a little, and then home to supper and to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, and thence home, and Pelling comes by invitation to dine with me, and much pleasant discourse with him. After dinner, away by water to Whitehall, where I landed Pelling, who is going to his wife, where she is in the country at Parson's Green, and myself to Westminster, and there at the Swan I did Baser Frank, and to the parish church, thinking to see Betty Mitchell. And did stay an hour in the crowd, thinking, by the end of a nose that I saw, that it had been her. But at last the head turned towards me, and it was her mother, which vexed me, and so I back to my boat, which had broke one of her oars in rowing and had now fastened it again. And so I up to Putney, and there stepped into the church to look upon the fine people there, whereof there is great store, and the young ladies. And so walked to Barnelmes, whither I sent Russell, reading of Boyle's hydrostatics, which are of infinite delight. I walked in the elms a good while, and then to my boat, and leisurely home, with great pleasure to myself. And there supped and W. Hewer with us, with whom a great deal of good talk touching the office, and so to bed. 26th. Up and greeting come, and I reckoned with him for his teaching of my wife and me upon the flageolet to this day, and so paid him for having as much as he can teach us. Then to the office, where we sat upon a particular business all the morning, and my Lord Anglesey with us, who, and my Lord Brunker, do bring us news how my Lord Chancellor's seal is to be taken away from him today. The thing is so great and sudden to me that it put me into a very great admiration what should be the meaning of it, and they do not own that they know what it should be. But this is certain, that the king did resolve it on Saturday, and did yesterday send the Duke of Albemarle, the only man fit for those works, to him for his purse. To which the Chancellor answered, that he received it from the king, and would deliver it to the king's own hand, and so civilly returned the Duke of Albemarle without it. And this morning my Lord Chancellor is to be with the king, to come to an end in the business. After sitting, we rose, and my wife being gone abroad with Mrs. Turner to her washing at the Whitsters, I dined at Sir W. Batten's, where Mr. Boreman was, who come from Whitehall, who tells us that he saw my Lord Chancellor come in his coach with some of his men, without his seal, to Whitehall to his chamber. And thither the King and Duke of York come and stayed together alone, an hour or more. And it is said that the king do say that he will have the Parliament meet, and that it will prevent much trouble by having of him out of their enmity, by his place being taken away, for that all their enmity will be at him. It is said also that my Lord Chancellor answers, that he desires he may be brought to his trial, if he have done anything to lose his office, and that he will be willing, and is most desirous, to lose that, and his head both together. Upon what terms they parted nobody knows, but the Chancellor looked sad, he says. Then in comes Sir Richard Ford, and says he hears that there is nobody more presses to reconcile the King and Chancellor than the Duke of Albemarle and Duke of Buckingham. The latter of which is very strange, not only that he who was so lately his enemy should do it, but that this man, that but the other day was in danger of losing his own head, should so soon come to be a mediator for others. It shows a wise government. They all say that he is but a poor man, not worth above 3,000 a year in land. But this I cannot believe, and all do blame him for having built so great a house, till he had got a better estate. Having dined, Sir J. Minns and I to Whitehall, where we could be informed in no more than we were told before, nobody knowing the result of the meeting, but that the matter is suspended. So I walked to the King's Playhouse, there to meet Sir W. Penn, and saw the Surprisal, a very mean play, I thought, or else it was because I was out of humor and but very little company in the house. But there Sir W. Penn and I had a great deal of discourse with Moll, who tells us that Nell is already left by my Lord Buckhurst, and that he makes sport of her and swears she hath had all she could get of him, and Hart. Charles Hart, great-nephew of Shakespeare, a favorite actor. He is credited with being Nell Gwyn's first lover, or Charles I, as the wits put it, and with having brought her on the stage. He died of stone, and was buried at Stanmore Magna, Middlesex, where he had a country house. Her great admirer now hates her, and that she is very poor, and hath lost my Lady Castlemaine, who was her great friend also, but she is come to the house, but is neglected by them all. Lord Buckhurst's liaison with Nell Gwyn probably came to an end about this time. We learn from Pepys that in January 1667-68, the king sent several times for Nellie c. January 11th, 1667-68. Nell's eldest son by Charles Roman II, Charles Beauclerk, was not born till May 8th, 1670. He was created Earl of Burford in 1676 and Duke of St. Albans in 1684. Thence with Sir W. Penn home, and I to the office, where late about business, and then home to supper, and so to bed. 27th. Up, and am invited betimes to be godfather tomorrow to Captain Poole's child with my Lady Penn and Lady Batten, which I accepted out of complaisance to them, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon dined at home, And then my wife and I, with Sir W. Penn to the New Exchange, set her down, and he and I to St. James's, where Sir J. Minns, W. Batten, and we waited upon the Duke of York, but did little business. And he, I perceive, his head full of other business, and of late hath not been very ready to be troubled with any of our business. Having done with him, Sir J. Minns, W. Batten, and I to Whitehall, and there hear how it is like to go well enough with my Lord Chancellor, that he is like to keep his seal, desiring that he may stand his trial in Parliament, if they will accuse him of anything. Here Sir J. Minns and I looking upon the pictures, and Mr. Chevens, being by, did take us, of his own accord, into the king's closet, to show us some pictures, which, indeed, is a very noble place, and exceeding great variety of brave pictures and the best hands. I could have spent 3 or 4 hours there well, and we had great liberty to look, and Chevens seemed to take pleasure to show us, and commend the pictures. Having done here, I to the Exchange, and there find my wife gone with Sir W. Penn. So I to visit Colonel Fitzgerald, who hath been long sick at Woolwich, where most of the officers and soldiers quartered there, since the Dutch being in the river, have died or been sick, and he among the rest. And by the growth of his beard and grey, I did not know him. His desire to speak with me was about the late command for my paying no more pensions for Tangier. Thence home, and there did business, and so in the evening home to supper and to bed. This day Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, was with me, and tells me how this business of my Lord Chancellor's was certainly designed in my Lady Castlemaine's chamber, and that, when he went from the king on Monday morning, she was in bed, though about 12 o'clock, and ran out in her smock into her aviary looking into Whitehall garden, and thither her woman brought her nightgown, and stood joying herself at the old man, going away. And several of the gallants of Whitehall, of which there were many staying to see the Chancellor return, did talk to her in her bird-cage, among others, Blancford, telling her she was the bird of paradise. Clarendon refers to this scene in the continuation of his life, ed. Volume Roman 3, p. 291, and Lister writes, Lady Castlemaine rose hastily from her noontide bed, and came out into her aviary, anxious to read in the saddened air of her distinguished enemy some presage of his fall. Life of Clarendon, Volume Roman 2, p. 412. 28th. Up, and stayed undressed till my tailor, boy did mend my vest, in order to my going to the christening anon. Then out and to Whitehall, to attend the council, by their order, with an answer to their demands touching our advice for the paying off of the seamen, when the ships shall come in, which answer is worth seeing, showing the badness of our condition. There, when I come, I was forced to stay till past 12 o'clock, in a crowd of people in the lobby, expecting the hearing of the great cause of Alderman Barker against my Lord Deputy of Ireland, for his ill usage in his business of land there. But the king and council sat so long, as they neither heard them nor me. So when they rose, I into the house, and saw the king and queen at dinner, and heard a little of their violins, music, and so home, and there to dinner, and in the afternoon with my Lady Batten, Penn, and her daughter, and my wife, to Mrs. Poole, where I mighty merry among the women, and christened the child, a girl, Elizabeth, which though a girl, yet my Lady Batten would have me to give the name. After christening comes Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, and Mr. Lowther, and mighty merry there, and I forfeited for not kissing the 2 godmothers presently after the christening, before I kissed the mother, which made good mirth. And so anon away, and my wife and I took coach and went twice round Bartholomew Fair, which I was glad to see again, after 2 years missing it by the plague, and so home and to my chamber a little, and so to supper and to bed. 29th. Up, and Mr. Moore comes to me, and among other things tells me that my Lord Crewe and his friends take it very ill of me that my Lord Sandwich's fee should be retrenched, and so reported from this office, and I give them no notice of it. The thing, though I know to be false at least, that nothing went from our office towards it, yet it troubled me, and therefore after the office rose I went and dined with my Lord Crewe, and before dinner I did enter into that discourse, and labored to satisfy him, but found, though he said little, yet that he was not yet satisfied, but after dinner did pray me to go and see how it was, whether true or no. Did tell me if I was not their friend, they could trust to nobody, and that he did not forget my service and love to my lord, and adventures for him in dangerous times, and therefore would not willingly doubt me now, but yet asked my pardon if, upon this news, he did begin to fear it. This did mightily trouble me, So I away thence to Whitehall, but could do nothing. So home, and there wrote all my letters, and then, in the evening, to Whitehall again, and there met Sir Richard Brown, clerk to the Committee for Retrenchments, who assures me no one word was ever yet mentioned about my lord's salary. This pleased me, and I to Sir G. Carteret, who I find in the same doubt about it, and assured me he saw it in our original report, my lord's name with a discharge against it. This, though I know to be false, or that it must be a mistake in my clerk, I went back to Sir R. Brown and got a sight of their paper, and find how the mistake arose, by the ill copying of it out for the counsel from our paper sent to the Duke of York, which I took away with me and showed Sir G. Carteret, and thence to my Lord Crewe, and the mistake ended very merrily, and to all our contents, particularly my own, and so home, and to the office, and then to my chamber late. And so to supper and to bed. I find at Sir G. Carteret, that they do mightily joy themselves in the hopes of my Lord Chancellor's getting over this trouble, and I make them believe, and so, indeed, I do believe he will, that my Lord Chancellor is become popular by it. I find by all hands that the court is at this day all to pieces, every man of a faction of one sort or other, so as it is to be feared what it will come to. But that pleases me is, I hear tonight that Mr. Brunker is turned away yesterday by the Duke of York. For some bold words he was heard by Colonel Worden to say in the garden, the day the Chancellor was with the King, that he believed the King would be hectored out of everything. For this the Duke of York, who all say hath been very strong for his father-in-law at this trial, hath turned him away. And every body, I think, is glad of it. For he was a pestilent rogue, an atheist that would have sold his king and country for 60, almost, so covetous and wicked a rogue he is, by all men's report. But one observed to me, that there never was the occasion of men's holding their tongues at court, and everywhere else as there is at this day, for nobody knows which side will be uppermost. 30th, up and to Whitehall, where at the council chamber I hear Barker's business is like to come to a hearing today, having failed the last day. I therefore to Westminster to see what I could do in my checker business about Tangier, and finding nothing to be done, returned, and in the lobby stayed till almost noon expecting to hear Barker's business, but it was not called, so I come away. Here I met with Sir G. Downing, who tells me of Sir W. Penn's offering to lend L500, and I tell him of my L300, which he would have me to lend upon the credit of the latter part of the act, saying that by that means my 10% will continue to me the longer. But I understand better, and will do it upon the L3800000, which will come to be paid the sooner, there being no delight in lending money now, to be paid by the King 2 years hence. But here he and Sir William Doyley were attending the council as commissioners for sick and wounded, and prisoners. And they told me their business, which was to know how we shall do to release our prisoners. For it seems the Dutch have got us to agree in the treaty, as they fool us in anything, that the dight of the prisoners on both sides shall be paid for, before they be released. Which they have done, knowing ours to run high, they having more prisoners of ours than we have of theirs. So that they are able and most ready to discharge the debt of theirs, but we are neither able nor willing to do that for ours. The debt of those in Zealand only, amounting to above L5,000 for men taken in the King's own ships, besides others taken in merchantmen, which expect, as is usual, that the King should redeem them. But I think he will not, by what Sir G. Downing says. This our prisoners complain of there, and say in their letters, which Sir G. Downing showed me, that they have made a good feat that they should be taken in the service of the King, and the King not pay for their victuals while prisoners for him. But so far they are from doing thus with their men, as we do to discourage ours, that I find in the letters of some of our prisoners there, which he showed me, that they have with money got our men, that they took, to work and carry their ships home for them, and they have been well rewarded, and released when they come into Holland, which is done like a noble, brave, and wise people. Having stayed out my time that I thought fit for me to return home, I home and there took coach and with my wife to Walthamstow, to Sir W. Penn's, by invitation, the first time I have been there, and there find him and all their guests of our office only at dinner, which was a very bad dinner, and everything suitable, that I never knew people in my life that make their flutter, that do things so meanly. I was sick to see it, but was merry at some ridiculous humors of my Lady Batten, who, as being an ill-bred woman, would take exceptions at anything anybody said, and I made good sport at it. After dinner into the garden and wilderness, which is like the rest of the house, nothing in order, nor looked after. By and by comes news that my Lady Viner was come to see Mrs. Lowther, which I was glad of, and all the pleasure I had here was to see her, which I did and saluted her, and find she is pretty, though not so eminently so as people talked of her, and a very pretty carriage and discourse. I sat with them and her an hour talking and pleasant, and then slunk away alone without taking leave, leaving my wife there to come home with them, and I to Bartholomew Fair to walk up and down. And there, among other things, find my Lady Castlemaine at a puppet play, Patient Grizzle. The well-known story, first told by Boccaccio, then by Petrarca, afterwards by Chaucer, and which has since become proverbial. Tom Wharton, writing about 1770, says, "I need not mention that it is to this day represented in England on a stage of the lowest species, and of the highest antiquity, I mean at a puppet show, hist, of English poetry, sect Roman 15. B. And the street full of people expecting her coming out. I confess I did wonder at her courage to come abroad, thinking the people would abuse her. But they, silly people, do not know her work she makes, and therefore suffered her with great respect to take coach, and she away without any trouble at all, which I wondered at, I confess. I only walked up and down, and among others saw Tom Pepys the turner, who hath a shop, and I think lives in the fair when the fair is not. I only asked how he did as he stood in the street, and so up and down sauntering till late and then home, and there discoursed with my wife of our bad entertainment today, and so to bed. I met Captain Cock today at the council chamber, and took him with me to Westminster, who tells me that there is yet expectation that the Chancellor will lose the seal, and that he is sure that the King hath said it to him who told it him, and he fears we shall be soon broke in pieces, and assures me that there have been high words between the Duke of York and Sir W. Coventry, for his being so high against the Chancellor. So as the Duke of York would not sign some papers that he brought, saying that he could not endure the sight of him, and that Sir W. Coventry answered that what he did was in obedience to the King's commands, and that he did not think any man fit to serve a prince that did not know how to retire and live a country life. This is all I hear. 31st. At the office all the morning, where, by Sir W. Penn, I do hear that the seal was fetched away to the King yesterday from the Lord Chancellor by Secretary Morris, which puts me into a great horror, to have it done after so much debate and confidence that it would not be done at last. When we arose, I took a turn with Lord Brunker in the garden, and he tells me that he hath of late discoursed about this business with Sir W. Coventry, who he finds is the great man in the doing this business of the Chancellor S., and that he do persevere in it, though against the Duke of York's opinion, to which he says that the Duke of York was once of the same mind, and if he hath thought fit since, for any reason, to alter his mind, he hath not found any to alter his own, and so desires to be excused, for it is for the King's and kingdom's good. And it seems that the Duke of York himself was the first man that did speak to the King of this, though he hath since altered his mind, and that W. Coventry did tell the Duke of York that he was not fit to serve a prince that did not know how to retire and live a private life, and that he was ready for that, if it be his and the King's pleasure. After having wrote my letters at the office in the afternoon, I in the evening to Whitehall to see how matters go, and there I met with Mr. Ball, of the Excise Office, and he tells me that the seal is delivered to Sir Orlando Bridgeman, the man of the whole nation that is the best spoken of and will please most people, and therefore I am mighty glad of it. He was then at my Lord Arlington's, whither I went, expecting to see him come out, but stayed so long, and Sir W. Coventry coming thither, whom I had not a mind should see me there idle upon a post-night, I went home without seeing him, but he is there with his seal in his hand. So I home, took up my wife, whom I left at unthanks, and so home, and after signing my letters to bed. This day, being dissatisfied with my wife's learning so few songs of good groom, I did come to a new bargain with him to teach her songs at so much, viz. tens, a song, which he accepts of, and will teach her. September 1667. September 1st, Lord's Day. Up, and betimes by water from the tower, and called at the Old Swan for a glass of strong water, and sent word to have little Mitchell and his wife come and dine with us today. And so taking in a gentleman and his lady that wanted a boat, I to Westminster. Setting them on shore at Charing Cross, I to Mrs. Martin's, where it had 2 pair of cuffs which I bespoke, and there did sit and talk with her. And here I did see her little girl my goddaughter, which will be pretty, and there having stayed a little I away to Creed's chamber, and when he was ready away to Whitehall, where I met with several people and had my fill of talk. Our new Lord Keeper, Bridgeman, did this day, the first time, attend the King to chapel with his seal. Sir H. Comely tells me there are hopes that the women will also have a rout, and particularly that my Lady Castlemaine is coming to a composition with the King to be gone, but how true this is, I know not. Blankfort is made Privy Purse to the Duke of York, the Attorney General is made Chief Justice, in the room of my Lord Bridgeman, the Solicitor General is made Attorney General, and Sir Edward Turner made Solicitor General. It is pretty to see how strange every body looks, nobody knowing whence this arises, whether from my Lady Castlemaine, Bab, May, and their faction, or from the Duke of York, notwithstanding his great appearance of defence of the Chancellor, or from Sir William Coventry and some few with him. But greater changes are yet expected. So home and by water to dinner, where comes Pelting and young Mitchell and his wife, whom I have not seen a great while, poor girl, and then comes Mr. Howe, and all dined with me very merry, and spent all the afternoon, Pelting, Howe, and I and my boy, singing of Locke's response to the 10 Commandments, which he hath set very finely, and was a good while since sung before the King, and spoiled in the performance, which occasioned his printing them for his vindication, and are excellent good. They parted, in the evening my wife and I to walk in the garden, and there scolded a little, I being doubtful that she had received a couple of fine pinners, one of point de Gesney, which I feared she hath from some or other of a present, but on the contrary, I find she hath bought them for me to pay for them, without my knowledge. This do displease me much, but yet do so much please me better than if she had received them the other way, that I was not much angry, but fell to other discourse, and so to my chamber, and got her to read to me for saving of my eyes, and then, having got a great cold, I know not how, I to bed and lay ill at ease all the night. Second, this day is kept in the city as a public fast for the fire this day 12 months, but I was not at church, being commanded, with the rest, to attend the Duke of York, and therefore, with Sir J. Minns to St. James's, where we had much business before the Duke of York, and observed all things to be very kind between the Duke of York and W. Coventry, which did mightily joy me. When we had done, Sir W. Coventry called me down with him to his chamber, and there told me that he is leaving the Duke of York's service, which I was amazed at. But he tells me that it is not with the least unkindness on the Duke of York's side, though he expects, and I told him he was in the right, it will be interpreted otherwise, because done just at this time. But, says he, I did desire it a good while since, and the Duke of York did, with much entreaty, grant it, desiring that I would say nothing of it, that he might have time and liberty to choose his successor, without being importuned for others whom he should not like. And that he hath chosen Mr. Wren, which I am glad of, he being a very ingenious man, and so Sir W. Coventry says of him, though he knows him little, but particularly commends him for the book he writ in answer to Harrington's Oceana, which, for that reason, I intend to buy. He tells me the true reason is, that he, being a man not willing to undertake more business than he can go through, and being desirous to have his whole time to spend upon the business of the Treasury, and a little for his own ease, he did desire this of the Duke of York. He assures me that the kindness with which he goes away from the Duke of York is one of the greatest joys that ever he had in the world. I used some freedom with him, telling him how the world hath discoursed of his having offended the Duke of York, about the late business of the Chancellor. He do not deny it, but says that perhaps the Duke of York might have some reason for it, he opposing him in a thing wherein he was so earnest, but tells me, that, notwithstanding all that, the Duke of York does not now, nor can blame him. For he tells me that he was the man that did propose the removal of the Chancellor, and that he did still persist in it, and at this day publicly owns it, and is glad of it. But that the Duke of York knows that he did first speak of it to the Duke of York, before he spoke to any mortal creature besides, which was fair dealing. And the Duke of York was then of the same mind with him, and did speak of it to the king, though since, for reasons best known to himself, he was afterwards altered. I did then desire to know what was the great matter that grounded his desire of the Chancellor's removal. He told me many things not fit to be spoken, and yet not anything of his being unfaithful to the king. But in star omnium, he told me, that while he was so great at the council board, and in the administration of matters, there was no room for any body to propose any remedy to what was amiss, or to compass anything, though never so good for the kingdom, unless approved of by the Chancellor, he managing all things with that greatness which now will be removed, that the king may have the benefit of others' advice. I then told him that the world hath an opinion that he hath joined himself with my Lady Castlemaine's faction in this business. He told me he cannot help it, but says they are in an error. But for first he will never, while he lives, truckle under any body or any faction, but do just as his own reason and judgment directs. And when he cannot use that freedom, he will have nothing to do in public affairs. But then he added that he never was the man that ever had any discourse with my Lady Castlemaine, or with others from her, about this or any public business, or ever made her a visit, or at least not this 12-month, or been in her lodgings, but when called on any business to attend the king there, nor hath had anything to do in knowing her mind in this business. He ended all with telling me that he knows that he that serves a prince must expect, and be contented to stand, all fortunes, and be provided to retreat, and that he is most willing to do whenever the king shall please. And so we parted, he setting me down out of his coach at Charing Cross, and desired me to tell Sir W. Penn what he had told me of his leaving the Duke of York's service, that his friends might not be the last that know it. I took a coach and went homewards, but then turned again and to Whitehall, where I met with many people, and, among other things, do learn that there is some fear that Mr. Brunker is got into the king's favour, and will be cherished there, which will breed ill will between the king and Duke of York, he lodging at this time in Whitehall since he was put away from the Duke of York, and he is great with May, my Lady Castlemaine, and that wicked crew. But I find this denied by Sir G. Carteret, who tells me that he is sure he hath no kindness from the king, that the king at first, indeed, did endeavour to persuade the Duke of York from putting him away. But when, besides this business of his ill words concerning his majesty and the business of the Chancellor, he told him that he hath had, a long time, a mind to put him away for his ill offices, done between him and his wife, the king held his peace, and said no more, but wished him to do what he pleased with him, which was very noble. I met with Fenn, and he tells me, as I do hear from some others, that the business of the Chancellors had proceeded from something of a mistake. For the Duke of York did first tell the king that the Chancellor had a desire to be eased of his great trouble, and that the king, when the Chancellor come to him, did wonder to hear him deny it, and the Duke of York was forced to deny to the king that ever he did tell him so in those terms. But the king did answer that he was sure that he did say some such thing to him, but however, since it had gone so far, did desire him to be contented with it, as a thing very convenient for him as well as for himself, the king, and so matters proceeded as we find. Now it is likely the Chancellor might, some time or other, in a compliment or vanity, say to the Duke of York that he was weary of this burden, and I know not what, and this comes of it. Some people, and myself among them, are of good hope from this change that things are reforming. But there are others that do think but that it is a hit of chance, as all other our greatest matters are, and that there is no general plot or contrivance in any number of people what to do next, though, I believe, Sir W. Coventry may in himself have further designs. And so that, though other changes may come, yet they shall be accidental and laid upon good principles of doing good. Mr. May showed me the king's new buildings, in order to their having of some old sails for the closing of the windows this winter. I dined with Sir G. Carteret, with whom dined Mr. Jack Ashburnham and Dr. Cretan, who I observed to be a most good man and scholar. In discourse at dinner concerning the change of men's humours and fashions touching meats, Mr. Ashburnham told us that he remembers since the only fruit in request, and eaten by the king and queen at table as the best fruit, was the Catharine pear, though they knew at the time other fruits of France and our own country. After dinner comes in Mr. Townsend, and their eye was witness of a horrid rating, which Mr. Ashburnham, as one of the grooms of the king's bedchamber, did give him for want of linen for the king's person, which he swore was not to be endured, and that the king would not endure it, and that the king his father would have hanged his wardrobe man should he have been served. So the king having at this day no handkerchers, and but 3 bands to his neck, he swore. Mr. Townsend answered want of money, and the owing of the linen draper 5,000, and that he hath of late got many rich things made, beds, and sheets, and saddles, and all without money, and he can go no further. But still this old man, indeed, like an old loving servant, did cry out for the king's person to be neglected. But when he was gone, Townsend told me that it is the grooms taking away the king's linen at the quarter's end, as their fees, which makes this great want. For, whether the king can get it or no, they will run away at the quarter's end with what he hath had. Let the king get more as he can. All the company gone, Sir G. Carteret and I to talk. And it is pretty to observe how already he says that he did always look upon the Chancellor indeed as his friend, though he never did do him any service at all, nor ever got anything by him, nor was he a man apt, and that, I think, is true, to do any man any kindness of his own nature. Though I do know that he was believed by all the world to be the greatest support of Sir G. Carteret with the king of any man in England. But so little is now made of it. He observes that my Lord Sandwich will lose a great friend in him, and I think so too, my Lord Hinchingbroke being about a match calculated purely out of respect to my Lord Chancellor's family. By and by Sir G. Carteret and Townsend, and I to consider of an answer to the commissioners of the Treasury about my Lord Sandwich's profits in the wardrobe, which seem, as we make them, to be very small, not 1,000 a year, but only the difference in measure at which he buys and delivers out to the king, and then 6d. in the pound from the tradesmen for what money he receives for him. But this, it is believed, these commissioners will endeavor to take away. From him I went to see a great match at tennis, between Prince Rupert and one Captain Cook, against Bab, May and the elder Chichley, where the king was, and court, and it seems are the best players at tennis in the nation. But this puts me in mind of what I observed in the morning, that the king, playing at tennis, had a steelyard carried to him, and I was told it was to weigh him after he had done playing. And at noon, Mr. Ashburnham told me that it is only the king's curiosity, which he usually hath of weighing himself before and after his play, to see how much he loses in weight by playing. And this day he lost 4 pounds. Thence home and took my wife out to Mile End Green, and there I drank and so home, having a very fine evening. Then home, and I to Sir W. Batten and W. Penn, and there discoursed of Sir W. Coventry, leaving the Duke of York, and Mr. Wren's succeeding him. They told me both seriously, that they had long cut me out for secretary to the Duke of York, if ever W. Coventry left him, which, agreeing with what I have heard from other hands heretofore, do make me not only think that something of that kind hath been thought on, but do comfort me to see that the world hath such an esteem of my qualities as to think me fit for any such thing. Though I am glad with all my heart that I am not so, for it would never please me to be forced to the attendance that would require, and leave my wife and family to themselves, as I must do in such a case, thinking myself now in the best place that ever man was in to please his own mind in, and therefore I will take care to preserve it. So to bed, my cold remaining though not so much upon me. This day Nell, an old tall maid, come to live with us, a cook maid recommended by Mr. Batelier. Third, all the morning, business at the office, dined at home, then in the afternoon set my wife down at the Exchange, and I to St. James's, and there attended the Duke of York about the list of ships that we propose to sell. And here there attended Mr. Wren the first time, who hath not yet, I think, received the Duke of York's seal and papers. At our coming hither, we found the Duke and Duchess all alone at dinner, methought melancholy, or else I thought so, from the late occasion of the Chancellor's fall, who, they say, however, takes it very contentedly. Thence I to Whitehall a little, and so took up my wife at the Change, and so home, and at the office late, and so home to supper and to bed, our boy ill. Fourth, by coach to Whitehall to the council chamber, and there met with Sir W. Coventry going in, who took me aside, and told me that he was just come from delivering up his seal and papers to Mr. Wren, and told me he must now take his leave of me as a naval man, but that he shall always bear respect to his friends there, and particularly to myself with great kindness, which I returned to him with thanks, and so, with much kindness parted, and he into the council. I met with Sir Samuel Morland, who chewed me 2 orders upon the exchequer, one of L600 and another of L400, for money assigned to him, which he would have me lend him money upon, and he would allow 12%. I would not meddle with them, though they are very good, and would, had I not so much money out already on public credit. But I see by this his condition all trade will be bad. I stayed and heard Alderman Barker's case of his being abused by the Council of Ireland, touching his lands there. All I observed there is the silliness of the king, playing with his dog all the while, and not minding the business. Lord Rochester wrote, "His very dog at council board sits grave, and wise as any lord." Poems, 1697, p. 150. The king's dogs were constantly stolen from him, and he advertised for their return. Some of these amusing advertisements are printed in Notes and Queries, 7th Series, Volume Roman 7, p. 26. And what he said was mighty weak, but my Lord Keeper I observed to be a mighty able man. The business broke off without any end to it, and so I home, and thence with my wife and W. Hewer to Bartholomew Fair, and there Polichinelli, where we saw Mrs. Clerk and all her crew, and so to a private house, and sent for a side of pig, and eat it at an acquaintance of W. Hewer's, where there was some learned physic and chimical books, and among others, a natural herbal very fine. Here we stayed not, but to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Mustapha, which, the more I see, the more I like, and is a most admirable poem and bravely acted. Only both Betterton and Harris could not contain from laughing in the midst of a most serious part from the ridiculous mistake of one of the men upon the stage, which I did not like. Thence home, where Baitlier and his sister Mary come to us and sat and talked, and so, they gone, we to supper and to bed. 5th, up and all the morning at the office, where we sat till noon, and then I home to dinner, where Mary Baitlier and her brother dined with us, who grows troublesome in his talking so much of his going to Marseilles, and what commissions he hath to execute as a factor, and a deal of do of which I am weary. After dinner, with Sir W. Penn, my wife, and Mary Baitlier to the Duke of York's house, and there saw Heraclius, which is a good play. But they did so spoil it with their laughing, and being all of them out, and with the noise they made within the theatre, that I was ashamed of it, and resolved not to come thither again a good while, believing that this negligence, which I never observed before, proceeds only from their want of company in the pit, that they have no care how they act. My wife was ill, and so I was forced to go out of the house with her to Lincoln's Inn Walks, and there in a corner she did her business, and was by and by well, and so into the house again, but sick of their ill acting. So home and to the office, where busy late, then home to supper and to bed. This morning was told by Sir W. Batten that he do hear from Mr. Grey, who hath good intelligence, that our queen is to go into a nunnery, there to spend her days, and that my Lady Castlemaine is going into France, and is to have a pension of L4,000 a year. This latter I do more believe than the other, it being very wise in her to do it, and save all she hath, besides easing the king and kingdom of a burden and reproach. 6th, up and to Westminster to the Exchequer, and then into the hall, and there bought Gillam's heraldry for my wife, and so to the Swan, and thither come Doll Lane, and G did toucher her, and drank, and so away, I took coach and home, where I find my wife gone to Walthamstow by invitation with Sir W. Batten, and so I followed, taking up Mrs. Turner, and she and I much discourse all the way touching the baseness of Sir W. Penn and sluttishness of his family, and how the world do suspect that his son Lother, who is sick of a sore mouth, has got the pox. So we come to Sir W. Batten S., where Sir W. Penn and his lady and we and Mrs. Shipman, and here we walked and had an indifferent good dinner, the victuals very good and cleanly dressed and good linen, but no fine meat at all. After dinner we went up and down the house, and I do like it very well, being furnished with a great deal of very good goods. And here we stayed, I tired with the company till almost evening, and then took leave, Turner and I together again, and my wife with W. Penn. At Aldgate I took my wife into our coach, and so to Bartholomew Fair, and there, it being very dirty, and now night, we saw a poor fellow, whose legs were tied behind his back, dance upon his hands with his arse above his head, and also dance upon his crutches, without any legs upon the ground to help him, which he did with that pain that I was sorry to see it, and did pity him and give him money after he had done. Then we to see a piece of clockwork made by an Englishman indeed, very good, wherein all the several states of man's age, to 100 years old, is shewn very pretty and solemny, and several other things more cheerful, and so we ended and took a link, the women resolving to be dirty and walked up and down to get a coach. And my wife, being a little before me, had been like to be taken up by one, whom we saw to be Sam Hartlib. My wife had her wizard on, yet we cannot say that he meant any hurt, for it was as she was just by a coach side which he had, or had a mind to take up, and he asked her, Madam, do you go in this coach? But soon as he saw a man come to her, I know not whether he knew me, he departed away apace. By and by did get a coach, and so away home, and there to supper, and to bed. 7th, up and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where Goodgroom was teaching my wife and dined with us, and I did tell him of my intention to learn to trill, which he will not promise I shall obtain, but he will do what can be done, and I am resolved to learn. All the afternoon at the office, and towards night out by coach with my wife, she to the change, and I to see the price of a copper cistern for the table, which is very pretty, and they demand L6 or L7 for one, but I will have one. Then called my wife at the change and bought a nightgown for my wife, cost but 24s, and so out to Mile End to drink, and so home to the office to end my letters, and so home to supper and to bed. 8th, Lord's Day, up and walked to St. James's, but there I find Sir W. Coventry gone from his chamber, and Mr. Wren not yet come thither. But I up to the Duke of York, and there, after being ready, my Lord Brunker and I had an audience, and thence with my Lord Brunker to Whitehall. And he told me in discourse how that, though it is true that Sir W. Coventry did long since propose to the Duke of York the leaving his service, as being unable to fulfill it, as he should do, now he hath so much public business, and that the Duke of York did bid him to say nothing of it, but that he would take time to please himself in another to come in his place. Yet the Duke's doing it at this time, declaring that he hath found out another, and this one of the Chancellor's servants, he cannot but think was done with some displeasure, and that it could not well be otherwise, that the Duke of York should keep one in that place, that had so eminently opposed him in the defense of his father-in-law, nor could the Duchess ever endure the sight of him, to be sure. But he thinks that the Duke of York and he are parted upon clear terms of friendship. He tells me he do believe that my Lady Castlemaine is compounding with the king for a pension, and to leave the court, but that her demands are mighty high. But he believes the king is resolved, and so do everybody else I speak with, to do all possible to please the Parliament. And he do declare that he will deliver everybody up to them to give an account of their actions. And that last Friday, it seems, there was an Act of Council passed, to put out all papists in office, and to keep out any from coming in. I went to the King's Chapel to the closet, and there I hear Cresset sing a tenor part along with the church music very handsomely, but so loud that people did laugh at him, as a thing done for ostentation. Here I met Sir G. Downing, who would speak with me, and first to inquire what I paid for my kid's leather gloves I had on my hand, and showed me others on his, as handsome, as good in all points, cost him but 12d. A pair, and mine me 2s. He told me he had been 7 years finding out a man that could dress English sheepskin as it should be, and, indeed, it is now as good, in all respects, as kid, and he says will save L100,000 a year, that goes out to France for kid skins. Thus he labors very worthily to advance our own trade, but do it with mighty vanity and talking. But then he told me of our base condition, in the treaty with Holland and France, about our prisoners, that whereas before we did clear one another's prisoners, man for man, and we upon the publication of the peace did release all ours, 300 at Leith, and others in other places for nothing, the Dutch do keep theirs, and will not discharge them with paying their debts according to the treaty. That his instruments in Holland, writing to our ambassadors about this to Bredog, they answer them that they do not know of anything that they have done therein, but left it just as it was before. To which, when they answer, that by the treaty their lordships had bound our countrymen to pay their debts in prison, they answer they cannot help it, and we must get them off as cheap as we can. On this score, they demand L1100 for Sir G. Askew, and L5000 for the one province of Zealand, for the prisoners that we have therein. He says that this is a piece of shame that never any nation committed, and that our very lords here of the council, when he related this matter to them, did not remember that they had agreed to this article, and swears that all their articles are alike, as the giving away Poleroon and Suriname and Nova Scotia, which hath a river 300 miles up the country, with copper mines more than Swedeland, and Newcastle coals, the only place in America that hath coals that we know of. And that Cromwell did value those places, and would forever have made much of them. But we have given them away for nothing, besides a debt to the King of Denmark. But which is most of all, they have discharged those very particular demands of merchants of the Guinea Company and others, which he, when he was there, had adjusted with the Dutch, and come to an agreement in writing, and they undertaken to satisfy, and that this was done in black and white under their hands. And yet we have forgiven all these, and not so much as sent to Sir G. Downing to know what he had done, or to confer with him about any one point of the treaty, but signed to what they would have, and we here signed to whatever in gross was brought over by Mr. Coventry. And tells me, just in these words, my Lord Chancellor had a mind to keep himself from being questioned by clapping up a peace upon any terms. When I answered that there was other privy councillors to be advised with besides him, and that therefore this whole piece could not be laid to his charge, he answered that nobody durst say anything at the council table but himself, and that the king was as much afeard of saying anything there as the meanest privy councillor. And says more, that at this day the king, in familiar talk, do call the chancellor, the insolent man, and says that he would not let him speak himself in council. Which is very high, and do show that the chancellor is like to be in a bad state, unless he can defend himself better than people think. And yet Creed tells me that he do hear that my Lord Cornbury do say that his father do long for the coming of the Parliament, in order to his own vindication, more than any one of his enemies. And here it comes into my head to set down what Mr. Rawlinson, whom I met in Fenchurch Street on Friday last, looking over his ruins there, told me that he was told by one of my Lord Chancellor's gentlemen lately by name, that a grant coming to him to be sealed, wherein the king hath given her, or somebody by her means, a place which he did not like well of, he did stop the grant, saying that he thought this woman would sell everything shortly. Which she hearing of, she sent to let him know that she had disposed of this place, and did not doubt, in a little time, to dispose of his. This Rawlinson do tell me my Lord Chancellor's own gentleman did tell him himself. Thence, meeting Creed, I with him to the park, there to walk a little, and to the Queen's Chapel and there hear their musique, which I liked in itself pretty well as to the composition, but their voices are very harsh and rough, that I thought it was some instruments they had that made them sound so. So to Whitehall, and saw the King and Queen at dinner, and observed, which I never did before, the formality, but it is but a formality, of putting a bit of bread wiped upon each dish into the mouth of every man that brings a dish, but it should be in the sauce. Here were some Russes come to see the king at dinner. Among others, the interpreter, a comely Englishman in the envoy's own clothes, which the envoy, it seems, in vanity did send to show his fine clothes upon this man's back, which is one, it seems, of a comelier presence than himself. And yet it is said that none of their clothes are their own, but taken out of the king's own wardrobe, and which they dare not bring back dirty or spotted, but clean, or are in danger of being beaten, as they say. Insomuch that, Sir Charles Cotterell says, when they are to have an audience they never venture to put on their clothes till he appears to come to fetch them, and, as soon as ever they come home, put them off again. I to Sir G. Carteret's to dinner, where Mr. Cofferer Ashburnham, who told a good story of a prisoner's being condemned at Salisbury for a small matter. While he was on the bench with his father-in-law, Judge Richardson, and while they were considering to transport him to save his life, the fellow flung a great stone at the judge, that missed him but broke through the wainscot. Upon this he had his hand cut off, and was hanged presently. Here was a gentleman, one Shears, one come lately from my Lord Sandwich with an express. But Lord, I was almost ashamed to see him, lest he should know that I have not yet wrote one letter to my lord since his going. I had no discourse with him, but after dinner Sir G. Carteret and I to talk about some business of his, and so I to Mrs. Martin, where was Mrs. Burrows, and also fine Mrs. Noble, my partner in the christening of Martin's child, did come to see it, and there we sat and talked an hour, and then all broke up and I by coach home, and their fine Mr. Pelling and Howe, and we to sing and good musique till late, and then to supper, and Howe lay at my house. And so after supper to bed with much content, only my mind a little troubled at my late breach of vows, which however I will pay my forfeits, though the badness of my eyes, making me unfit to read or write long, is my excuse, and do put me upon other pleasures and employment which I should refrain from in observation of my vows. 9th, up, and to the office where all the morning and at noon comes Creed to dine with me. After dinner, he and I and my wife to the Bear Garden to see a prize fought there. But coming too soon, I left them there and went on to Whitehall, and there did some business with the Lords of the Treasury. And here do hear, by Tom Killigrew and Mr. Progers, that for certain news is come of Harmon's having spoiled 19 of 22 French ships, somewhere about the Barbados, I think they said. But wherever it is a good service and very welcome. Here I fell in talk with Tom Killigrew about music, and he tells me that he will bring me to the best music in England, of which, indeed, he is master. And that is 2 Italians and Mrs. Yates, who, he says, is come to sing the Italian manner as well as ever he heard any. Says that Nep won't take pains enough, but that she understands her part so well upon the stage, that no man or woman in the house do the like. Thence I by water to the Bear Garden, where now the yard was full of people, and those most of them seamen, striving by force to get in, that I was afeard to be seen among them, but got into the alehouse, and so by a back way was put into the bull-house, where I stood a good while all alone among the bulls, and was afeard I was among the bears, too, but by and by the door opened, and I got into the common pit. And there, with my cloak about my face, I stood and saw the prize fought, till one of them, a shoemaker, was so cut in both his wrists that he could not fight any longer, and then they broke off. His enemy was a butcher. The sport very good, and various humours to be seen among the rabble that is there. Thence carried Creed to Whitehall, and there my wife and I took coach and home, and both of us to Sir W. Batten's, to invite them to dinner on Wednesday next, having a whole buck come from Hampton Court, by the warrant which Sir Stephen Fox did give me. And so home to supper and to bed, after a little playing on the flageolet with my wife, who do outdo therein whatever I expected of her. 10th, up and all the morning at the office, where little to do but bemoan ourselves under the want of money, and indeed little is or can be done, for want of money, we having not now received 1 penny for any service in many weeks, and none in view to receive, saving for paying of some seaman's wages. At noon sent to by my Lord Brunker to speak with him, and it was to dine with him and his Lady Williams, which I have not now done in many months at their own table, and Mr. Wren, who is come to dine with them, the first time he hath been at the office since his being the Duke of York's secretary. Here we sat and eat and talked and of some matters of the office, but his discourse is as yet but weak in that matter, and no wonder, he being new in it. But I fear he will not go about understanding with the impatience that Sir W. Coventry did. Having dined, I away, and with my wife and Mercer, set my wife down at the Change and the other at Whitehall, and I to St. James's, where we all met, and did our usual weekly business with the Duke of York. But Lord, methinks both he and we are mighty flat and dull over what we used to be, when Sir W. Coventry was among us. Thence I into St. James's Park, and there met Mr. Povey, and he and I to walk an hour or more in the Pall-Mall, talking of the times. He tells me, among other things, that this business of the Chancellor do breed a kind of inward distance between the King and the Duke of York, and that it cannot be avoided, for though the latter did at first move it through his folly, yet he is made to see that he is wounded by it, and is become much a less man than he was, and so will be. But he tells me that they are, and have always been, great dissemblers one towards another, and that their parting heretofore in France is never to be thoroughly reconciled between them. He tells me that he believes there is no such thing like to be, as a composition with my Lady Castlemaine, and that she shall be got out of the way before the Parliament comes. For he says she is as high as ever she was, though he believes the King is as weary of her as is possible, and would give anything to remove her, but he is so weak in his passion that he dare not do it. That he do believe that my Lord Chancellor will be doing some acts in the Parliament which shall render him popular, and that there are many people now do speak kindly of him that did not before, but that, if he do this, it must provoke the King, and that party that removed him. He seems to doubt what the King of France will do, in case an accommodation shall be made between Spain and him for Flanders, for then he will have nothing more easy to do with his army than to subdue us. Parted with him at Whitehall, and there I took coach and took up my wife and Mercer, and so home and I to the office, where ended my letters, and then to my chamber with my boy to lay up some papers and things that lay out of order against tomorrow, to make it clear against the feast that I am to have. Here Mr. Pelling come to sit with us, and talked of musique and the musicians of the town, and so to bed, after supper. 11th, up and with Mr. Godden to the Exchequer. By the way, he tells me this day he is to be answered whether he must hold sheriff or no, for he would not hold unless he may keep it at his office, which is out of the city, and so my Lord Mayor must come with his sword down, whenever he comes thither, which he do, because he cannot get a house fit for him in the city, or else he will fine for it. Among others that they have in nomination for sheriff, one is little Chaplain, who is his servant, and a very young man to undergo that place. But as the city is now, there is no great honor nor joy to be had in being a public officer. At the Exchequer I looked after my business, and when done went home to the change, and there bought a case of knives for dinner, and a dish of fruit for fives. And bespoke other things, and then home, and here I find all things in good order, and a good dinner towards. Anon comes Sir W. Batten and his lady, and Mr. Griffith, their ward, and Sir W. Penn and his lady, and Mrs. Lowther, who is grown, either through pride or want of manners, a fool, having not a word to say almost all dinner, and, as a further mark of a beggarly, proud fool, hath a bracelet of diamonds and rubies about her wrist, and a sixpenny necklace about her neck, and not one good rag of clothes upon her back, and Sir John Chichley in their company, and Mrs. Turner. Here I had an extraordinary good and handsome dinner for them, better than any of them deserve or understand, saving Sir John Chichley and Mrs. Turner, and not much mirth, only what I by discourse made, and that against my genius. After dinner, I took occasion to break up the company soon as I could, and all parted, Sir W. Batten and I by water to Whitehall, there to speak with the commissioners of the Treasury, who are mighty earnest for our hastening all that may be the paying off of the seamen. Now there is money, and are considering many other things for easing of charge, which I am glad of, but vexed to see that J. Duncombe should be so pressing in it, as if none of us had like care with him. Having done there, I by coach to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw part of the ungrateful lovers, and sat by Beck Marshall, who is very handsome near hand. Here I met Mrs. Turner and my wife as we agreed, and together home, and there my wife and I part of the night at the flageolet, which she plays now anything upon almost at first sight and in good time. But here come Mr. Moore, and sat and discoursed with me of public matters, the sum of which is, that he do doubt that there is more at the bottom than the removal of the Chancellor. That is, he do verily believe that the King do resolve to declare the Duke of Monmouth legitimate, and that we shall soon see it. This I do not think the Duke of York will endure without blows, but his poverty, and being lessened by having the Chancellor fallen and W. Coventry gone from him, will disable him from being able to do anything almost, he being himself almost lost in the esteem of people, and will be more and more, unless my Lord Chancellor, who is already begun to be pitied by some people, and to be better thought of than was expected, do recover himself in Parliament. He would seem to fear that this difference about the crown, if there be nothing else, will undo us. He do say that is very true, that my lord did lately make some stop of some grants of L2000 a year to my Lord Grandison, which was only in his name, for the use of my Lady Castlemaine's children, and that this did incense her, and she did speak very scornful words, and sent a scornful message to him about it. He gone, after supper, I to bed, being mightily pleased with my wife's playing so well upon the flageolet, and I am resolved she shall learn to play upon some instrument, for though her ear be bad, yet I see she will attain anything to be done by her hand. 12th, up, and at the office all the morning till almost noon, and then I rode from the office, which I have not done 5 times I think since I come thither, and to the Exchequer for some tallies for Tangier. And that being done, to the Dog Tavern, and there I spent half a piece upon the clerks, and so away, and I to Mrs. Martin's, but she not at home, but stayed and drunk with her sister and landlady, and by that time it was time to go to a play, which I did at the Duke's house, where Two Quoque was the first time acted, with some alterations of Sir W. Davenant. S. But the play is a very silly play, methinks. For I and others that sat by me, Mr. Povey and Mr. Progers, were weary of it, but it will please the citizens. My wife also was there, I having sent for her to meet me there, and W. Hewer. After the play we home, and there I to the office and dispatched my business, and then home and mightily pleased with my wife's playing on the flageolet, she taking out any tune almost at first sight, and keeping time to it, which pleases me mightily. So to supper and to bed. 13th, called up by people come to deliver in 10 chaldron of coals, brought in one of our prizes from Newcastle. The rest we intend to sell, we having above 10 chaldron between us. They sell at about 28s or 29s per chaldron, but Sir W. Batten hath sworn that he was a cuckold that sells under 30s, and that makes us lay up all but what we have for our own spending, which is very pleasant, for I believe we shall be glad to sell them for less. To the office, and their dispatched business till 10 o'clock, and then with Sir W. Batten and my wife and Mrs. Turner by hackney coach to Walthamstow, to Mr. Shipman's to dinner, where Sir W. Penn and my lady and Mrs. Lowther, the latter of which hath got a sore nose, given her, I believe, from her husband, which made me I could not look upon her with any pleasure, and here a very good and plentiful wholesome dinner, and above all thing, such plenty of milk meats, she keeping a great dairy. And so good as I never met with. The afternoon proved very foul weather, the morning fair. We stayed talking till evening, and then home, and there to my flageolet with my wife, and so to bed without any supper, my belly being full and dinner not digested. It vexed me to hear how Sir W. Penn, who come alone from London, being to send his coachman for his wife and daughter, and bidding his coachman in much anger to go for them, he being vexed, like a rogue, to do anything to please his wife. His coachman Tom was heard to say a pox, or God rot her, can she walk hither? These words do so mad me that I could find in my heart to give him or my lady notice of them. 14th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning busy. At noon comes Mr. Pierce and dined with me to advise about several matters of his relating to the office and his purse, and here he told me that the King and Duke of York and the whole court is mighty joyful at the Duchess of York's being brought to bed this day, or yesterday, of a son, which will settle men's minds mightily. And he tells me that he do think that what the king do, of giving the Duke of Monmouth the command of his guards, and giving my Lord Gerard L12000 for it, is merely to find an employment for him upon which he may live, and not out of any design to bring him into any title to the crown, which Mr. Moore did the other day put me into great fear of. After dinner, he gone, my wife to the king's playhouse to see the Northern Castle, which I think I never did see before. Nip acted in it, and did her part very extraordinary well, but the play is but a mean, sorry play, but the house very full of gallants. It seems it hath not been acted a good while. Thence to the exchange for something for my wife, and then home and to the office, and then home to our flageolet, and so to bed, being mightily troubled in mind at the liberty I give myself of going to plays upon pretence of the weakness of my eyes, that cannot continue so long together at work at my office, but I must remedy it. 15th Lord's Day. Up to my chamber, there to set some papers to rights. By and by to church, where I stood in continual fear of Mrs. Markham's coming to church, and offering to come into our pew, to prevent which, soon as ever I heard the great door open, I did step back and clap my breech to our pew door, that she might be forced to shove me to come in. But as God would have it, she did not come. Mr. Mills preached, and after sermon, by invitation, he and his wife come to dine with me, which is the first time they have been in my house. I think, these 5 years, I thinking it not amiss because of their acquaintance in our country to show them some respect. Mr. Turner and his wife and their son the captain dined with me, and I had a very good dinner for them, and very merry, and after dinner he was forced to go, though it rained, to Stepney to preach. We also to church, and then home, and there comes Mr. Pelling with 2 men, by promise, one Wallington and Pigot, the former whereof, being a very little fellow, did sing a most excellent bass, and yet a poor fellow, a working goldsmith, that goes without gloves to his hands. Here we sung several good things, but I am more and more confirmed that singing with many voices is not singing, but a sort of instrumental musique, the sense of the words being lost by not being heard, and especially as they set them with fugs of words, one after another, whereas singing properly, I think, should be but with 1 or 2 voices at most, and the counterpoint. They supped with me, and so broke up, and then my wife and I to my chamber, where, through the badness of my eyes, she was forced to read to me, which she do very well, and was Mr. Boyle's discourse upon the style of the Scripture, which is a very fine piece, and so to bed. 16th. Up, and several come to me, among others Mr. Yeapsley of Plymouth, to discourse about their matters touching Tangier, and by Sir H. Comely, who was with me a good while, who tells me that the Duke of York's child is christened, the Duke of Albemarle and the Marquis of Worcester godfathers and my Lady Suffolk godmother, and they have named it Edgar, which is a brave name. But it seems they are more joyful in the Chancellor's family, at the birth of this prince, than in wisdom they should, for fear it should give the king cause of jealousy. Sir H. Comely do not seem to think there is any such thing can be in the king's intention as that of raising the Duke of Monmouth to the crown, though he thinks there may possibly be some persons that would, and others that would be glad to have the queen removed to some monastery, or somewhere or other, to make room for a new wife, for they will all be unsafe under the Duke of York. He says the king and Parliament will agree, that is, that the king will do anything that they will have him. We together to the Exchequer about our 10-year orders, and so parted at the New Exchange, where I stayed reading Mrs. Phillips's poems till my wife and Mercer called me to Mrs. Pierce's, by invitation to dinner, where I find her painted, which makes me loathe her, and the nastiest poor dinner that made me sick. Only here I met with a fourth advice to the painter upon the coming in of the Dutch to the river and end of the war, that made my heart ache to read, it being too sharp and so true. Here I also saw a printed account of the examinations taken, touching the burning of the city of London, showing the plot of the papists therein, which it seems hath been ordered and to have been burnt by the hands of the hangman in Westminster Palace. I will try to get one of them. After dinner she showed us her closet, which is pretty with her James's picture done by Hales, but with a mighty bad hand, which is his great fault that he do negligently, and the drapery also not very good. Being tired of being here, and sick of their damned sluttish dinner, my wife and Mercer and I away to the King's Playhouse, to see the scornful lady. But it being now 3 o'clock there was not one soul in the pit. Whereupon, for shame, we would not go in, but against our wills went all to see Tu Quoque again, where there is a pretty store of company, and going with a prejudice the play appeared better to us. Here we saw Madame Morland, who is grown mighty fat, but is very comely. But one of the best arts of our sport was a mighty pretty lady that sat behind, that did laugh so heartily and constantly, that it did me good to hear her. Thence to the king's house, upon a wager of mine with my wife, that there would be no acting there today, there being no company. So I went in and found a pretty good company there, and saw their dance at the end of he play, and so to the coach again, and to the Cock Ale House, and there drank in our coach, and so home, and my wife read to me as last night, and so to bed vexed with our dinner today, and myself more with being convinced that Mrs. Pierce paints, so that henceforth to be sure I shall loathe her. 17th. Up and at the office all the morning, where Mr. Wren come to us and sat with us only to learn, and do intend to come once or twice a week and sit with us. In the afternoon walked to the Old Swan, the way mighty dirty, and there called at Mitchell's, and there had opportunity para kiss Sue Moher, but L did receive it with a great deal of seeming regret, which did vex me. But however I do not doubt overcoming her, as I did the moher of the Monsieur at Deptford. So thence by water to Westminster, to Burgess, and there did receive my orders for L 1500 more for Tangier. Thence to the hall, and there talked a little with Mrs. Mitchell, and so to Mrs. Martin's to pay for my cuffs and drink with her. And by away by coach and met with Sir H. Comely, and with him to the Temple, and there in Playford's shop did give him some of my Exchequer orders and took his receipts, and so parted and home, and there to my business hard at the office. And then home, my wife being at Mrs. Turner, S., who and her husband come home with her, and here stayed and talked and stayed late, and then went away and we to bed. But that which vexed me much this evening is that Captain Cock and Sir W. Batten did come to me and sat and drank a bottle of wine, and told me how Sir W. Penn hath got an order for the Flying Greyhound for himself, which is so false a thing, and the part of a knave, as nothing almost can be more. This vexed me, but I resolved to bring it before the Duke and try a pull for it. 18th. Up betimes and to Captain Cock, in his coach which he sent for me, and he not being ready I walked in the Exchange, which is now made pretty, by having windows and doors before all their shops to keep out the cold. I and by to him, and he being ready, he and I out in his coach to my Lord Chancellor S., there to Mr. Wren's chamber, who did tell us the whole of Sir W. Penn's having the order for this ship of ours, and we went with him to St. James's, and there I did see the copy of it, which is built upon a suggestion of his having given the king a ship of his, the Prosperous, wherein is such a cheat as I have the best advantage in the world over him, and will make him do reason, or lay him on his back. This I was very glad of, and having done as far as I could in it we returned, and I home, and there at the office all the morning, and at noon with my Lord Brunker to the treasurer's office to look over the clerks who are there making up the books, but in such a manner as it is a shame to see. Then home to dinner, and after dinner, my mind mighty full of this business of Sir W. Penn, S., to the office, and there busy all the afternoon. This evening Sir W. Batten and W. Penn and I met at W. Batten's house, and there I took an opportunity to break the business, at which W. Penn is much disturbed, and would excuse it the most he can, but do it so basely, that though he do offer to let go his pretence to her, and resign up his order for her, and come in only to ask his share of her, which do very well please me, and give me present satisfaction, yet I shall remember him for a knave while I live. But thus my mind is quieted for the present more than I thought I should be, and am glad that I shall have no need of bidding him open defiance, which I would otherwise have done, and made a perpetual war between us. So to the office, and there busy pretty late, and so home and to supper with my wife, and so to bed. 19th, up and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner, W. Hewer and I and my wife, when comes my cousin, Kate Joyce, and an aunt of ours, Lettice, formerly Haynes, and now Howlett, come to town to see her friends, and also Sarah Kite with her little boy in her arms, a very pretty little boy. The child I like very well and could wish it my own, my wife being all unready, did not appear. I made as much of them as I could such ordinary company, and yet my heart was glad to see them, though their condition was a little below my present state, to be familiar with. She tells me how the lifeguard, which we thought a little while since was sent down into the country about some insurrection, was sent to Winchcombe, to spoil the tobacco there, which it seems the people there do plant contrary to law, and have always done, and still been under force and danger of having it spoiled, as it hath been oftentimes, and yet they will continue to plant it. Winchcombe St. Peter, a market town in Gloucestershire. Tobacco was first cultivated in this parish, after its introduction into England in 1583, and it proved a considerable source of profit to the inhabitants till the trade was placed under restrictions. The cultivation was first prohibited during the Commonwealth, and various acts were passed in the reign of Charles Roman II, for the same purpose. Among the King's pamphlets in the British Museum is a tract entitled Harry Hangman's Honour, or Gloucestershire Hangman's Request to the Smokers and Tobacconists of London, dated June 11th. The author writes, "The very planting of tobacco hath proved the decay of my trade, for since it hath been planted in Gloucestershire, especially at Winchcombe, my trade hath proved nothing worth." He adds, "Then 'twas a merry world with me, for indeed before tobacco was there planted, there being no kind of trade to employ men, and very small tillage, necessity compelled poor men to stand my friends by stealing of sheep and other cattle, breaking of hedges, robbing of orchards, and what not. The place," she says, "is a miserable poor place. They gone, I to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and at night, when my eyes were weary of the light, I and my wife to walk in the garden, and then home to supper and pipe, and then to bed. 20th, at the office doing business all the morning. At noon expected Creed to have come to dine with me and brought Mr. Shears, the gentleman lately come from my Lord Sandwich with him, but they come not, so there was a good dinner lost. After dinner my wife and Jane about some business of hers abroad, and then I to the office, where, having done my business, I out to pay some debts. Among others to the tavern at the end of Billiter Lane, where my design was to see the pretty mistress of the house, which I did, and indeed is, as I always thought, one of the modestest, prettiest, plain women that ever I saw. Thence was met in the street by Sir W. Penn, and he and I by coach to the King's Playhouse, and there saw The Mad Couple, which I do not remember that I have seen. It is a pretty pleasant play. Thence home, and my wife and I to walk in the garden, she having been at the same play with Jane in the 18d. Seat to show Jane the play, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st. All the morning at the office, dined at home, and expected Shears again, but he did not come, so another dinner lost by the folly of Creed. After having done some business at the office, I out with my wife to Shears's lodging and left an invitation for him to dine with me tomorrow, and so back and took up my wife at the Exchange, and then kissed Mrs. Smith's pretty hand, and so with my wife by coach to take some air. But the way very dirty as far as Bow, and so drinking as usual at Mile End of Bide's Ale, we home and there busy at my letters till late, and so to walk by moonshine with my wife, and so to bed. The King, Duke of York, and the men of the court have been these 4 or 5 days a hunting at Bagshot. 22nd, Lord's Day. At my chamber all the morning making up some accounts, to my great content. At noon comes Mr. Shears, whom I find a good, ingenious man, but do talk a little too much of his travels. He left my Lord Sandwich well, but in pain to be at home for want of money, which comes very hardly. Most of the afternoon talking of Spain, and informing him against his return how things are here, and so spent most of the afternoon, and then he parted. And then to my chamber busy till my eyes were almost blind with writing and reading, and I was fain to get the boy to come and write for me. And then to supper, and Pelling come to me at supper, and then to sing a psalm with him, and so parted and to bed, after my wife had read some thing to me, to save my eyes in a good book. This night I did even my accounts of the house, which I have to my great shame omitted now above 2 months or more, and therefore am content to take my wife's and maid's accounts as they give them, being not able to correct them, which vexes me. But the fault being my own, contrary to my wife's frequent desires, I cannot find fault, but am resolved never to let them come to that pass again. The truth is, I have indulged myself more in pleasure for these last 2 months than ever I did in my life before, since I come to be a person concerned in business. And I doubt, when I come to make up my accounts, I shall find it so by the expense. 23rd. Up and walked to the Exchange, there to get a coach but failed, and so was forced to walk a most dirty walk to the Old Swan, and there took boat, and so to the Exchange, and there took coach to St. James's, and did our usual business with the Duke of York. Thence I walked over the park to Whitehall and took water to Westminster, and there, among other things, bought the examinations of the business about the fire of London, which is a book that Mrs. Pierce tells me hath been commanded to be burnt. The examinations indeed are very plain. Thence to the excise office, and so to the Exchange, and did a little business, and so home and took up my wife, and so carried her to the other end, where I light at my Lord Ashley's by invitation to dine there, which I did, and Sir H. Comely, Creed, and Yeapsley, upon occasion of the business of Yeapsley, who, God knows, do bribe him very well for it. And it is pretty to see how this great man do condescend to these things, and do all he can in his examining of his business to favor him, and yet with great cunning not to be discovered, but by me that am privy to it. At table it is worth remembering that my Lord tells us that the House of Lords is the last appeal that a man can make upon a point of interpretation of the law, and that therein they are above the judges. And that he did assert this in the Lord's House upon the late occasion of the quarrel between my Lord Bristol and the Chancellor, when the former did accuse the latter of treason, and the judges did bring it in not to be treason. My Lord Ashley did declare that the judgment of the judges was nothing in the presence of their lordships, but only as far as they were the properest men to bring precedents, but not to interpret the law to their lordships, but only the inducements of their persuasions, and this the lords did concur in. Another pretty thing was my Lady Ashley's speaking of the bad qualities of glass coaches. Among others, the flying open of the doors upon any great shake. But another was, that my Lady Peterborough being in her glass coach, with the glass up, and seeing a lady pass by in a coach whom she would salute, the glass was so clear, that she thought it had been open, and so ran her head through the glass, and cut all her forehead. After dinner, before we fell to the examination of Yeapsley's business, we were put into my Lord's room before he could come to us, and there had opportunity to look over his state of his accounts of the prizes. And there saw how bountiful the king hath been to several people, and hardly any man almost, commander of the navy of any note, but hath had some reward or other out of it. And many sums to the privy purse, but not so many, I see, as I thought there had been. But we could not look quite through it. But several bedchambermen and people about the court had good sums, and, among others, Sir John Minns and Lord Brunker have L200 apiece for looking to the East India prizes, while I did their work for them. By and by my lord come, and we did look over Yeapsley's business a little. And I find how prettily this cunning lord can be partial and dissemble it in this case, being privy to the bribe he is to receive. This done, we away, and with Sir H. Comely to Westminster, who by the way told me how merry the King and Duke of York and court were the other day, when they were abroad a-hunting. They come to Sir G. Carteret's house at Cranbourne, and there were entertained, and all made drunk. And that all being drunk, Armourer did come to the king, and swore to him, "By God, sir," says he, "you are not so kind to the Duke of York of late as you used to be." "Not I," says the king. "Why so?" "Why," says he, "if you are, let us drink his health." "Why, let us," says the king. Then he fell on his knees and drank it, and having done, the king began to drink it. "Nay, sir," says Armorer, "by God you must do it on your knees." So he did, and then all the company. And having done it, all fell a-crying for joy, being all maudlin and kissing one another, the king the Duke of York, and the Duke of York the king, and in such a maudlin pickle as never people were, and so passed the day. But Sir H. Comely tells me that the king hath this good luck, that the next day he hates to have any body mention what he had done the day before, nor will suffer any body to gain upon him that way, which is a good quality. Parted with Sir H. Comely at Whitehall, and there I took coach and took up my wife at Unthank S, and so out for air, it being a mighty pleasant day, as far as Bow, and so drank by the way, and home, and there to my chamber till by and by comes Captain Cock about business, who tells me that Mr. Brunker is lost for ever, notwithstanding my Lord Brunker hath advised with him, Cock, how he might make a peace with the Duke of York and Chancellor, upon promise of serving him in the Parliament, but Cock says that is base to offer, and will have no success neither. He says that Mr. Wren hath refused a present of Tom Wilson's for his place of storekeeper of Chatham, and is resolved never to take anything, which is both wise in him and good to the king's service. He stayed with me very late, here being Mrs. Turner and W. Batelier drinking and laughing, and then to bed. 24th. Up and to the office, where all the morning very busy. At noon home, where there dined with me Anthony Joyce and his wife, and Will and his wife, and my Aunt Lucet, that was here the other day, and Sarah Kite, and I had a good dinner for them, and were as merry as I could be in that company where W. Joyce is, who is still the same impertinent fellow that ever he was. After dinner I away to St. James's, where we had an audience of the Duke of York of many things of weight, as the confirming and establishment of the numbers of men on ships in peace and other things of weight, about which we stayed till past candlelight. And so Sir W. Batten and W. Penn and I fain to go all in a hackney coach round by London Wall, for fear of cellars, this being the first time I have been forced to go that way this year, though now I shall begin to use it. We tired one coach upon Holborn Conduit Hill, and got another, and made it a long journey home. We're to the office and then home, and at my business till 12 at night, writing in shorthand the draft of a report to make to the King and Council tomorrow, about the reason of not having the book of the Treasurer made up. This I did finish tonight to the spoiling of my eyes, I fear. This done, then to bed. This evening my wife tells me that W. Batelier hath been here today, and brought with him the pretty girl he speaks of, to come to serve my wife as a woman, out of the school at Bow. My wife says she is extraordinary handsome, and inclines to have her, and I am glad of it at least, that if we must have one, she should be handsome. But I shall leave it wholly to my wife, to do what she will therein. 25th. Up as soon as I could see, and to the office to write over fair with Mr. Hayter my last night's work, which I did by 9 o'clock, and got it signed, and so with Sir H. Comely, who come to me about his business, to Whitehall. And thither come also my Lord Brunker. And we by and by called in, and our paper read, and much discourse thereon by Sir G. Carteret, my Lord Anglesey, Sir W. Coventry, and my Lord Ashley, and myself. But I could easily discern that they none of them understood the business, and the king at last ended it with saying lazily, "Why," says he, "after all this discourse, I now come to understand it, and that is that there can nothing be done in this more than is possible, which was so silly as I never heard. And therefore," says he, "I would have these gentlemen to do as much as possible to hasten the treasurer's accounts, and that is all." And so we broke up, and I confess I went away ashamed to see how slightly things are advised upon there. Here I saw the Duke of Buckingham sit in council again, where he was readmitted, it seems, the last council day, and it is wonderful to see how this man is come again to his places, all of them, after the reproach and disgrace done him, so that things are done in a most foolish manner quite through. The Duke of Buckingham did second Sir W. Coventry in the advising the king that he would not concern himself in the owning or not owning any man's accounts, or anything else, wherein he had not the same satisfaction that would satisfy the Parliament, saying that nothing would displease the Parliament more than to find him defending anything that is not right, nor justifiable to the utmost degree, but methought he spoke it, but very poorly. After this, I walked up and down the gallery till noon, and here I met with Bishop Fuller, who, to my great joy, is made, which I did not hear before, Bishop of Lincoln. At noon I took coach, and to Sir G. Carteret S. in Lincoln's Inn Fields, to the house that is my lord's, which my lord lets him have. And this is the first day of dining there. And there dined with him and his lady my lord Privy Seal, who is indeed a very sober man, who, among other talk, did mightily wonder at the reason of the growth of the credit of banquers, since it is so ordinary a thing for citizens to break out of knavery. Upon this we had much discourse, and I observed therein, to the honor of this city, that I have not heard of one citizen of London broke in all this war, this plague, this fire, and this coming up of the enemy among us, which he owned to be very considerable. This remarkable fact is confirmed by Evelyn in a letter to Sir Samuel Tuke, September 27, 1666. See Correspondence, Volume Roman 3, p. 345, edit. 1879. After dinner I to the King's Playhouse, my eyes being so bad since last night's straining of them that I am hardly able to see besides the pain which I have in them. The play was a new play, and infinitely full, the King and all the court almost there. It is The Storm, a play of Fletcher S., which is but so, methinks, only there is a most admirable dance at the end of the ladies in a military manner, which indeed did please me mightily. So, it being a mighty wet day and night, I with much ado got a coach, and with 20 stops which he made, I got him to carry me quite through, and paid dear for it, and so home. And there comes my wife home from the Duke of York's playhouse, where she hath been with my aunt and Kate Joyce, and so to supper, and betimes to bed, to make amends for my last night's work and want of sleep. 26th. Up and to my chamber, whither Jonas Moore comes, and, among other things, after our business done, discoursing of matters of the office, I showed him my varnished things, which he says he can outdo much, and tells me the mighty use of Napier's bones. John Napier or Nieper, 1550–1617, Laird of Merchiston, now swallowed up in the enlarged Edinburgh of today, although the old castle still stands, and the inventor of logarithms. He published his Rhabdology Seu Numerationis per Virgulas Libri Duo in 1617, and the work was reprinted and translated into Italian 1623 and Dutch 1626. In 1667, William Laybourne published The Art of Numbering by Speaking Rods, vulgarly termed Napier's Bones. So that I will have a pair presently. To the office, where busy all the morning sitting, and at noon home to dinner, and then with my wife abroad to the King's Playhouse, to show her yesterday's new play, which I like as I did yesterday, the principal thing extraordinary being the dance, which is very good. So to Charing Cross by coach, about my wife's business, and then home round by London Wall, it being very dark and dirty, and so to supper, and, for the ease of my eyes, to bed, having first ended all my letters at the office. 27th, up and to the office, were very busy all the morning. While I was busy at the office, my wife sends for me to come home, and what was it but to see the pretty girl which she is taking to wait upon her? And though she seems not altogether so great a beauty as she had before told me, yet indeed she is mighty pretty, and so pretty that I find I shall be too much pleased with it, and therefore could be contented as to my judgment, though not to my passion, that she might not come, lest I may be found too much minding her, to the discontent of my wife. She is to come next week. She seems, by her discourse, to be grave beyond her bigness and age, and exceeding well bred as to her deportment, having been a scholar in a school at Bow these 7 or 8 years. To the office again, my head running on this pretty girl, and there till noon, when Creed and Shears come and dined with me. And we had a great deal of pretty discourse of the ceremoniousness of the Spaniards, whose ceremonies are so many and so known, that, Shears tells me, upon all occasions of joy or sorrow in a grandee's family, my Lord Ambassador is fain to send one with an en hora buna, if it be upon a marriage, or birth of a child, or a pessimy, if it be upon the death of a child, or so. And these ceremonies are so set, and the words of the compliment, that he hath been sent from my lord, when he hath done no more than send in word to the grandee that one was there from the ambassador. And he knowing what was his errand, that hath been enough, and he never spoken with him. Nay, several grandees having been to marry a daughter, have wrote letters to my lord to give him notice, and out of the greatness of his wisdom to desire his advice, though people he never saw. And then my lord he answers, by commending the greatness of his discretion in making so good an alliance, and see, and so ends. He says that it is so far from dishonor to a man to give private revenge for an affront, that the contrary is a disgrace. They holding that he that receives an affront is not fit to appear in the sight of the world till he hath revenged himself. And therefore, that a gentleman there that receives an affront oftentimes never appears again in the world till he hath, by some private way or other, revenged himself. And that, on this account, several have followed their enemies privately to the Indies, thence to Italy, thence to France and back again, watching for an opportunity to be revenged. He says my lord was fain to keep a letter from the Duke of York to the Queen of Spain a great while in his hands, before he could think fit to deliver it, till he had learnt whether the Queen would receive it, it being directed to his cousin. He says that many ladies in Spain, after they are found to be with child, do never stir out of their beds or chambers till they are brought to bed. So ceremonious they are in that point also. He tells me of their wooing by serenades at the window, and that their friends do always make the match, but yet that they have opportunities to meet at mass at church, and there they make love. That the court there hath no dancing, nor visits at night to see the king or queen, but is always just like a cloister, nobody stirring in it. That my Lord Sandwich wears a beard now, turned up in the Spanish manner. But that which pleases me most indeed is, that the peace which he hath made with Spain is now printed here, and is acknowledged by all the merchants to be the best peace that ever England had with them. And it appears that the king thinks it so, for this is printed before the ratification is gone over. Whereas that with France and Holland was not in a good while after, till copies come over of it in English out of Holland and France, that it was a reproach not to have it printed here. This I am mighty glad of, and is the first and only piece of good news, or thing fit to be owned, that this nation hath done several years. After dinner I to the office, and they gone, anon comes Pelling, and he and I to graze in Knee Fields, thinking to have heard Mrs. Knight sing at her lodgings, by a friend's means of his. Mrs. Knight, a celebrated singer and mistress of Charles Roman II. There is in Waller's Poems a song sung by her to the Queen on her birthday. In her portrait, engraved by Faber after Kneller, she is represented in mourning, and in a devout posture before a crucifix. Evelyn refers to her singing as incomparable, and adds that she had the greatest reach of any English woman. She had been lately roaming in Italy, and was much improved in that quality. Diary, December 2nd, 1674. But we come too late, so must try another time. So lost our labor, and I by coach home, and there to my chamber, and did a great deal of good business about my Tangier accounts. And so with pleasure discoursing with my wife of our journey shortly to Brampton, and of this little girl, which indeed runs in my head and pleases me mightily, though I dare not own it, and so to supper and to bed. 28th. Up, having slept not so much tonight as I used to do, for my thoughts being so full of this pretty little girl that is coming to live with us, which pleases me mightily. All the morning at the office, busy upon an order of council, wherein they are mightily at a loss what to advise about our discharging of seamen by ticket, there being no money to pay their wages before January. Only there is money to pay them since January, provided by the Parliament, which will be a horrid disgrace to the King and Crown of England, that no man shall reckon himself safe, but where the Parliament takes care. And this did move Mr. Wren at the table today to say, that he did believe if ever there be occasion more to raise money, it will become here, as it is in Poland, that there are two treasurers, one for the king and the other for the kingdom. At noon dined at home, and Mr. Hayter with me, and Mr. Pierce. The surgeon dropped in, who I feared did come to bespeak me to be godfather to his son, which I am unwilling now to be, having ended my liking to his wife, since I find she paints. After dinner comes Sir F.R. Hollies to me about business, and I with him by coach to the Temple, and there I light, all the way he telling me romantic lies of himself and his family, how they have been parliamentmen for Grimsby, he and his forefathers, this 140 years, and his father is now. And himself, at this day, stands for to be with his father by the death of his fellow Burgess. And that he believes it will cost him as much as it did his predecessor, which was L300 in ale, and L52 in buttered ale, which I believe is one of his devilish lies. Here I light and to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw a piece of Sir Martin Merrill, with great delight, though I have seen it so often, and so home, and there busy late, and so home to my supper and bed. 29th Lord's Day. Up, and put off first my summer's silk suit and put on a cloth one. Then to church, and so home to dinner, my wife and I alone to a good dinner. All the afternoon talking in my chamber with my wife about my keeping a coach the next year and doing some things to my house, which will cost money, that is, furnish our best chamber with tapestry and other rooms with pictures. In the evening read good books my wife to me, and I did even my kitchen accounts. Then to supper, and so to bed. 30th. By water to Whitehall, there to a committee of Tangier, but they not met yet. I went to St. James's. They're thinking to have opportunity to speak to the Duke of York about the petition I have to make to him for something in reward for my service this war, but I did waive it. Thence to Whitehall, and there a committee met, where little was done, and thence to the Duke of York to council, where we the officers of the Navy did attend about the business of discharging the seamen by tickets, where several of the lords spoke, and of our number none but myself, which I did in such manner as pleased the king and council. Speaking concerning the difficulty of pleasing of seamen, and giving them assurance to their satisfaction that they should be paid their arrears of wages, my Lord Ashley did move that an assignment for money on the act might be put into the hands of the East India Company, or City of London, which he thought the seamen would believe. But this my Lord Anglesey did very handsomely oppose, and I think did carry it that it will not be. And it is indeed a mean thing that the king should so far own his own want of credit as to borrow theirs in this manner. My Lord Anglesey told him that this was the way indeed to teach the Parliament to trust the king no more for the time to come, but to have a kingdom's treasurer distinct from the king. Home at noon to dinner, where I expected to have had our new girl, my wife's woman, but she is not yet come. I abroad after dinner to Whitehall, and there among other things do hear that there will be musique tomorrow night before the king. So to Westminster, where to the Swan, and drank and away to the hall, and thence to Mrs. Martin's to bespeak some linen, and there did of war all with her, and drank, and away, having first promised my goddaughter a new coat her first coat. So by coach home, and there find our pretty girl Willett come, brought by Mr. Batelier, and she is very pretty, and so grave as I never saw a little thing in my life. Indeed, I think her a little too good for my family, and so well carriaged as I hardly ever saw. I wish my wife may use her well. Now I begin to be full of thought for my journey the next week, if I can get leave, to Brampton. Tonight come and sat with me Mr. Turner and his wife, and tell me of a design of sending their son Frank to the East India Company's service if they can get him entertainment, which they are promised by Sir Ander Rickard, which I do very well like of. So the company broke up and to bed. October 1667. October 1st. All the morning busy at the office, pleased mightily with my girl that we have got to wait on my wife. At noon dined with Sir G. Carteret and the rest of our officers at his house in Broad Street, they being there upon his accounts. After dinner took coach and to my wife, who was gone before into the Strand, there to buy a nightgown, where I found her in a shop with her pretty girl, and having bought it away home, and I thence to Sir G. Carteret's again, and so took coach alone, it now being almost night, to Whitehall, and there in the boarded gallery did hear the music with which the king is presented this night by Monsieur Grebus, the master of his music. both instrumental. I think 24 violins and vocal. An English song upon peace. But God forgive me, I never was so little pleased with a concert of music in my life. The manner of setting of words and repeating them out of order, and that with a number of voices, makes me sick, the whole design of vocal music being lost by it. Here was a great press of people, but I did not see many pleased with it, only the instrumental music he had brought by practice to play very just. So thence late in the dark round by the wall home by coach, and there to sing and sup with my wife, and look upon our pretty girl, and so to bed. Second, up and very busy all the morning, upon my accounts of tenure, to present to the commissioners of the Treasury in the afternoon, and the like upon the accounts of the office. This morning come to me Mr. Gauden about business, with his gold chain about his neck, as being sheriff of the city this year. At noon to the Treasury office again, and there dined and did business, and then by coach to the New Exchange, and there met my wife and girl, and took them to the King's house to see the Trador, which still I like as a very good play. And thence, round by the wall home, having drunk at the Cock Ale House, as I of late have used to do, and so home and to my chamber to read, and so to supper and to bed. Third, up and going out of doors, I understand that Sir W. Batten is gone to bed on a sudden again this morning, being struck very ill, and I confess I have observed him for these last 2 months to look very ill and to look worse and worse. I to St. James's, though it be a sitting day to the Duke of York, about the Tangier Committee, which met this morning, and he come to us, and the charter for the city of Tangier was read and the form of the court merchant. That being done, Sir W. Coventry took me into the gallery, and walked with me an hour, discoursing of navy business, and with much kindness to, and confidence in, me still, which I must endeavor to preserve, and will do, and, good man, all his care how to get the navy paid off, and that all other things therein may go well. He gone, I thence to my Lady Peterborough, who sent for me, and with her an hour talking about her husband's pension, and how she hath got an order for its being paid again. Though, I believe, for all that order it will hardly be. But of that I said nothing. But her design is to get it paid again, and how to raise money upon it, to clear it from the engagement which lies upon it to some citizens, who lent her husband money, without her knowledge, upon it, to vast loss. She intends to force them to take their money again, and release her husband of those hard terms. The woman is a very wise woman, and is very plain in telling me how her plate and jewels are at pawn for money, and how they are forced to live beyond their estate, and do get nothing by his being a courtier. The lady I pity, and her family. Having done with her and drunk 2 glasses of her mead, which she did give me, and so to the treasurer's office, and there find my Lord Brunker and W. Penn at dinner with Sir G. Carteret about his accounts, where I dined and talked and settled some business, and then home, and there took out my wife and Willett, thinking to have gone to a play, but both houses were begun, and so we to the Change, and thence to my tailor S., and there, the coachman desiring to go home to change his horses. We went with him into a nasty end of all St. Giles, S., and there went into a nasty room, a chamber of his, where he hath a wife and child, and there stayed, it growing dark too, and I angry thereat till he shifted his horses, and then home apace, and there I to business late, and so home, to supper, and walk in the garden with my wife and girl, with whom we are mightily pleased, and after talking and supping, to bed. This noon, going home, I did call on Will Lincolny and agree with him to carry me to Brampton. Fourth, up and to Whitehall to attend the council about Commissioner Pett's business, along with my Lord Brunker and Sir W. Penn, and in the robe chamber the Duke of York come to us, the officers of the Navy, and there did meet together about navy business, where Sir W. Coventry was with us, and among other things did recommend his Royal Highness, now the prizes were disposing, to remember Sir John Harmon to the King, for some bounty, and also for my Lady Minns, which was very nobly done of him. Thence all of us to attend the council, where we were anon called on, and there was a long hearing of Commissioner Pett, who was there, and there were the 2 masters attendant of Chatham called in, who do deny their having any order from Commissioner Pett about bringing up the great ships, which gives the lie to what he says. But, in general, I find him to be but a weak, silly man, and that is guilty of horrid neglect in this business all along. Here broke off without coming to an issue, but that there should be another hearing on Monday next. So the council rose, and I stayed walking up and down the galleries till the king went to dinner, and then I to my Lord Crew's to dinner. But he having dined, I took a very short leave, confessing I had not dined, and so to an ordinary hard by the temple gate, where I have heretofore been, and there dined cost me 10d. And so to my Lord Ashley's, where after dinner Sir H. Comely, Creed and I, with his lordship, about Mr. Yeebsley's business, where having come to agreement with him abating him L1000 of what he demands for ships lost, I to Westminster, to Mrs. Martin's lodging, whither I sent for her, and there hear that her husband is come from sea, which is sooner than I expected. And here I stayed and drank, and so did Toucher L and away, and so by coach to my tailor S, and thence to my Lord Crew's, and there did stay with him an hour till almost night, discoursing about the ill state of my Lord Sandwich, that he can neither be got to be called home, nor money got to maintain him there, which will ruin his family. And the truth is, he do almost deserve it, for by all relation he hath, in a little more than a year and a half, spent L20000 of the king's money, and the best part of L10,000 of his own, which is a most prodigious expense, more than ever ambassador spent there, and more than these commissioners of the treasury will or do allow. And they demand an account before they will give him any more money, which puts all his friends to a loss what to answer. But more money we must get him, or to be called home. I offer to speak to Sir W. Coventry about it, but my lord will not advise to it, without consent of Sir G. Carteret. So home and there to see Sir W. Batten, who fell sick yesterday morning. He is asleep, and so I could not see him. But in an hour after, word is brought me that he is so ill that it is believed he cannot live till tomorrow, which troubles me and my wife mightily, partly out of kindness, he being a good neighbor, and partly because of the money he owes me, upon our bargain of the late prize. So home and to supper and to bed. 5th, up and to the office, and there all the morning, none but my Lord Anglesey and myself, but much surprised with the news of the death of Sir W. Batten, who died this morning, having been but 2 days sick. Sir W. Penn and I did dispatch a letter this morning to Sir W. Coventry to recommend Colonel Middleton, who we think a most honest and understanding man, and fit for that place. Sir G. Carteret did also come this morning, and walked with me in the garden, and concluded not to concern or have any advice made to Sir W. Coventry in behalf of my Lord Sandwich's business. So I do rest satisfied, though I do think they are all mad, that they will judge Sir W. Coventry an enemy, when he is indeed no such man to any body, but is severe and just as he ought to be, where he sees things ill done. At noon home, and by coach to Temple Bar to a India shop, and there bought a gown and sash, which cost me 26s. And so she and Willett away to the change, and I to my Lord Crew, and there met my Lord Hinchingbroke and Lady Jemima. And there dined with them and my lord, were pretty merry, and after dinner my Lord Crew and Hinchingbroke and myself went aside to discourse about my Lord Sandwich's business, which is in a very ill state for want of money, and so parted, and I to my tailor S, and there took up my wife and Willett, who stayed there for me, and to the Duke of York's playhouse, but the house so full, it being a new play, the coffee house, that we could not get in, and so to the king's house, and there, going in, met with Nep, and she took us up into the tiring rooms, and to the women's shift, where Nell was dressing herself, and was all unready, and is very pretty, prettier than I thought. And so walked all up and down the house above, and then below into the scene room, and there sat down, and she gave us fruit, and here I read the questions to Nep, while she answered me, through all her part of Flora's Figures, which was acted today. But Lord, to see how they were both painted would make a man mad, and did make me loathe them, and what base company of men comes among them, and how lewdly they talk. And how poor the men are in clothes, and yet what a show they make on the stage by candlelight, is very observable. But to see how Nell cursed, for having so few people in the pit, was pretty, the other house carrying away all the people at the new play, and is said, nowadays, to have generally most company, as being better players. By and by into the pit, and there saw the play, which is pretty good, but my belly was full of what I had seen in the house. And so, after the play done, away home, and there to the writing my letters, and so home to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Up, and dressed myself, and so walked out with the boy to Smithfield to Cow Lane, to Lincoln's, and there spoke with him, and agreed upon the hour tomorrow, to set out towards Brampton, but vexed that he is not likely to go himself, but sends another for him. Here I took a hackney coach, and to Whitehall, and there met Sir W. Coventry, and discoursed with him, and then with my Lord Brunker and many others, to end my matters in order to my going into the country tomorrow for 5 or 6 days, which I have not done for above 3 years. Walked with Creed into the park a little, and at last went into the Queen's side, and there saw the King and Queen, and saw the ladies, in order to my hearing any news stirring to carry into the country, but met with none, and so away home by coach, and there dined, and W. How come to see me, and after dinner parted, and I to my writing to my Lord Sandwich, which is the greatest business I have to do before my going into the country, and in the evening to my office to set matters to rights there. And being in the garden, Sir W. Penn did come to me, and fell to discourse about the business of the flying greyhound, wherein I was plain to him and he to me, and at last concluded upon my writing a petition to the Duke of York for a certain ship, the Maybolt Galliot, and he offers to give me L300 for my success, which, however, I would not oblige him to, but will see the issue of it by fair play, and so I did presently draw a petition, which he undertakes to proffer to the Duke of York, and solicit for me, and will not seem to doubt of his success. So I wrote and did give it him and left it with him, and so home to supper, where Pelling comes and sits with me, and there tells us how old Mr. Baitlier is dead this last night in the night, going to bed well, which I am mightily troubled for, he being a good man. Supper done, and he gone, I to my chamber to write my journal to this night, and so to bed. 7th, up betimes, and did do several things towards the settling all matters both of house and office in order for my journey this day, and did leave my chief care, and the key of my closet with Mr. Hayter, with directions what papers to secure in case of fire or other accident. And so, about 9 o'clock, I and my wife and Willett set out in a coach I have hired, with 4 horses, and W. Hewer and Murford rode by us on horseback. And so my wife and she in their mourning gowns, very handsome and pretty, and to my great liking. We set out, and so out at Aldgate, and so to the Green Man, and so on to Enfield, in our way seeing Mr. Lowther and his lady in a coach, going to Walthamstow, and he told us that he would overtake us at night, he being to go that way. So we to Enfield, and there baited, it being but a foul, bad day, and there Lowther and Mr. Burford, an acquaintance of his, did overtake us, and there drank and eat together. And by we parted, we going before them, and very merry, my wife and girl and I talking, and telling tales and singing, and before night come to Bishop Stafford, where Lowther and his friend did meet us again, and carried us to the Reynadier, where Mrs. Ainsworth. Elizabeth Ainsworth, here mentioned, was a noted procuress at Cambridge, banished from that town by the university authorities for her evil courses. She subsequently kept the Reindeer Inn at Bishop Stortford, at which the Vice-Chancellor and some of the heads of colleges had occasion to sleep in their way to London, and were nobly entertained, their supper being served off plate. The next morning their hostess refused to make any charge, saying that she was still indebted to the Vice-Chancellor, who, by driving her out of Cambridge, had made her fortune. No tradition of this woman has been preserved at Bishop Stortford, but it appears from the register of that parish that she was buried there 26th of March, 1686. It is recorded in the History of Essex, volume Roman 3, p. 130, 8 vo. 1770, and in a pamphlet in the British Museum, entitled Boteler's Case, that she was implicated in the murder of Captain Wood, a Hertfordshire gentleman at Manewden in Essex, and for which offence a person named Boteler was executed at Chelmsford, September 10, 1667, and that Mrs. Ainsworth, tried at the same time as an accessory before the fact, was acquitted for want of evidence. Though in her way to the jail, she endeavored to throw herself into the river, but was prevented. See Postia, May 25th b. Who lived heretofore at Cambridge, and whom I knew better than they think for, do live. It was the woman that, among other things, was great with my cousin Barnston, of Cottenham, and did use to sing to him, and did teach me full 40 times over. A very lewd song. A woman they are very well acquainted with, and is here what she was at Cambridge, and all the good fellows of the country come hither. Lowther and his friends stayed and drank, and then went further this night, but here we stayed, and supped, and lodged. But as soon as they were gone, and my supper getting ready, I fell to write my letter to my Lord Sandwich, which I could not finish before my coming from London. So did finish it to my good content, and a good letter, telling him the present state of all matters, and did get a man to promise to carry it tomorrow morning, to be there, at my house, by noon, and I paid him well for it. So, that being done, and my mind at ease, we to supper, and so to bed, my wife and I in one bed, and the girl in another in the same room, and lay very well. But there was so much tearing company in the house that we could not see my landlady. So I had no opportunity of renewing my old acquaintance with her, but here we slept very well. 8th, up pretty betimes, though not so soon as we intended, by reason of Murford's not rising, and then not knowing how to open our door, which, and some other pleasant simplicities of the fellow, did give occasion to us to call him. Sir Martin Merrill and W. Hewer being his helper and counselor, we did call him. All this journey, Mr. Warner, which did give us good occasion of mirth now and then. At last rose and up and broke our fast, and then took coach, and away, and at Newport did call on Mr. Lowther, and he and his friend, and the master of the house, their friend, where they were, a gentleman, did presently get a horseback and overtook us, and went with us to Audley End, and did go along with us all over the house and garden. And mighty merry we were. The house indeed do appear very fine, but not so fine as it hath heretofore to me. Particularly the ceilings are not so good as I always took them to be, being nothing so well wrought as my Lord Chancellor's are. And though the figure of the house without be very extraordinary good, yet the staircase is exceeding poor, and a great many pictures, and not one good one in the house but one of Harry the Eighth, done by Holbein. And not one good suit of hangings in all the house, but all most ancient things, such as I would not give the hanging up of in my house, and the other furniture, beds, and other things, accordingly. Mr. George T. Robinson, F.S.A., in a paper on decorative plasterwork, read before the Society of Arts in April, 1891, refers to the ceilings at Audley End as presenting an excellent idea of the state of the stuccoer's art in the middle of James' ice reign, and adds, few houses in England can show so fine a series of the same date. The great hall has medallions in the square portions of the ceiling formed by its dividing timber beams. The large saloon on the principal floor, a room about 66 feet long by 30 feet wide, has a very remarkable ceiling of the pendentive type, which presents many peculiarities, the most notable of which, that these not only depend from the ceiling, but the outside ones spring from the walls in a natural and structural manner. This is a most unusual circumstance in the stucco work of the time, the reason for the omission of this reasonable treatment evidently being the unwillingness of the stuccoer to omit his elaborate frieze in which he took such delight. Journal Soc. of Arts, Volume Roman 39, p. 449. Only the gallery is good, and above all things, the cellars, where we went down and drank of much good liquor, and indeed the cellars are fine, and here my wife and I did sing to my great content. And then to the garden, and there eat many grapes, and took some with us, and so away thence, exceeding well satisfied, though not to that degree that, by my old esteem of the house, I ought and did expect to have done, the situation of it not pleasing me. Here we parted with Lowther and his friends, and away to Cambridge, it being foul, rainy weather, and there did take up at the Rose, for the sake of Mrs. Dorothy Drowater, the vintner's daughter, which is mentioned in the play of Sir Martin Merrill. Here we had a good chamber and bespoke a good supper, and then I took my wife, and W. Hewer and Willett, it holding up a little, and showed them Trinity College and St. John's Library, and went to King's College Chapel, to see the outside of it only. And so to our knee, and with much pleasure did this, they walking in their pretty morning gowns, very handsome, and I proud to find myself in condition to do this. And so home to our lodging, and there by and by to supper, with much good sport, talking with the drawers concerning matters of the town and persons whom I remember, and so, after supper, to cards, and then to bed, lying I in one bed, and my wife and girl in another, in the same room, and very merry talking together, and mightily pleased both of us with the girl. Saunders, the only violin in my time, is, I hear, dead of the plague in the late plague there. 9th, up and got ready and eat our breakfast, and then took coach, and the poor, as they did yesterday, did stand at the coach to have something given them, as they do to all great persons, and I did give them something. And the town musique did also come and play. But, Lord, what sad music they made. However, I was pleased with them, being all of us in very good humor, and so through the town, and observed at our college of Magdalene the posts new painted, and understand that the vice-chancellor is there this year. And so away for Huntingdon, mightily pleased all along the road to remember old stories, and come to Brampton at about noon, and there find my father and sister and brother all well, and here laid up our things, and up and down to see the garden with my father, and the house, and do altogether find it very pretty. Especially the little parlor and the summer houses in the garden, only the wall do want greens upon it, and the house is too low-roofed. But that is only because of my coming from a house with higher ceilings. But altogether is very pretty, and I bless God that I am like to have such a pretty place to retire to. And I did walk with my father without doors, and do find a very convenient way of laying out money there in building, which will make a very good seat, and the place deserves it, I think, very well. By and by to dinner, and after dinner I walked up to Hinchingbrooke, where my lady expected me, and there spent all the afternoon with her. The same most excellent, good, discreet lady that ever she was, and, among other things, is mightily pleased with the lady that is like to be her son Hinchingbrooke's wife, which I am mightily glad of. By and by my wife comes with Willett, my wife in her velvet vest, which is mighty fine, and becomes her exceedingly. I am pleased with my Lady Paulina and Anne, who both are grown very proper ladies, and handsome enough. But 1,000 questions my lady asked me, till she could think of no more almost, but walked up and down the house with me. But I do find, by her, that they are reduced to great straits for money, having been forced to sell her plate, 8 or 900 worth, and she is now going to sell a suit of her best hangings, of which I could almost wish to buy a piece or two, if the pieces will be broke. But the house is most excellently furnished, and brave rooms and good pictures, so that it do please me infinitely beyond oddly end. Here we stayed till night walking and talking and drinking, and with mighty satisfaction my lady with me alone, most of the day talking of my lord's bad condition to be kept in Spain without money and at a great expense, which, as we will save the family, we must labor to remove. Night being come, we took leave with all possible kindness, and so home, and there Mr. Shepley stayed with us and sapped, and full of good country discourse. And when supper done took his leave, and we all to bed, only I a little troubled that my father tells me that he is troubled that my wife shows my sister no countenance, and him but very little, but is as a stranger in the house. And I do observe she do carry herself very high. But I perceive there was some great falling out when she was here last, but the reason I have no mind to inquire after, for vexing myself, being desirous to pass my time with as much mirth as I can while I am abroad, so all to bed. My wife and I in the high bed in our chamber, and Willett in the trundle bed, which she desired to lie in by us. 10th. Waked in the morning with great pain of the colique, by cold taken yesterday, I believe, with going up and down in my shirt, but with rubbing my belly, keeping of it warm, I did at last come to some ease and rose, and up to walk up and down the garden with my father to talk of all our concernments. About a husband for my sister, whereof there is at present no appearance. But we must endeavor to find her one now, for she grows old and ugly. Then for my brother. And resolve he shall stay here this winter, and then I will either send him to Cambridge for a year, till I get him some church promotion, or send him to sea as a chaplain, where he may study and earn his living. Then walked round about our green, to see whether, in case I cannot buy out my Uncle Thomas and his sons right in this house, that I can buy another place as good thereabouts to build on, and I do not see that I can. But this, with new building, may be made an excellent pretty thing, and I resolve to look after it as soon as I can, and Goody Gorham dies. By this time it was almost noon, and then my father and I and wife and Willett abroad by coach round the town of Brampton, to observe any other place as good as ours and find none, and so back with great pleasure. And thence went all of us, my sister and brother and W. Hewer, to dinner to Hinchingbrooke, where we had a good plain country dinner, but most kindly used. And here dined the minister of Brampton and his wife, who is reported a very good but poor man. Here I spent alone with my lady. After dinner, the most of the afternoon, and anon the 2 twins were sent for from school at Mr. Taylor's to come to see me, and I took them into the garden, and there, in one of the summer houses, did examine them, and do find them so well advanced in their learning that I was amazed at it. They repeating a whole ode without book out of Horace, and did give me a very good account of anything almost, and did make me very readily very good Latin, and did give me good account of their Greek grammar, beyond all possible expectation. And so grave and manly as I never saw, I confess, nor could have believed, so that they will be fit to go to Cambridge in 2 years at most. They are both little, but very like one another, and well-looked children. Then in to my lady again, and stayed till it was almost night again, and then took leave for a great while again, but with extraordinary kindness from my lady, who looks upon me like one of her own family and interest. So thence, my wife and people by the highway and I walked over the park with Mr. Shepley, and through the grove, which is mighty pretty, as is imaginable, and so over their drawbridge to Nunn's Bridge, and so to my father S., and there sat and drank, and talked a little, and then parted. And he being gone, and what company there was, my father and I, with a dark lantern, it being now night, into the garden with my wife, and there went about our great work to dig up my gold. But, Lord, what a toss I was for some time in, that they could not justly tell where it was, that I begun heartily to sweat and be angry that they should not agree better upon the place, and at last to fear that it was gone, but by and by poking with a spit, we found it, and then begun with a spud to lift up the ground. But, good God, to see how sillily they did it, not half a foot underground, and in the sight of the world from 100 places, if any body by accident were near hand, and within sight of a neighbor's window, and their hearing also, being close by. Only my father says that he saw them all gone to church before he begun the work, when he laid the money, but that do not excuse it to me. But I was out of my wits almost, and the more from that, upon my lifting up the earth with the spud, I did discern that I had scattered the pieces of gold round about the ground among the grass and loose earth. And taking up the iron headpieces wherein they were put, I perceived the earth was got among the gold, and wet, so that the bags were all rotten, and all the notes, that I could not tell what in the world to say to it, not knowing how to judge what was wanting, or what had been lost by Gibson in his coming down. Which, all put together, did make me mad. And at last was forced to take up the headpieces, dirt and all, and as many of the scattered pieces as I could with the dirt discern by the candlelight, and carry them up into my brother's chamber, and there lock them up till I had eat a little supper. And then, all people going to bed, W. Hewer and I did all alone, with several pails of water and basins, at last wash the dirt off of the pieces, and parted the pieces and the dirt, and then begun to tell. And by a note which I had of the value of the whole in my pocket, do find that there was short above 100 pieces, which did make me mad. And considering that the neighbor's house was so near that we could not suppose we could speak one to another in the garden at the place where the gold lay, especially my father being deaf, but they must know what we had been doing on, I feared that they might in the night come and gather some pieces and prevent us the next morning. So W. Hewer and I out again about midnight, for it was now grown so late, and there by candlelight did make shift to gather 45 pieces more, and so in and to cleanse them. And by this time it was past 2 in the morning, and so to bed, with my mind pretty quiet to think that I have recovered so many. And then to bed, and I lay in the trundle bed, the girl being gone to bed to my wife, and there lay in some disquiet all night, telling of the clock till it was daylight. 11th, and then rose and called W. Hewer, and he and I, with pails and a sieve, did lock ourselves into the garden, and there gather all the earth about the place into pails, and then sift those pails in one of the summer houses, just as they do for diamonds in other parts of the world. And there, to our great content, did with much trouble by 9 o'clock, and by the time we emptied several pails and could not find one, we did make the last night's 45 up 79. So that we are come to about 20 or 30 of what I think the true number should be, and perhaps within less. And of them, I may reasonably think that Mr. Gibson might lose some, so that I am pretty well satisfied that my loss is not great, and do bless God that it is so well. About the year 1842, in removing the foundation of an old wall adjoining a mansion at Brampton, always considered the quondam residence of the Pepys family, an iron pot, full of silver coins, was discovered and taken to the Earl of Sandwich, the owner of the house, in whose possession they still remain. The pot was so much corroded that a small piece of it only could be preserved. The coins were chiefly half-crowns of Elizabeth and the 2 elder Stuarts, and all of a date anterior to the Restoration. Although Pepys states that the treasure which he caused to be buried was gold exclusively, it is very probable that, in the confusion, a pot full of silver money was packed up with the rest. But at all events, the coincidence appeared too singular to pass over without notice be. And do leave my father to make a second examination of the dirt, which he promises he will do, and, poor man, is mightily troubled for this accident. But I declared myself very well satisfied, and so indeed I am, and my mind at rest in it, being but an accident which is unusual. and so gives me some kind of content to remember how painful it is sometimes to keep money, as well as to get it, and how doubtful I was how to keep it all night, and how to secure it to London. And so got all my gold put up in bags. And so having the last night wrote to my Lady Sandwich to lend me John Bowles to go along with me my journey, not telling her the reason, that it was only to secure my gold, we to breakfast. And then about 10 o'clock took coach, my wife and I, and Willett and W. Hewer, and Murford and Bowles, whom my lady lent me, and my brother John on horseback. And with these four I thought myself pretty safe. But before we went out, the Huntingdon music come to me and played, and it was better than that of Cambridge. Here I took leave of my father and did give my sister 20s. She cried at my going, but whether it was at her unwillingness for my going, or any unkindness of my wife's, or no, I know not, but God forgive me, I take her to be so cunning and ill-natured that I have no great love for her, but only as my sister and must be provided for. My gold I put into a basket, and set under one of the seats. And so my work every quarter of an hour was to look to see whether all was well. And I did ride in great fear all the day, but it was a pleasant day, and good company, and I mightily contented. Mr. Shepley saw me beyond St. Neots, and there parted, and we straight to Stevenage, through bald lanes, which are already very bad. And at Stevenage we come well before night, and all sat, and there with great care I got the gold up to the chamber, my wife carrying one bag, and the girl another, and W. Hewer the rest in the basket, and set it all under a bed in our chamber. And then sat down to talk, and were very pleasant, satisfying myself, among other things, from John Bowles in some terms of hunting, and about deer, bucks, and does. And so anon to supper, and very merry we were, and a good supper, and after supper to bed. Brecock alive still, and the best host I know almost. 12th. Up and eat our breakfast, and set out about 9 o'clock, and so to Barnet, where we stayed and baited, the weather very good all day and yesterday, and by 5 o'clock got home, where I find all well. And did bring my gold, to my heart's content, very safe home, having not this day carried it in a basket, but in our hands. The girl took care of one, and my wife another bag, and I the rest, I being afraid of the bottom of the coach, lest it should break, and therefore was at more ease in my mind than I was yesterday. At home, we find that Sir W. Batten's burial was today carried from hence, with 100 or 2 of coaches, to Walthamstow, and there buried. Here I hear by Mr. Pierce the surgeon, and then by Mr. Lewes, and also by Mr. Hayter, that the Parliament hath met on Thursday last, and adjourned to Monday next. The King did make them a very kind speech, promising them to leave all to them to do, and call to account what and whom they pleased, and declared by my Lord Keeper how many, 36, acts he had done since he saw them. Among others, disbanding the army, and putting all papists out of employment, and displacing persons that had managed their business ill, that the Parliament is mightily pleased with the King's speech, and voted giving him thanks for what he said and hath done. And among things, would by name thank him for displacing my Lord Chancellor, for which a great many did speak in the House, but it was opposed by some, and particularly Harry Coventry, who got that it should be put to a committee to consider what particulars to mention in their thanks to the King, saying that it was too soon to give thanks for the displacing of a man, before they knew or had examined what was the cause of his displacing. And so it rested, but this do show that they are and will be very high. And Mr. Pierce do tell me that he fears, and do hear, that it hath been said among them, that they will move for the calling my Lord Sandwich home, to bring him to account, which do trouble me mightily, but I trust it will not be so. Anon comes home Sir W. Penn from the burial, and he and I to walk in the garden, where he did confirm the most of this news, and so to talk of our particular concernments. And among the rest, he says that Lady Batten and her children-in-law are all broke in pieces, and that there is but 800 found in the world of money, and is in great doubt what we shall do towards the doing ourselves right with them about the prize money. This troubles me, but we will fall to work upon that next week close. Then he tells me he did deliver my petition into the hands of Sir W. Coventry, who did take it with great kindness and promised to present it to the Duke of York, and that himself has since seen the Duke of York, but it was in haste, and thinks the Duke of York did tell him that the thing was done, but he is confident that it either is or will be done. This do please me mightily. So after a little talk more I away home to supper with John Bowles and brother and wife, who, I perceive, is already a little jealous of my being fond of Willett, but I will avoid giving her any cause to continue in that mind, as much as possible. And before that did go with Sir W. Penn to my Lady Batten, whom I had not seen since she was a widow, which she took unkindly, but I did excuse it. And the house being full of company, and of several factions, she against the children, and they against one another and her, I away and home to supper, and after supper to bed. 13th Lord's Day. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and thence walked to Sir W. Coventry's lodgings, but he was gone out, so I to St. James's, and there to the Duke of York's chamber. And there he was dressing, and many lords and parliament men come to kiss his hands, they being newly come to town. And there the Duke of York did of himself call me to him, and tell me that he had spoke to the king, and that the king had granted me the ship I asked for, and did, moreover, say that he was mightily satisfied with my service, and that he would be willing to do anything that was in his power for me, which he said with mighty kindness, which I did return him thanks for, and departed with mighty joy, more than I did expect. And so walked over the park to Whitehall, and there met Sir H. Comely, who walked with me, and told me most of the news I heard last night of the Parliament, and thinks they will do all things very well, only they will be revenged of my Lord Chancellor. And says, however, that he thinks there will be but two things proved on him, and that one is, that he may have said to the king, and to others, words to breed in the king an ill opinion of the Parliament that they were factious, and that it was better to dissolve them. And this he thinks they will be able to prove, but what this will amount to he knows not. And next, that he hath taken money for several bargains that have been made with the crown, and did instance one that is already complained of. But there are so many more involved in it, that, should they unravel things of this sort, every body almost will be more or less concerned. But these are the two great points which he thinks they will insist on, and prove against him. Thence I to the chapel, and there heard the sermon and a pretty good anthem, and so home by water to dinner, where Bowies and brother and a good dinner, and in the afternoon to make good my journal to this day, and so by water again to Whitehall, and thence only walked to Mrs. Martin's, and there sat with her and her sister and Borrows. And there drank and talked and away by water home, and there walked with Sir W. Penn, and told him what the Duke of York told me today about the ship I begged. And he was knave enough of his own accord, but to be sure, in order to his own advantage, to offer me to send for the master of the vessel, the Mabolt galliot, and bid him to get her furnished as for a long voyage, and I to take no notice of it, that she might be the more worth to me. So that here he is a very knave to the king, and I doubt not his being the same to me on occasion. So in adoors, and supped with my wife and brother, W. Hewer and Willett, and so evened with W. Hewer for my expenses upon the road this last journey, and do think that the whole journey will cost me little less than L18 or L20, one way or other. But I am well pleased with it, and so after supper to bed. 14th. Up and by water to Whitehall, and thence walked to St. James's, and there to Mr. Wren's. And he told me that my business was done about my warrant on the Mabolt galliot, which I did see, and though it was not so full in the reciting of my services as the other was in that of Sir W. Penn's, yet I was well pleased with it, and do intend to fetch it away anon thence with Sir Thomas Allen, in a little sorry coach which he hath set up of late, and Sir Jeremy Smith, to Whitehall, and there I took water and went to Westminster Hall. And there hear that the House is this day again upon the business of giving the king the thanks of the House for his speech, and, among other things, for laying aside of my Lord Chancellor. Thence I to Mrs. Martin's, where by appointment comes to me Mrs. Howlett, which I was afraid was to have told me something of my freedom with her daughter. But it was not so, but only to complain to me of her son-in-law, how he abuses and makes a slave of her, and his mother is one that encourages him in it, so that they are at this time upon very bad terms one with another, and desires that I would take a time to advise him and tell him what it becomes him to do. Which office I am very glad of, for some ends of my own also saw fill, and there drank and parted, I mightily satisfied with this business, and so home by water with Sir W. Warren, who happened to be at Westminster, and there I pretty strange to him and little discourse. And there at the office Lord Brunker, W. Penn, T. Hayter, and I did some business, and so home to dinner, and thence I out to visit Sir G. Carteret and ladies there. And from him do understand that the king himself, but this he told me as a great secret, is satisfied that this thanks which he expects from the House, for the laying aside of my Lord Chancellor is a thing irregular. But since it is come into the house, he do think it necessary to carry it on, and will have it, and hath made his mind known to be so, to some of the house. But Sir G. Carteret do say he knows nothing of what my Lord Brunker told us today, that the king was angry with the Duke of York yesterday, and advised him not to hinder what he had a mind to have done, touching this business, which is news very bad if true. Here I visited my Lady Carteret, who hath been sick some time, but now pretty well, but laid on her bed. Thence to my Lord Crewe, to see him after my coming out of the country, and he seems satisfied with some steps they have made in my absence towards my Lord Sandwich's relief for money. And so I have no more to do, nor will trouble myself more about it till they send for me. He tells me also that the king will have the thanks of the house go on, and commends my Lord Keeper's speech for all but what he was forced to say, about the reason of the king's sending away the house so soon the last time, when they were met, but this he was forced to do. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked with Mr. Scowen, who tells me that it is at last carried in the house that the thanks shall be given to the king among other things, particularly for the removal of my Lord Chancellor. But he tells me it is a strange act, and that which he thinks would never have been, but that the king did insist upon it, that, since it come into the house, it might not be let fall. After walking there a while I took coach into the Duke of York's house, and there went in for nothing into the pit at the last act, to see Sir Martin Merrill, and met my wife who was there and my brother, and W. Hewer and Willett, and carried them home, still being pleased with the humour of the play, almost above all that ever I saw. Home, and there do find that John Bowles is not yet come thither. I suppose he is playing the good fellow in the town. So to the office a while, and then home to supper and to bed. 15th. Up, and to the office, where Sir W. Penn being ill of the gout, we all of us met there in his parlour, and did the business of the office, our greatest business now being to manage the pay of the ships in order, and with speed to satisfy the commissioners of the Treasury. This morning my brother set out for Brampton again, and is gone. At noon home to dinner, and thence my wife and I and Willett to the Duke of York's house, where, after long stay, the King and Duke of York come, and there saw the coffee house. The most ridiculous, insipid play that ever I saw in my life, and glad we were that Betterton had no part in it. But here, before the play begun, my wife begun to complain to me of Willett's confidence in sitting cheek by jowl by us, which was a poor thing. But I perceive she is already jealous of my kindness to her, so that I begin to fear this girl is not likely to stay long with us. The play done, we home by coach, it being moonlight, and got well home, and I to my chamber to settle some papers, and so to supper and to bed. 16th. Up and at home most of the morning with Sir H. Comely, about some accounts of his. And for news he tells me that the Commons and Lords have concurred, and delivered the King their thanks, among other things, for his removal of the Chancellor, who took their thanks very well, and among other things, promised them, in these words, never, in any degree, to entertain the Chancellor any employment again. And he tells me that it is very true, he hath it from one that was by, that the King did give the Duke of York a sound reprimand, told him that he had lived with him with more kindness than ever any brother king lived with a brother, and that he lived as much like a monarch as himself, but advised him not to cross him in his designs about the Chancellor. In which the Duke of York do very wisely acquiesce, and will be quiet as the King bade him, but presently commands all his friends to be silent in the business of the Chancellor, and they were so. But that the Chancellor hath done all that is possible to provoke the King, and to bring himself to lose his head by enraging of people. He gone, I to the office, busy all the morning. At noon to Broad Street to Sir G. Carteret and Lord Brunker, and there dined with them, and thence after dinner with Brunker to Whitehall, where the Duke of York is now newly come for this winter, and there did our usual business, which is but little. And so I away to the Duke of York's house, thinking as we appointed to meet my wife there, but she was not. And more, I was vexed to see young, who is but a bad actor at best, act Macbeth in the room of Betterton, who, poor man, is sick, but Lord. What a prejudice it wrought in me against the whole play, and everybody else agreed in disliking this fellow. Thence home, and there find my wife gone home. Because of this fellow's acting of the part, she went out of the house again. They're busy at my chamber with Mr. Yeapsley, and then with Mr. Lewes about public business late, and so to supper and to bed. 17th. Up and being sent for by my Lady Batten, I to her, and there she found fault with my not seeing her since her being a widow, which I excused as well as I could, though it is a fault, but it is my nature not to be forward in visits. But here she told me her condition, which is good enough, being sole executrix, to the disappointment of all her husband's children, and prayed my friendship about the accounts of the prizes, which I promised her. And here do see what creatures widows are in weeping for their husbands, and then presently leaving off. But I cannot wonder at it, the cares of the world taking place of all other passions. Thence to the office, where all the morning busy, and at noon home to dinner, where Mr. John Andrews and his wife come and dined with me, and pretty merry we were, only I out of humor the greatest part of the dinner. By reason that my people had forgot to get wine ready, I having none in my house, which I cannot say now these almost 3 years, I think, without having 2 or 3 sorts, by which we were fain to stay a great while some could be fetched. When it come I begun to be merry, and merry we were, but it was an odd, strange thing to observe of Mr. Andrews, what a fancy he hath to raw meat, that he eats it with no pleasure unless the blood run about his chops, which it did now by a leg of mutton that was not above half boiled. But it seems, at home all his meat is dressed so, and beef and all, and eats it so at nights also. Here most of our discourse is of the business of the Parliament, who run on mighty furiously, having yesterday been almost all the morning complaining against some high proceedings of my Lord Chief Justice Keeling, that the gentlemen of the country did complain against him in the House, and run very high. It is the man that did fall out with my cousin Roger Pepys, once at the assizes there, and would have laid him by the heels, but, it seems, a very able lawyer. After dinner I to the office, where we all met with intent to proceed to the publique sale of several prize ships, but upon discourse, my Lord Anglesey did discover, which troubled me that he that is a stranger almost should do more than we ourselves could, that the appraisements made by our officers were not above half of what he had been offered for one of them, and did make it good by bringing a gentleman to give us L 700 for the wild boar, which they valued but at L 276, which made us all startle and stop the sale, and I did propose to acquaint the Duke of York with it, and accordingly we did agree on it, and I wrote a severe letter about it, and we are to attend him with it tomorrow about it. This afternoon my Lord Anglesey tells us that the House of Commons have this morning run into the inquiry in many things, as the sale of Dunkirk, the dividing of the fleet the last year, the business of the prizes with my Lord Sandwich, and many other things, so that now they begin to fall close upon it, and God knows what will be the end of it, but a committee they have chosen to inquire into the miscarriages of the war. Having done, and being a little tired, Sir W. Penn and I in his coach out to Mile End Green, and there drank a cup of Bide's ale, and so talking about the proceedings of Parliament, and how little a thing the king is become to be forced to suffer it, though I declare my being satisfied that things should be inquired into, we back again home, and I to my office to my letters, and so home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and by coach with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there attended the Duke of York. But first we find him to spend above an hour in private in his closet with Sir W. Coventry, which I was glad to see, that there is so much confidence between them. By and by we were called in, and did our usual business, and complained of the business yesterday discovered of our officers abusing the king in the appraisement of the prizes. Here it was worth observing that the Duke of York, considering what third-rate ships to keep abroad, the Rupert was thought on. But then it was said that Captain Hubbard was commander of her, and that the king had a mind for Spragg to command the ship, which would not be well to be by turning out Hubbard, who is a good man, but one the Duke of York said he did not know whether he did so well conform, as at this lime to please the people and Parliament. Sir W. Coventry answered, and the Duke of York merrily agreed to it, that it was very hard to know what it was that the Parliament would call conformity at this time, and so it stopped, which I only observed to see how the Parliament's present temper do amuse them all. Thence to several places to buy a hat, and books, and neckcloths, and several errands I did before I got home, and among others bought me 2 new pair of spectacles of Turlington, who, it seems, is famous for them. And his daughter, he being out of the way, do advise me 2 very young sights, as that will help me most, and promises me great ease from them, and I will try them. At the Exchange I met Creed, and took him home with me, and dined, and among other things he tells me that Sir Robert Brooks is the man that did mention the business in Parliament yesterday about my Lord Sandwich, but that it was seconded by nobody, but the matter will fall before the Committee for Miscarriages. Thence, after dinner, my wife and he and I and Willett to the King's house, and saw Brenoralt, which is a good tragedy, that I like well, and parted after the play, and so home, and there a little at my office, and so to my chamber, and spent this night late in telling over all my gold, and putting it into proper bags and my iron chest, being glad with my heart to see so much of it here again, but cannot yet tell certainly how much I have lost by Gibson in his journey. And my father's burying of it in the dirt. At this late, but did it to my mind, and so to supper and to bed. 19th. At the office all the morning, were very busy, and at noon home to a short dinner, being full of my desire of seeing my Lord Orrery's new play this afternoon at the King's house, The Black Prince, the first time it is acted, where though we come by 2 o'clock, yet there was no room in the pit, but we were forced to go into one of the upper boxes at 4s. A piece, which is the first time I ever sat in a box in my life. And in the same box come, by and by, behind me my Lord Berkeley and his lady, but I did not turn my face to them to be known, so that I was excused from giving them my seat. And this pleasure I had, that from this place the scenes do appear very fine indeed, and much better than in the pit. The house infinite full, and the King and Duke of York was there. By and by the play begun, and in it nothing particular but a very fine dance for variety of figures, but a little too long. But as to the contrivance, and all that was witty, which, indeed, was much and very witty, was almost the same that had been in his 2 former plays of Henry V and Mustapha, and the same points and turns of wit in both, and in this very same play often repeated, but in excellent language, and were so excellent that the whole house was mightily pleased with it all along, till towards the end he comes to discover the chief of the plot of the play by the reading of a long letter, which was so long and some things, the people being set already to think too long, so unnecessary that they frequently begun to laugh, and to hiss 20 times that, had it not been for the King's being there, they had certainly hissed it off the stage. But I must confess that, as my Lord Berkeley says behind me, the having of that long letter was a thing so absurd, that he could not imagine how a man of his parts could possibly fall into it. Or, if he did, if he had but let any friend read it, the friend would have told him of it. And I must confess, it is one of the most remarkable instances that ever I did or expect to meet with in my life of a wise man, not being wise at all times, and in all things, for nothing could be more ridiculous than this, though the letter of itself at another time would be thought an excellent letter, and indeed an excellent romance, but at the end of the play, when every body was weary of sitting, and were already possessed with the effect of the whole letter. To trouble them with a letter a quarter of an hour long was a most absurd thing. After the play done, and nothing pleasing them from the time of the letter to the end of the play, people being put into a bad humor of disliking, which is another thing worth the noting, I home by coach, and could not forbear laughing almost all the way home, and all the evening to my going to bed, at the ridiculousness of the letter, and the more because my wife was angry with me, and the world, for laughing, because the King was there, though she cannot defend the length of the letter. So after having done business at the office, I home to supper and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and put on my new tunique of velvet, which is very plain, but good. This morning is brought to me an order for the presenting the Committee of Parliament tomorrow with a list of the commanders and ships, names of all the fleets set out since the war, and particularly of those ships which were divided from the fleet with Prince Rupert. This question of the division of the fleet in May, 1666, was one over which endless controversy as to responsibility was raised. When Prince Rupert, with 20 ships, was detached to prevent the junction of the French squadron with the Dutch, the Duke of Albemarle was left with 54 ships against 80 belonging to the Dutch. Albemarle's tactics are praised by Captain Mahan, which gives me occasion to see that they are busy after that business, and I am glad of it. So I alone to church, and then home, and there Mr. Dean comes and dines with me by invitation, and both at and after dinner, he and I spent all the day till it was dark in discourse of business of the navy and the ground of the many miscarriages, wherein he do inform me in many more than I knew, and I had desired him to put them in writing, and many indeed they are and good ones. And also we discoursed of the business of shipping, and he hath promised me a draught of the ship he is now building, wherein I am mightily pleased. This afternoon comes to me Captain O'Brien, about a ship that the king hath given him, and he and I to talk of the Parliament. And he tells me that the business of the Duke of York's slackening sail in the first fight, at the beginning of the war, is brought into question, and Sir W. Penn and Captain Cox are to appear tomorrow about it, and it is thought will at last be laid upon Mr. Brunker's giving orders from the Duke of York, which the Duke of York do not own, to Captain Cox to do it. But it seems they do resent this very highly, and are mad in going through all business, where they can lay any fault. I am glad to hear that in the world I am as kindly spoke of as any body. For aught I see, there is bloody work like to be. Sir W. Coventry having been forced to produce a letter in Parliament, wherein the Duke of Albemarle did from Sheerness write in what good posture all things were at Chatham, and that the chain was so well placed that he feared no attempt of the enemy. So that, among other things, I see every body is upon his own defense, and spares not to blame another to defend himself, and the same course I shall take. But God knows where it will end. He gone, and Dean, I to my chamber for a while, and then comes Pelling the apothecary to see us, and sat and supped with me, my wife being gone to bed sick of the colic, and then I to bed, after supper. Pelting tells me that my Lady Duchess Albemarle was at Mrs. Turner's this afternoon, she being ill, and did there publicly talk of business, and of our office, and that she believed that I was safe and had done well. And so, I thank God. I hear every body speaks of me, and indeed, I think, without vanity, I may expect to be profited rather than injured by this inquiry, which the Parliament makes into business. 21st. Up, and betimes got a coach at the Exchange, and thence to St. James's, where I had forgot that the Duke of York and family were gone to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked a little, finding the Parliament likely to be busy all this morning about the business of Mr. Brunker for advising Cox and Harman to shorten sail when they were in pursuit of the Dutch after the first great victory. I went away to Mr. Creed's chamber, there to meet Sir H. Comely about business of Mr. Yeapsley, where I was delivered of a great fear that they would question some of the orders for payment of money which I had got them signed at the time of the plague, when I was here alone, but all did pass. Thence to Westminster again, and up to the lobby, where many commanders of the fleet were, and Captain Cox and Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, the last of whom hath been in the house, and declared that he heard Brunker advise, and give arguments to Cox for the safety of the Duke of York's person, to shorten sail, that they might not be in the middle of the enemy in the morning alone. And Cox denying to observe his advice, having received the Duke of York's commands overnight to keep within cannon shot, as they then were of the enemy, Brunker did go to Harman, and used the same arguments, and told him that he was sure it would be well pleasing to the king that care should be taken of not endangering the Duke of York. And after much persuasion, Harman was heard to say, "Why, if it must be, then lower the topsail." And so did shorten sail to the loss, as the Parliament will have it, of the greatest victory that ever was, and which would have saved all the expense of blood and money and honor that followed. And this they do resent, so as to put it to the question, whether Brunker should not be carried to the Tower. Who do confess that, out of kindness to the Duke of York's safety, he did advise that they should do so, but did not use the Duke of York's name therein. And so it was only his error in advising it, but the greatest theirs in taking it, contrary to order. At last, it ended that it should be suspended till Harman comes home, and then the Parliament men do all tell me that it will fall heavy, and, they think, be fatal to Brunker or him. Sir W. Penn tells me he was gone to bed, having been all day laboring, and then not able to stand of the gout, and did give order for the keeping the sails standing, as they then were, all night. But which I wonder at, he tells me that he did not know the next day that they had shortened sail, nor ever did inquire into it till about 10 days ago, that this begun to be mentioned. And, indeed, it is charged privately as a fault on the Duke of York, that he did not presently examine the reason of the breach of his orders, and punish it. But Cox tells me that he did finally refuse it, and what prevailed with Harman he knows not, and do think that we might have done considerable service on the enemy the next day, if this had not been done. Thus this business ended today, having kept them till almost 2 o'clock, and then I by coach with Sir W. Penn as far as St. Clement, S., talking of this matter, and there set down, and I walked to Sir G. Carteret, S., and there dined with him and several Parliament men, who, I perceive, do all look upon it as a thing certain that the Parliament will inquire into everything, and will be very severe where they can find any fault. Sir W. Coventry, I hear, did this day make a speech, in apology for his reading the letter of the Duke of Albemarle, concerning the good condition which Chatham was in before the enemy come thither, declaring his simple intention therein, without prejudice to my lord. And I am told that he was also with the Duke of Albemarle yesterday to excuse it, but this day I do hear, by some of Sir W. Coventry's friends, that they think he hath done himself much injury by making this man, and his interest so much his enemy. After dinner, I away to Westminster and up to the Parliament House, and there did wait with great patience, till 7 at night, to be called into the committee, who sat all this afternoon, examining the business of Chatham, and at last was called in, and told that the least they expected from us Mr. Wren had promised them, and only bade me to bring all my fellow officers thither to attend them tomorrow afternoon. Sir Robert Brooks in the chair, methinks a sorry fellow to be there, because a young man, and yet he seems to speak very well. I gone thence, my cousin Pepys comes out to me, and walks in the hall with me, and bids me prepare to answer to everything, for they do seem to lodge the business of Chatham upon the commissioners of the navy, and they are resolved to lay the fault heavy somewhere, and to punish it, and prays me to prepare to save myself, and gives me hints what to prepare against. Which I am obliged to him for, and do begin to mistrust lest some unhappy slip or other, after all my diligence and pains, may not be found, which I can foresee, that may prove as fatal to a man as the constant course of negligence and unfaithfulness of other men. Here we parted, and I to Whitehall to Mr. Wren's chamber, there to advise with him about the list of ships and commanders which he is to present to the Parliament, and took coach, little Mitchell being with me, whom I took with me from Westminster Hall, and setting him down in Gracious Street home myself, where I find my wife and the 2 Mercers and Willett and W. Batelier have been dancing, but without a fiddler. I had a little pleasure in talking with these, but my head and heart full of thoughts between hope and fear and doubts what will become of us and me particularly against a furious Parliament. Then broke up into bed, and there slept pretty well till about 4 o'clock, and from that time could not, but my thoughts running on speeches to the Parliament to excuse myself from the blame which by other men's negligence will light, it may be, upon the office. This day I did get a list of the 14 particular miscarriages which are already before the committee to be examined, wherein, besides 2 or 3 that will concern this office much, there are those of the prizes, and that of Bergen and not following the Dutch ships against my Lord Sandwich. That, I fear, will ruin him, unless he hath very good luck, or they may be in better temper before he can come to be charged. But my heart is full of fear for him and his family. I hear that they do prosecute the business against my Lord Chief Justice, Keeling with great severity. 22nd. Slept but ill all the last part of the night, for fear of this day's success in Parliament. Therefore up, and all of us all the morning close, till almost 2 o'clock, collecting all we had to say and had done from the beginning, touching the safety of the river Medway and Chatham. And having done this and put it into order, we away, I not having time to eat my dinner. And so all in my Lord Brunker's coach, that is to say, Brunker, W. Penn, T. Harvey, and myself, talking of the other great matter with which they charge us, that is, of discharging men by ticket, in order to our defense in case that should be asked. We come to the Parliament door, and there, after a little waiting till the committee was sat, we were, the house being very full, called in. Sir W. Penn went in and sat as a member, and my Lord Brunker would not at first go in, expecting to have a chair set for him, and his brother had bid him not go in till he was called for. But after a few words, I had occasion to mention him, and so he was called in, but without any more chair or respect paid him than myself. And so Brunker, and T. Harvey, and I were there to answer. And I had a chair brought me to lean my books upon, and so did give them such an account, in a series of the whole business that had passed the office touching the matter, and so answered all questions given me about it, that I did not perceive but they were fully satisfied with me and the business as to our office. And then Commissioner Pett, who was by at all my discourse, and this held till within an hour after candlelight, for I had candles brought in to read my papers by, was to answer for himself, we having lodged all matters with him for execution. But Lord, What a tumultuous thing this committee is, for all the reputation they have of a great council, is a strange consideration, there being as impertinent questions, and as disorderly proposed as any man could make. But Commissioner Pett, of all men living, did make the weakest defense for himself. Nothing to the purpose, nor to satisfaction, nor cert, but sometimes one thing and sometimes another, sometimes for himself and sometimes against him. And his greatest failure was, that I observed, from his considering whether the question propounded was his part to answer or no, and the thing to be done was his work to do, the want of which distinction will overthrow him. For he concerns himself in giving an account of the disposal of the boats, which he had no reason at all to do, or take any blame upon him for them. He charged the not carrying up of the Charles, upon the Tuesday, to the Duke of Albemarle. But I see the House is mighty favorable to the Duke of Albemarle, and would give little weight to it. And something of want of arms he spoke, which Sir J. Duncombe answered with great imperiousness and earnestness. But for all that, I do see the House is resolved to be better satisfied in the business of the unreadiness of Sheerness, and want of arms and ammunition there and everywhere. And all their officers were here today attending, but only one called in, about arms for boats, to answer Commissioner Pett. None of my brethren said anything but me there, but only 2 or 3 silly words my Lord Brunker gave, in answer to one question about the number of men there were in the King's Yard at the time. At last the House dismissed us, and shortly after did adjourn the debate till Friday next. And my cousin Pepys did come out and join me in my acquitting myself so well, and so did several others, and my fellow officers all very brisk to see themselves so well acquitted, which makes me a little proud, but yet not secure, but we may yet meet with a back-blow which we see not. So with our hearts very light, Sir W. Penn and I in his coach home, it being now near 8 o'clock, and so to the office, and did a little business by the post, and so home, hungry, and eat a good supper, and so, with my mind well at ease, to bed. My wife not very well of those. 23rd. Up and Sir W. Penn and I in his coach to Whitehall, there to attend the Duke of York. But come a little too late, and so missed it. Only spoke with him, and heard him correct my Lord Berkeley, who fell foul on Sir Edward Spragg, who, it seems, said yesterday to the House, that if the officers of the ordnance had done as much work at Sheerness in 10 weeks as the Prince did in 10 days, he could have defended the place against the Dutch. But the Duke of York told him that every body must have liberty, at this time, to make their own defense, though it be to the charging of the fault upon any other, so it be true. So I perceive the whole world is at work in blaming one another. Then Sir W. Penn and I back into London, and there saw the King, with his kettle drums and trumpets, going to the Exchange, to lay the first stone of the first pillar of the new building of the Exchange, which, the gates being shut, I could not get in to see. But with Sir W. Penn, to Captain Cox to drink a dram of brandy, and so he to the Treasury Office about Sir G. Carteret's accounts, and I took coach and back again toward Westminster. But in my way stopped at the Exchange, and got in the King being newly gone, and there find the bottom of the first pillar laid. And here was a shed set up, and hung with tapestry, and a canopy of state, and some good victuals and wine, for the King, who, it seems, did it. And so a great many people, as Tom Killigrew and others of the court there, and their eye did eat a mouthful and drink a little, and do find Mr. Gauden in his gown as sheriff, and understand that the King hath this morning knighted him upon the place, which I am mightily pleased with. And I think the other sheriff, who is Davis, the little fellow, my schoolfellow the bookseller, who was one of Audley's executors and now become sheriff, which is a strange turn, methinks. Here mighty merry, there being a good deal of good company for a quarter of an hour, and so I away and to Westminster Hall, where I come just as the House rose. And there in the hall met with Sir W. Coventry, who is in pain to defend himself in the business of tickets, it being said that the paying of the ships at Chatham by ticket was by his direction, and he hath wrote to me to find his letters and show them him, but I find none. But did there argue the case with him, and I think no great blame can be laid on us for that matter, only I see he is fearful. And he tells me his mistake in the House the other day, which occasions him much trouble, in showing of the House the Duke of Albemarle's letter about the good condition of Chatham, which he is sorry for, and owns as a mistake, the thing not being necessary to have been done, and confesses that nobody can escape from such error, sometimes or other. He says the House was well satisfied with my report yesterday, and so several others told me in the hall that my report was very good and satisfactory, and that I have got advantage by it in the House. I pray God it may prove so. And here, after the hall pretty empty, I did walk a few turns with Commissioner Pett, and did give the poor weak man some advice for his advantage how to better his pleading for himself, which I think he will if he can remember and practice. For I would not have the man suffer what he do not deserve, there being enough of what he do deserve to lie upon him. Thence to Mrs. Martin's, and there stayed till 2 o'clock, and drank and talked, and did give her L3 to buy my goddaughter her first new gown. And so away homeward, and in my way met Sir W. Penn in Cheapside, and went into his coach, and back again, and to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Black Prince again, which is now mightily bettered by that long letter being printed, and so delivered to every body at their going in, and some short reference made to it in heart in the play, which do mighty well. But, when all is done, I think it the worst play of my Lord Orrery, S. But here, to my great satisfaction, I did see my Lord Hinchingbroke and his mistress, with her father and mother. And I am mightily pleased with the young lady, being handsome enough and, indeed, to my great liking, as I would have her. I could not but look upon them all the play, being exceeding pleased with my good hap to see them, God bring them together, and they are now already mighty kind to one another, and he is as it were one of their family. The play done I home, and to the office a while, and then home to supper, very hungry, and then to my chamber to read the true story in speed of the Black Prince, and so to bed. This day, it was moved in the House that a day might be appointed to bring in an impeachment against the Chancellor, but it was decried as being irregular. But that, if there was ground for complaint, it might be brought to the Committee for Miscarriages, and, if they thought good, to present it to the House. And so it was carried. They did also vote this day thanks to be given to the Prince and Duke of Albemarle for their care and conduct in the last year's war, which is a strange act. But I know not how, the blockhead Albemarle hath strange luck to be loved, though he be, and every man must know it, the heaviest man in the world, but stout and honest to his country. This evening late, Mr. Moore come to me to prepare matters for my Lord Sandwich's defense, wherein I can little assist, but will do all I can, and am in great fear of nothing but the damned business of the prizes, but I fear my lord will receive a cursed deal of trouble by it. 24th. Up and to the office, where all the morning very busy, and at noon took Mr. Hayter home with me to dinner, and instantly back again to write what letters I had to write, that I might go abroad with my wife, who was not well, only to jumble her, and so to the Duke of York's playhouse. But their Betterton not being yet well, we would not stay, though since I hear that Smith do act his part in the villain, which was then acted, as well or better than he, which I do not believe. But to Charing Cross, there to see Polichinelli. But it being begun, we in to see a Frenchman at the house where my wife's father last lodged, one Monsieur Prynne, play on the trump marine. The trumpet marine is a stringed instrument having a triangular-shaped body or chest and a long neck, a single string raised on a bridge and running along the body and neck. It was played with a bow, which he do beyond belief. And the truth is, it do so far outdo a trumpet as nothing more, and he do play anything very true, and it is most admirable, and at first was a mystery to me that I should hear a whole concert of chords together at the end of a pause. But he showed me that it was only when the last notes were 5 THS or 3 RDS, one to another, and then their sounds like an echo did last so as they seemed to sound all together. The instrument is open at the end, I discovered, but he would not let me look into it, but I was mightily pleased with it, and he did take great pains to show me all he could do on it, which was very much, and would make an excellent concert, 2 or 3 of them, better than trumpets can ever do, because of their want of compass. Here we also saw again the 2 fat children come out of Ireland, and a brother and sister of theirs now come, which are of little ordinary growth, like other people. But Lord, how strange it is to observe the difference between the same children, come out of the same little woman's belly. Thence to Mile-end Green, and there drank, and so home bringing home night with us, and so to the office a little, and then to bed. 25th. Up, and all the morning close till 2 o'clock, till I had not time to eat my dinner, to make our answer ready for the Parliament this afternoon, to show how Commissioner Pett was singly concerned in the executing of all orders from Chatham, and that we did properly lodge all orders with him. Thence with Sir W. Penn to the Parliament Committee, and there we all met, and did show, my Lord Brunker and I, our commissions under the great seal in behalf of all the rest, to show them our duties. And their eye had no more matters asked me, but were bid to withdraw, and did their wait, I all the afternoon till 8 at night, while they were examining several about the business of Chatham again, and particularly my Lord Brunker did meet with 2 or 3 blurs that he did not think of. One from Spragg, who says that the Unity was ordered up contrary to his order, by my Lord Brunker and Commissioner Pett. Another by Crispin, the waterman, who said he was upon the Charles, and spoke to Lord Brunker coming by in his boat, to know whether they should carry up the Charles, they being a great many naked men without arms, and he told them she was well as she was. Both these have little in them indeed, but yet both did stick close against him, and he is the weakest man in the world to make his defense, and so is like to have much fault laid on him therefrom. Spragg was in with them all the afternoon, and hath much fault laid on him for a man that minded his pleasure, and little else of his whole charge. I walked in the lobby, and there do hear from Mr. Chichley that they were, the commissioners of the ordnance, shrewdly put to it yesterday, being examined with all severity, and were hardly used by them, much otherwise than we, and did go away with mighty blame. And I am told by every body that it is likely to stick mighty hard upon them. At which every body is glad, because of Duncombe's pride, and they're expecting to have the thanks of the House whereas they have deserved, as the Parliament apprehends, as bad can be. Here is great talk of an impeachment brought in against my Lord Mordaunt, and that another will be brought in against my Lord Chancellor in a few days. Here I understand for certain that they have ordered that my Lord Arlington's letters and Secretary Morris's letters of intelligence be consulted about the business of the Dutch fleets coming abroad, which is a very high point, but this they have done. But in what particular manner I cannot justly say, whether it was not with the king's leave first asked. Here late, as I have said, and at last they broke up, and we had our commissions again, and I do hear how Birch is the high man that do examine and trouble every body with his questions, and they say that he do labor all he can to clear Pett. But it seems a witness has come in tonight, C. Millet, who do declare that he did deliver a message from the Duke of Albemarle time enough for him to carry up the Charles, and he neglected it, which will stick very hard, it seems, on him. So Sir W. Penn and I in his coach home, and there to supper, a good supper and so weary, and my eyes spent, to bed. 26th. Up and we met all this morning at Sir W. Penn's room, the office being foul with the altering of our garden door. They're very busy, and at noon home, where Mrs. Pierce and her daughter's husband and Mr. Corbett dined with me. I had a good dinner for them, and mighty merry, Pierce and I very glad at the fate of the officers of ordnance, that they are like to have so much blame on them. Here Mrs. Pierce tells me that the 2 marshals at the king's house are Stephen Marshals, the great Presbyterian's daughters, and that Nellie and Beck Marshall, falling out the other day, the latter called the other my Lord Buckhurst's whore. Nell answered then, I was but one man's whore, though I was brought up in a bawdy house to fill strong waters to the guests, and you are a whore to 3 or 4, though a presbyter's praying daughter. Which was very pretty. Mrs. Pierce is still very pretty, but paints red on her face, which makes me hate her, that I thank God I take no pleasure in her at all more. After much mirth and good company at dinner, I to the office and left them, and Pendleton also, who come in to see my wife and talk of dancing, and there I at the office all the afternoon very busy, and did much business, with my great content to see it go off of hand, and so home my eyes spent, to supper and to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Up and to my office, there with W. Hewer, to dictate a long letter to the Duke of York, about the bad state of the office, it being a work I do think fit for the office to do, though it be to no purpose, but for their vindication in these bad times. For I do now learn many things tending to our safety which I did not wholly forget before, but do find the fruits of, and would I had practiced them more, as, among other things, to be sure to let our answers to orders bear date presently after their date, that we may be found quick in our execution. This did us great good the other day before the Parliament. All the morning at this, at noon home to dinner, with my own family alone. After dinner, I down to Deptford, the first time that I went to look upon the Maybolt, which the king hath given me, and there she is. And I did meet with Mr. Uthwaite, who do tell me that there are new sails ordered to be delivered her, and a cable, which I did not speak of at all to him. So thereupon, I told him I would not be my own hindrance so much as to take her into my custody before she had them, which was all I said to him, but desired him to take a strict inventory of her, that I might not be cheated by the master nor the company, when they come to understand that the vessel is gone away, which he hath promised me, and so away back again home, reading all the way the book of the collection of oaths in the several offices of this nation, which is worth a man's reading. And so away home, and there my boy and I to sing, and at it all the evening, and to supper, and so to bed. This evening comes Sir J. Minns to me, to let me know that a Parliament man hath been with him, to tell him that the Parliament intend to examine him particularly about Sir W. Coventry's selling of places, and about my Lord Brunker's discharging the ships at Chatham by ticket, for the former of which I am more particularly sorry that business of W. Coventry should come up again, though this old man tells me, and I believe, that he can say nothing to it. 28th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, calling at Mitchell's, and drank a dram of strong water, but it being early I did not see his wife, and thence walked to Sir W. Coventry's lodging, but he was gone out, and so going towards St. James's I find him at his house, which is fitting for him, and there I to him, and was with him above an hour alone, discoursing of the matters of the nation, and our office, and himself. He owns that he is, at this day, the chief person aimed at by the Parliament, that is, by the friends of my Lord Chancellor, and also by the Duke of Albemarle, by reason of his unhappy showing of the Duke of Albemarle's letter, the other day, in the House. But that he thinks that he is not liable to any hurt they can fasten on him for anything, he is so well armed to justify himself in everything, unless in the old business of selling places, when he says everybody did. And he will now not be forward to tell his own story, as he hath been, but tells me he is grown wiser, and will put them to prove anything, and he will defend himself. Besides that, he will dispute the statute, thinking that it will not be found to reach him. We did talk many things, which, as they come into my mind now, I shall set down without order, that he is weary of public employment, and neither ever designed, nor will ever, if his commission were brought to him wrapped in gold, would he accept of any single place in the state, as particularly Secretary of State. Which he says, the world discourses Morris is willing to resign, and he thinks the king might have thought of him, but he would not by any means now take it if given him, nor anything but in commission with others, who may bear part of the blame. For now he observes well that whoever did do anything singly are now in danger, however honest and painful they were, saying that he himself was the only man, he thinks, at the council board that spoke his mind clearly, as he thought, to the good of the king. And the rest, who sat silent, have nothing said to them, nor are taken notice of. That the first time the king did take him so closely into his confidence and ministry of affairs was upon the business of Chatham, when all the disturbances were there, and in the kingdom. And then, while everybody was fancying for himself, the king did find him to persuade him to call for the Parliament, declaring that it was against his own proper interest, forasmuch as likely they would find faults with him, as well as with others, but that he would prefer the service of the king before his own. And thereupon, the king did take him into his special notice, and from that time to this hath received him so, and that then he did see the folly and mistakes of the chancellor in the management of things, and saw that matters were never likely to be done well in that sort of conduct, and did persuade the king to think fit of the taking away the seals from the chancellor, which, when it was done, he told me that he himself, in his own particular, was sorry for it. For, while he stood, there was he and my Lord Arlington to stand between him and harm. Whereas now there is only my Lord Arlington, and he is now down, so that all their fury is placed upon him, but that he did tell the king, when he first moved it, that, if he thought the laying of him, W. Coventry, aside would at all facilitate the removing of the chancellor, he would most willingly submit to it. Whereupon the king did command him to try the Duke of York about it, and persuade him to it, which he did, by the king's command undertake and compass. And the Duke of York did own his consent to the king, but afterwards was brought to be of another mind for the chancellor, and now is displeased with him, and the duchess, so that she will not see him. But he tells me the Duke of York seems pretty kind, and hath said that he do believe that W. Coventry did mean well, and do it only out of judgment. He tells me that he never was an intriguer in his life, nor will be, nor of any combination of persons to set up this, or fling down that, nor hath in his own business, this Parliament, spoke to 3 members to say anything for him, but will stand upon his own defense and will stay by it, and thinks that he is armed against all they can, but the old business of selling places, and in that thinks they cannot hurt him. However, I do find him mighty willing to have his name used as little as he can, and he was glad when I did deliver him up a letter of his to me, which did give countenance to the discharging of men by ticket at Chatham, which is now coming in question. And wherein, I confess, I am sorry to find him so tender of appearing, it being a thing not only good and fit, all that was done in it, but promoted and advised by him. But he thinks the house is set upon resting anything to his prejudice that they can pick up. He tells me he did never, as a great many have, call the Chancellor rogue and knave, and I know not what. But all that he hath said, and will stand by, is that his counsels were not good, nor the manner of his managing of things. I suppose he means suffering the king to run in debt, for by and by the king walking in the park, with a great crowd of his idle people about him, I took occasion to say that it was a sorry thing to be a poor king, and to have others to come to correct the faults of his own servants, and that this was it that brought us all into this condition. He answered that he would never be a poor king, and then the other would mend of itself. No, says he, I would eat bread and drink water first, and this day discharge all the idle company about me, and walk only with 2 footmen, and this I have told the king, and this must do it at last. I asked him how long the king would suffer this. He told me the king must suffer it yet longer, that he would not advise the king to do otherwise, for it would break out again worse if he should break them up before the core be come up. After this we fell to other talk, of my waiting upon him hereafter, it may be, to read a chapter in Seneca in this new house which he hath bought, and is making very fine, when we may be out of employment, which he seems to wish more than to fear, and I do believe him heartily. Thence home, and met news from Mr. Townsend of the wardrobe that old Young, the yeoman tailor, whose place my Lord Sandwich promised my father, is dead. Upon which, resolving presently that my father shall not be troubled with it, but I hope I shall be able to enable him to end his days where he is, in quiet, I went forth thinking to tell Mrs. Furze, Captain Furze's wife, who do expect it after my father that she may look after it, but upon second thoughts forbore it, and so back again home, calling at the New Exchange, and there buying the Indian Emperor, newly printed, and so home to dinner, where I had Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, and one of the auditor's clerks to discourse about the form of making up my accounts for the exchequer, which did give me good satisfaction, and so after dinner my wife and Mercer, who grows fat, and Willett, and I to the king's house, and there saw the committee, a play I like well, and so at night home and to the office, and so to my chamber about my accounts, and then to Sir W. Penn's to speak with Sir John Chichley, who desired my advice about a prize which he hath begged of the king. And there had a great deal of his foolish talk of ladies and love, and I know not what, and so home to supper and to bed. 29th. Up, and at the office my Lord Brunker and I closed together till almost 3 afternoon, never stirring, making up a report for the committee this afternoon about the business of discharging men by ticket, which it seems the House is mighty earnest in, but is a foolery in itself, yet gives me a great deal of trouble to draw up a defense for the board, as if it was a crime, but I think I have done it to very good purpose. Then to my Lady Williams's, with her and my lord, and there did eat a snap of good victuals, and so to Westminster Hall, where we find the House not up, but sitting all this day about the method of bringing in the charge against my Lord Chancellor, and at last resolved for a committee to draw up the heads, and so rose, and no committee to sit tonight. Here Sir W. Coventry and Lord Brunker and I did in the hall, between the 2 courts at the top of the hall, discourse about a letter of W. Coventry's to Brunker, whereon Brunker did justify his discharging men by ticket, and insists on one word which Sir W. Coventry would not seem very earnest to have left out, but I did see him concerned, and did after labor to suppress the whole letter, the thing being in itself really impertinent. But yet so it is that W. Coventry do not desire to have his name used in this business, and I have prevailed with Brunker for it. Thence Brunker and I to the king's house, thinking to have gone into a box above, for fear of being seen, the king being there, but the play being 3 acts done we would not give force, and so away and parted, and I home, and there after a little supper to bed, my eyes ill, and head full of thoughts of the trouble this Parliament gives us. 30th. All the morning till past noon preparing over again, our report this afternoon to the Committee of Parliament about tickets, and then home to eat a bit, and then with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, where we did a very little business with the Duke of York at our usual meeting. Only I perceive that he do leave all of us, as the king do those about him, to stand and fall by ourselves, and I think is not without some cares himself what the Parliament may do in matters wherein his honour is concerned. Thence to the Parliament House, where, after the committee was sat, I was called in, and the first thing was upon the complaint of a dirty slut that was there, about a ticket which she had lost, and had applied herself to me for another. I did give them a short and satisfactory answer to that, and so they sent her away, and were ashamed of their foolery, in giving occasion to 500 seamen and seamen's wives to come before them, as there was this afternoon. But then they fell to the business of tickets, and I did give them the best answer I could, but had not scope to do it in the methodical manner which I had prepared myself for. But they did ask a great many broken, rude questions about it, and were mightily hot whether my Lord Brunker had any order to discharge whole ships by ticket. And because my answer was with distinction, and not direct, I did perceive they were not so fully satisfied therewith as I could wish they were. So my Lord Brunker was called in, and they could fasten nothing on him that I could see, nor indeed was there any proper matter for blame, but I do see. And it was said publicly in the House by Sir T. Clerges that Sir W. Batten had designed the business of discharging men by ticket, and an order after the thing was done to justify my Lord Brunker for having done it. But this I did not own at all, nor was it just so, though he did indeed do something like it, yet had contributed as much to it as any man of the board by sending down of tickets to do it. But Lord, to see that we should be brought to justify ourselves in a thing of necessity and profit to the king, and of no profit or convenience to us, but the contrary. We being withdrawn, we heard no more of it, but there stayed late and do hear no more. Only my cousin Pepys do tell me that he did hear one or two whisper, as if they thought that I do bogle at the business of my Lord Brunker, which is a thing I neither did or have reason to do in his favour. But I do not think it fit to make him suffer for a thing that deserves well. But this do trouble me a little that anything should stick to my prejudice in any of them, and did trouble me so much that all the way home with Sir W. Penn I was not at good ease, nor all night, though when I come home I did find my wife, and Betty Turner, the two Mercers, and Mrs. Parker, an ugly lass, but yet dances well, and speaks the best of them, and W. Baitlier and Pembleton dancing. And here I danced with them, and had a good supper, and as merry as I could be, and so they being gone we to bed. 31st. Up and all the morning at the office, and at noon Mr. Creed and Yeepsley dined with me, my wife gone to dine with Mrs. Pierce and see a play with her. And after dinner in comes Mr. Turner of Eynesbury, lately come to town, and also after him Captain Hill of the Coventry, who lost her at Barbados, and is come out of France, where he hath been long prisoner. After a great deal of mixed discourse, and then Mr. Turner and I alone a little in my closet, talking about my Lord Sandwich, who I hear is now ordered by the king to come home again, we all parted, and I by water, calling at Mitchell, and saw and once kissed Sue's wife, but I do think that he is jealous of her, and so she dares not stand out of his sight. So could not do more but away by water to the Temple, and there, after spending a little time in my bookseller's shop, I to Westminster. And there at the lobby do hear by Commissioner Pett, to my great amazement, that he is in worse condition than before by the coming in of the Duke of Albemarle's and Prince Rupert's narratives, this day, wherein the former do most severely lay matters upon him, so as the House this day have, I think, ordered him to the Tower again, or something like it. So that the poor man is likely to be overthrown, I doubt, right or wrong, so infinite fond they are of anything the Duke of Albemarle says or writes to them. I did then go down, and there met with Colonel Reams and cousin Roger Pepys, and there they do tell me how the Duke of Albemarle and the Prince have laid blame on a great many, and particularly on our office in general, and particularly for want of provision, wherein I shall come to be questioned again in that business myself, which do trouble me. But my cousin Pepys and I had much discourse alone, and he do bewail the constitution of this house, and says there is a direct cabal and faction, as much as is possible between those for and those against the Chancellor, and so in other factions, that there is nothing almost done honestly and with integrity. Only some few, he says, there are, that do keep out of all plots and combinations, and when their time comes will speak and see right done, if possible. And that he himself is looked upon to be a man that will be of no faction, and so they do shun to make him, and I am glad of it. He tells me that he thanks God he never knew what it was to be tempted to be a knave in his life, till he did come into the House of Commons, where there is nothing done but by passion and faction and private interest. Reams did tell me of a fellow last night, one Kelsey, a commander of a fire ship, who complained for want of his money paid him. Did say that he did see one of the commissioners of the Navy bring in 3 wagon loads of prize goods into Greenwich one night, but that the House did take no notice of it, nor inquire. But this is me, and I must expect to be called to account, and answer what I did as well as I can. So thence away home, and in Holborn going round, it being dark, I espied Sir D. Godden's coach, and so went out of mine into his. And there had opportunity to talk of the business of victuals, which the Duke of Albemarle and Prince did complain that they were in want of the last year. But we do conclude we shall be able to show quite the contrary of that. Only it troubles me that we must come to contend with these great persons, which will overrun us. So with some disquiet in my mind on this account I home, and there comes Mr. Yeapsley, and he and I to even some accounts, wherein I shall be a gainer about L200, which is a seasonable profit, for I have got nothing a great while, and he being gone, I to bed.